You're live.
I'll let you know if you are in a minute.
So I have to keep that open then, don't I? So if I shut the tab, we're not live anymore.
That's what I said. You're not live.
Oh shit. But we're streaming the show through that mixing box, aren't we? We're not streaming it through my laptop.
Test it. Go and close it and see if we're still live.
Yeah, but then you've got to start the countdown again. I wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll be late, but if you now's the time to test it.
It's not risky. It's not risky.
Yeah.
So the audio's working.
Ladies, gentlemen, and droids, welcome to Droid Builders UK 2020! Coming to you live from a galaxy not so far, far away. Live on YouTube, this is an epic day where legends will be born, battles will be fought, and monies will be raised. Droid Builders UK are raising money for the charity Calm. So please welcome your hosts, Big Time, Lee Towersey and Sam Prentice.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time you are watching this. This is Droid Builders UK coming to you live with myself, Sam Prentice, and my glamorous assistant today, which is, of course, Mr. Lee Towersey. Lee, how the devil are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm really well, Sam. How are you, mate?
I'm good. We're getting a bit of echoing back at the moment. As you guys probably already are aware, we are now in Tier 4, which is kind of frustrating, and I am getting some echo here. So what we've had to do, instead of being in the studio with Lee, we've had to devise a few things in order to get our kind of mojo on. I'm getting quite a lot of feedback still, Lee.
We can't hear it, Sam. So sorry, it's your problem, not ours.
Wow.
We'll sort that out when we get through to the next VT. I think, Sam. This is going to be a bit of a technical triumph if we get through this. I think so. Please bear with us because it's very difficult. Thanks to Boris, I'm going to blame Boris for this and the damn Tier 4. And
you've gone to extreme measures, Lee. I think this is partly your problem because this is me keeping. You keeping me away from the studio and away from your workshop.
Well, yeah, of course. There is that as well. And I'm sure we'll find out a bit more about that throughout the show. But also, Sam, it's at least we've managed to do the show still. So let's not mention COVID anymore. Let's make this a COVID-free zone now. Now we've got rid of that reason why we're doing this. Did you get my Christmas card?
I did. Yes.
Good stuff. Excellent.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And
Did you get mine?
No, I didn't. No.
Now then. So part of the show, the good news here is that Matt Denton has come up with a special portal.
Oh.
So if I do this, wait for it. Here we go. You should.
What?
There you go. There you go, mate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. As if by magic. Look at that. Thank you, mate.
Look at that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Very good.
Merry Christmas.
Very good.
There's more to come. There's more to come.
I'll put that with my other cards behind me. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good.
So,
good.
Also, without spoiling anything, Sam, Mandalorian. Have you watched Mandalorian?
I did watch Mandalorian. And obviously no spoilers, but what was the droid at the end all about? There was, there was a few little inconsistencies there, was there not?
Interesting.
Buttons forward, buttons backwards.
My messenger was alight with various messages and what have you. Have you seen Mandalorian yet? And thankfully nobody spoiled it for me, but I quickly rushed to watch it, and yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think only people viewing this, or that should be viewing this, would be too bothered about it. But yeah, I don't think it's perfect, to be honest with you. I do know for a fact they used Oliver and my R2-D2 in the shot. So, there was an element of that involved, but there's certainly some CG. And I think there's a mystery third droid in there as well, because the drive system, God, hark at us geeking out so early. But I think the drive system was different. And yeah, the shoulder nipples, interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that what you're calling it? Is that the official line? Is it the shoulder nipples?
Well, why not? People know what I'm talking about when I say it. So yeah, and I believe they're declared as being a link between the drink serving tray and R2 for like they use on Jabba's sail barge. But yeah, I'm not so sure.
Well, let us know what you think about the shoulder nipples then in that case, guys. if you want to see more shoulder nipples, please let us know on the YouTube feed.
Yeah, so of course we're doing this all for charity, Sam. We did it last show throughout the summer, and we did so well, and we set a target which we thought was quite ambitious of 10,000, but I think we're going to beat it. We haven't beaten it yet, but we are really going for it. So please, if people can donate, we'd be so grateful. We're still raising money for Calm, let's smash that £10,000 donation. We would really appreciate it. And let's run a VT just to show what Calm are all about, I think.
Great.
Every week, 125 people in the UK take their own life. That's not okay. The campaign against living miserably is leading a movement against suicide, so we can be there for anyone who needs us, no matter what. In the last year, our trained helpline staff helped someone every 66 seconds, having over 140,000 conversations and directly preventing 488 suicides. It's safe to say 2020 has been a year like no other. One thing's for sure, we couldn't have got through it without you. So here's the Calm 66-second supporter showcase. Go.
Radio host Roman Kemp here. I'll be hosting my Good News Quiz.
And breathe. How was that? Just over? Oh well. Time has lost all meaning in 2020 anyway, so here's to more of the fun stuff, more of the fantastic stuff, more of the weird and wonderful stuff, together against suicide in 2021.
Yeah, okay, so thank you for that. Very nice of Calm to recognise us. We weren't shown in the video, obviously, but they sent me a nice package with a poster with a list of all the people that were involved, and the Droid builders did get a nice mention. So thank you everybody that's donated, and you know, well done everybody. Let's continue with that push and donate money for Calm, which is a great cause. So throughout the show, we got interviews. One of the things. Who are we interviewing, Sam?
Well, today coming up on the show, we chat with Jake Lunt-Davis, Brian Herring, and Sammy Stormtrooper, the first female Stormtrooper in the Star Wars new trilogy,
Cool.
which is absolutely fantastic. And I especially enjoyed the Jake Lunt-Davis interview. That was epic as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
it's a cracker. Brilliant.
It's a cracker. And also throughout the day, for your kind donations during the show, up to 4 o'clock, I believe it is, we're closing the raffle. Any donation of £1 or $1 or €1, each £1, $1, euro will go to one entry into the prize draw. Your name will be entered for some cool prizes, which are just here. We've got some various things which I'll showcase later on. We've got a few bits and pieces. The trophy I'm even working on now, so that's work in progress. But there's a droid racing trophy, and yeah, we got the droid racing back, haven't we, Sam?
Droid racing is back. I'm so excited. I'm going to thrash you again at that.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I'm sure you will. And if people are quick on the mark, they might be able to join us for the race when we demo it later in the show. So we'll give the link out later, and we'll see if people can jump in and try and race with us when we do the demo, which will be cool. Absolutely. And we've got a different way of giving out the prize this year to make it fair for everybody. So we'll give you the details on that later on as well. What else have we got, Sam?
Oh God, what haven't we got? Well, actually, I'll tell you what I have got. I've got a little gift for you here.
Oh, that's
there it
nice.
is.
Are we going through the portal again?
I'll hand it over to you.
Wow.
There we go. Get that. There we go.
Thank you, mate.
There we go.
Thank you. Can I open it now?
You can open it whenever you like, mate.
Good man.
Yeah, of course you can.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And also, we got something else as well. I think we can bring people in, can't we, during the show, I believe.
Yeah, exactly right. We can bring people in. There is a StreamYard account that we've got here. So if you want to join us in the studio, we obviously will, make sure we know who we're getting involved. Come on, know the StreamYard link now. Mark Hamill on the show.
Wow.
That's what we would like.
He's still in bed at the moment, probably.
See
So
what
that, I think it would just be he can't make the show because he's asleep, Sam. I think that might be the problem. Of course, that's the only problem.
Laziness.
But
I mean, he's looking younger, isn't he now?
well, oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. He does look very well. The last time I saw him, and is there, surely nobody's jumped in there that quick and got in. Are we going to sort of shame anyone that's used the link quickly and got in on the
you
show?
know what? We've got someone here. We
Go
have
on.
got someone here.
Go on, do it.
Right. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's Giles. Giles.
Oh my God. Well, Giles, you
G'day.
are the taskmaster, so let's run BT. There he is.
Wow. Giles is the
Wow,
taskmaster. Amazing.
That was exciting.
I have the task here. Yes, I'm taskmaster for the day. We've got 3 tasks we're going to carry out. 2 of them are going to be you 2 guys are going to do them. So be excited about those coming up. So they will be coming up later on. I've got a task though for all you guys out there at the moment. This is going to be a competition. So can you bring up the slide, Sam, please? That's the link. Thank you very much. That's the link. Okay, dress your droid and your family in a festive snap. Upload to Instagram to win a £50 3D filer print. Fantastic, £50. You need to load these up before 3 p.m. today, which is the same cut-off for the raffle as well. 3 p.m. today, please get those pictures up there, and I'll be choosing the best ones out of the lot, and you will win the £50 3D filer print voucher. Fantastic news.
Nice one. And where can people put this hashtag, Giles? Are we saying Instagram and on Twitter?
Either or, that's fine.
Okay.
Instagram or Twitter, hashtag DBUK Dress Your Droid.
Great. That's a great idea. So thank you, Giles. Taskmaster, I think we'll see you again later on. Like you say, you've got some tasks ready for Sam and I later on. God knows what they're going to be. But good man. Thank you. Thank you very much, Giles. And anybody else that would like to appear during the show, maybe come in the waiting room and we'll see if we can get you on during the show. Good stuff. So next up, first of all, my gift. Thank you, Sam. This is so cool. Sam and Lee cup of tea, which of course will also be shown during the show today. We've got a couple of Sam and Lee cups of tea, which is a couple of excellent things. I think we get some insight into a couple of builders. But next up, we've got a great interview, which Sam's already said one of his favourite interviews that we've done for this show. A really interesting insight into the concept artist's work, Jake Lunt Davis. So let's have a look at what Jake had to say a few days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, concept artist on all the recent Star Wars films, Jake Lunt Davis. How you doing, Jake?
Very well. Hi, Lee. Hi, Sam. Thanks for having me on the show. Hello, everyone else out there.
Good to have you here, Jake. Good to have you. So,
man.
I haven't seen you for a while, Jake. The hair's grown a little bit since I last saw you.
Yeah, my lockdown.
Look,
I know, it's my lockdown hobby. I have.
looking really good.
Usually Adam.
I'm not sure if you've met Sam before, but just to do the formalities, Sam Prentice, Jake Lunt Davis, Sam Prentice.
Hello there, sir.
Hey, Sam. I'm sure
I think we may have met. I think we may have met in passing, but yeah, good to meet you formally.
Hello.
So Jake kindly watch the August show, Sam, as you're aware, and he kindly donated some of his artwork for charity, which raised some money during the show in August. So thanks for dropping in and watching some of the show we did, Jake. And I appreciate you just without asking, you kindly donating the artwork, and it helped towards raising money for Calm. So thank you very much for that.
Seemed like a
And then
good idea.
after the show today as well, wondered if you could just give us a little insight into, firstly, really, we'll get on to Star Wars, but how you got into what you're doing, to your concept art, and how you got into the industry.
Yeah, it's I don't know how far back to go. I mean, I can go back all the way to when I was a little kid, and this is the kind of job, dream job, concept designer, concept artist.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Star Wars. I love Star Wars. When I was a kid, though, I don't know. It just wasn't one of those jobs that you ever thought was realistic. It was like Hollywood, and this is like Wiltshire, where I grew up. So it's not going to happen. It just didn't even think about trying to make it happen. I ended up, I'm artistic. I can draw, I can paint. Well, I can draw. And I went to college. I studied graphic design. I wasn't that thrilled about graphic design by the end of it. So I thought, I'm not going to be a magazine designer or whatever. It wasn't for me. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And then I suddenly got my job. They said, do you want a job as a runner on this TV show? And I said, yeah, I didn't have anything better to do. So I did. That was it, basically. I mean, I was literally making cups of tea and helping out and running around doing errands, as runners do. And then I thought, I could help out in the art department a bit over there. And I wormed my way in. I basically showed them I could paint and nail things together, because it's quite pretty, set building and all that sort of thing. Within, I don't know, weeks, I suppose. No, years. I ended up, being in the art department on loads of TV. It was really TV commercials and pop videos in the 90s, and loads of TV shows. I did Live and Kicking with, the BBC and loads of kids shows. Lots of set stuff. I thought, what I want to do is I want to be a production designer. That was my, I'll be a production designer. So I was aiming for that. I did. I ended up, by the late 90s, I was art directing TV commercials and pop videos, things like that. Then, that's kind of first met Neil. There's two things happened. I met Neil. I was doing some character design for a kids show, which never went anywhere, a pilot show. And Neil Ganlon, he'd been asked to make the puppets for this TV show. And that's how I met Neil. And from there, I just got more involved with Neil for about 3 or 4 years. I think I ended up doing loads of kids shows. Again, Neil was doing lots of kids shows then, because animatronics was on the wane. It wasn't like it was all digital. Everyone was like, yeah, it's all going to be digital. So really, animatronics was sort of not really flavour of the month. And I think Neil was, he did a lot of sort of kids shows and stuff like that. And I think the last job I did with him was Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Tim Burton, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And then after that, things really, Neil and I's path parted, really. I think he was doing more like makeup effects and stuff which I didn't really have anything to kind of contribute on a design level. Right. And I was also then doing a lot of storyboards by that time as well. So I ended up ditching, I did so much storyboards, which quite frankly, it's easier than doing production design. And I was getting so much work. I just thought I was a storyboard artist. That's now the focus. And I ended up doing that for years. Whilst I'm doing storyboarding, a company that I work for, I used to do a lot of stuff for this company called the Viral Factory, who used to make these like really insane little like viral films in the early sort of noughties. So they're commercial things, but they were people would share them virally. And I would storyboard these. And they said, "Oh, do you want to direct one?" I'm like, "Okay, so yeah, sure." I directed one, and then I directed loads of these little kind of comedy, stupid, funny films. And then I thought, I'm going to be a director. This is so my course is continuing.
Amazing, yeah.
I ended up getting represented by a commercial production company in about 2012, I think. I did like 2 jobs for them. I thought, I'm going to be a commercials director. Brilliant. And then about a year later, Neil phoned me up, and I hadn't spoken to Neil for about 5 years. He'd done Prometheus in that time, I didn't, aware of that. But anyway, he phoned me up and was like, "Oh, hi, Neil, how are you?" He goes, "Hey, guess what? I've got some news for you." "What?" "I've got Star Wars." I'm like, I won't repeat what I said. It was quite exciting. He said, "Look, he said, I'm going to try and get a British crew together. Are you interested in sort of being on it?" And of course I was.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So within a sort of couple of weeks, I did a week's sort of test week, if you like. So I had this sort of like online, Zoom didn't exist then. It was like a conference call with the production designers in the States, and they briefed us on a character which was effectively what would become Maz. That was the first thing they were going to crack, and I spent a week sort of drawing up, just give us some ideas. I gave them some ideas, and here's a week later, that was like a little test, and they were quite pleased with what I did, and I started the week after at Pinewood. Me and Julian were the first two.
That's incredible.
For anyone wanting to get into film or the TV industry, it is a bit of a regular recommendation, but a runner, that's the place to start, really, isn't it?
You've got. I think, totally. I mean, you'll meet people. It's all about meeting people as you go along. I mean, obviously, I came in years ago, and I'm sure there are now things in effect, like Facebook and social media and groups which share jobs. That didn't exist, and it was very hard to get your sort of foot in the door. And I'm not saying things are easy. I'm just saying things are perhaps different. But certainly, working from the bottom up and meeting people as you go. Those people that you meet, or the kids that you work with, if you like, will progress.
Yeah.
Alongside, not necessarily alongside you. They'll go off and do their thing, and then years later they can come back. And I think the big thing is to meet as many people and be sociable and nice and amenable and do a good job, and it all kind of feed back if you're good. So you can start off running. You can work your way into camera departments, and if you show willing, I'm sure that's how you get up and you go up and get your foot in the door that way. Yeah, running.
I found that brown nosing Lee Towsey was the best method to get involved with film, and here we are. It's crazy. You've gone on a real amazing journey. Obviously, before Star Wars, what's your kind of favourite non-Star Wars character that you've designed?
I don't know if I really. I don't know. I was doing so many. I think nothing that you'd ever know about. I did loads of these sort of. I think Star Wars was the turning point. Really, I was just doing commercials. I couldn't say I did this. I did like this insane TV show for ITV in about 1999 called Meet the Neighbours with Neil. It was one of the first jobs I did, totally with Neil. And I thought, wow, this is going to be brilliant, and it was quite funny. Had loads of people like Dude McKinnon and not Hugh Laurie. Sort of various people. Simon Callow was in it as well, doing the voices. It was like, wow, this is really cool. And it never went anywhere really. It sort of never made a second season. But thereafter, I was just doing storyboards and did game boards and things like that, video games, things like that. They were quite cool.
Any games we may know, Jake? Any well-known games?
Bond Bloodstone. So Bond Bloodstone?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
And I did another game called Blur, which was like a driving game, which was going to have a huge story arc. But then they did the video, it was all story-based, and then they did a huge sort of game test, and they ditched it because no one liked it. So, which was frustrating because I directed all of the cutscenes. So it was like, no. That was that. So prior to Star Wars, I don't know really if there's anything worth talking about.
No, that's cool. No, it's interesting. It's interesting to know how you got into it, and obviously you thought you were doing cool stuff before Star Wars, which you were. But then you got the coolest job, of course, Star Wars, which is, what got you here, really. So I'm going to just reel off some of the things you're involved with, Jake, and this is just a few of them. BB-8, Speeder, Lugger Beast, Boba Joe, the Abednego race, In-Car Putz costume, Steel Peckerburg, Pepperbore, PZ-40, BU-4D, Robodan, Rathtar, Grumgar, SE2, PAL, K2SO, 9EZ, Agricultural Droid, Porgs, BB-9E, Thala Sirens, Caretakers, Tham, Snook, Ucker, Defensio, Storesilt, Kempig, Schlop, Rebel BB units, Keto Site, Mother Proxima, Crab Droid, Rio, Davakasamam, Fagus Fandita, Dio, Aki Tribe, Kylo Ren's repaired helmet, Bulio, AI-1L3, Obax, Seleno Chadro, the Oracle, Cyclorians, Giant Orange Droid, and Clifton. The last two I couldn't find the real names for. But that is just a few of them. Not necessarily entirely responsible for them, but you were certainly involved with on a lot of those characters.
Yeah. I mean, just to clear up, and so everyone doesn't kind of fully understand how it works, is that we working for Neil Scanlon ran the creature effects department, and he was responsible for all the animatronics and for droids and creatures and their design as well. So in his department, he had the concept team, which was me, and there was Luke Fisher, there was Ivan Manzella, and Martin Rezard. And the four of us would basically sit there and create most of the aliens and droids that you see in the film. There were a few that came out to a few that came from other sources. But yeah, and we all got to sort of pitch in on those things. So he said, everyone would be given this sort of, hey, we've got a character who needs doing Porgs or K2SO or whatever, and we'd all sit there and we'd all come up with a load of ideas. And then if the director would latch on to a certain thing, then the person that was kind of closest to it would take that. If it was strongly their design, they would take it and they would see it through. Everyone else would sort of fall back and turn to something else. So, like for instance, with K2SO, we all started off doing K2SO, and by the end of it, actually, Luke Fisher, his sort of designs were the ones which Gareth was sort of like most. So, any input I had was early on K2SO.
Right. So, well, a BB-8 actually would be a good example as well, wouldn't it, Jake? Because a lot of people would have seen the J.J. Abrams sketch. Which is the original idea. Apparently, that's where it all started. But could you share with us the route that took? And you weren't the only person involved, obviously, but you were heavily involved with the development of BB-8, of course.
Yeah, I think BB-8. It was a post-it note. I think it was a little yellow post-it note. And JJ drew he wanted a ball and it had a hemisphere on top. He set exactly that silhouette in place. And then Lucasfilm, as senior art director, Christian Oltzman at Lucasfilm, who he also did Baby Yoda, so he's we'll know him from there. He did a whole lot of sketches. If you look at these sketches for BB-8, you'd know, you'd said, who's that? You'd go, that's BB-8, because he's got a ball and he's got a hemisphere for a head, and he's got a lot of orange, he's got a lot of white. But JJ, when it got to JJ and to us at that point, and Neil to taking this on, it was like, it's still not quite right. Could you I think he asked Neil and me, he asked me basically, could we bring something to it and see what we could add? So I then added various details that went towards what BB-8 is. It's an interesting process because you work with, it's not just me sitting. I did sit there and draw cool things. Yeah, it needs a bit of R2D2 this, and it needs a bit of asymmetric, positioning on the eyes. But then there's a lot of working with a team, I think. Neil has a lot of input, obviously, and Josh Lee, who is also he led the animatronics on the design for BB-8. he had a lot of input, and Brian Herring and Dave Chapman, who were puppeteers, equally had a lot of input. And together, as you were sort of, we made little mock-ups that Brian could push around. Like, they were a simple ball with a little head, and they were tiny. And we could push them out and draw on them and get an idea. And I think one of the things we realized was that, Josh had created this, the way BB-8 was going to work was essentially it's a ball on a stick. And it's like, effectively, it's a wheel. It just rolls in one direction. It has that. But it wants to look omnidirectional, which is partly where the graphics that we chose to put on there come in, and partly Brian's technique of puppeteering. So Brian adds a bit of wobble to it, okay, which gives it that sort of loop. And then the way we positioned the pattern on it was off kilter. So where the axle goes through, just is sort of fairly random. We've got these 6 circles, if you like. They're just sort of offset to that axle, so that as it rolls along, they're all sort of spinning wildly and diagonally. So combined with Brian's movement and combined with the positioning of those circles, you get this sort of omnidirectional movement, and that was the result of quite a lot of toing and froing. Josh's input and Neil and Brian were all sort of trying different speeds, and I tried different sizes. If you got too small, it just became blurry, so it had to be a certain size. So it was an interesting sort of development, trying to find the basic structure of those patterns. And once we got those, then I just filled them in. It was like, okay, we'll do that crazy. That was sort of just me making it up. But even those patterns were again driven slightly by Josh. Josh had to make this thing physically go together. He had to take it apart. He had to be able to get in and have an access point to the change the battery or whatever it was and repair it. So again, there were decisions made along the way that drove the external design. It wasn't purely just made up for aesthetics. It had a functional purpose, even down to how the puppet would operate. And again, even sort of details around perhaps how the neck and the collar, that's all sort of in liaison with Josh. He's got tolerances to meet. He's got to go to certain points. You've got to have a certain amount of gap. So function drives the form, I guess.
You're kind of like the forgotten hero, because you see the concept art on online and things like that, but when you're building, you don't go back to those fundamental images so much. So for instance, when I started building a BB-8 head and 3D printing it and stuff, I was looking at it one day and I was like, man, this really looks like R2. And if you look at how things are set up, and I found it really interesting with some of the movements and stuff on the actual dome itself, it really, really kind of, for me, certainly reflected kind of how R2 looks from a dome point of view. So it was interesting to see that you guys had really kind of looked at that, understood it, and adapted it into this crazy ball of magic. And again, the other thing I've noticed as well on your Instagram, and I've seen this quite frequently, there's stuff in The Mandalorian that is sort of based off your concept, right?
I think they've just taken. I think, as far as I know, they've just taken elements that we've not used. They haven't remade anything specifically. Are we talking droids, or are we talking background aliens?
Background aliens and things like that.
They're just. I think they've just reused old, existing costumes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I think
That's cool.
didn't they? They made the Weddle droid, and they made that R2 unit that was in episode 11 or 10 or something.
Yeah, the one with the AOT dome.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, it's interesting. You were saying about offsetting the panels, and when you see builders that just rush to build their BB-8s, the first thing some of them is plonks the head on, and they put it directly on one of the discs, so it's symmetrical, and it looks wrong And as soon as you point that out,
Yeah.
like, yeah, and some people can't write that. You know, it's maybe a mistake they've made in the build process, and like, yeah, I've got to build it again now because it looks so wrong. You know, and you know, you put your thought into that, and that is obviously a conscious decision. It's not just a happy accident. You know, you spent time, and like you just went through that was done on purpose.
Yeah.
Out of it, do you remember how long that took from start to sign off on BB-8? How long did you spend on that? Do you know?
Oh God,
There's a question.
I mean, it's sort of like
months and months.
We started shooting they took it to Abu Dhabi in around March, I think, and we probably I started in June. I started in June 2013. We probably started BB-8 in the summer of 2013. You know, like
10 months.
July, August, and probably 5 or 6 months to get it to where they had it on set.
Yeah. Well, I just remember witnessing one of the details was the eye, and I remember all the mock-ups you did, the different eye positions and the eye styles, even down to stuff like that. That I remember that being quite a lengthy process. That getting on, getting that happy, getting that right.
And that's the thing with the big character, like and anything that's a main character, in BB-8, you end up doing a lot of versions and options and tweaking, and it really matters, to everyone. Directors, less so, say, with random background alien, where we get much more carte blanche. Like say the track droid, the ALT droid, that's just a droid in the background. So no one really had any input higher than Neil and me. I don't think the director really would have. It's just another droid, and it's cool.
But no, BB-8 was a key character, of course.
Yeah, and they really do need a lot of, a lot of options. Again, I think there are photos you can see. There were some photos of Claude. Remember in one of the magazines, Vanity Fair or something like that last year. And you can see in the background there's a big display. It's part of the big show. The show and tell.
Yeah.
So we were in FG8 stage or wherever, and they had Claude, and then we had on the back we had all those easels with all the sort of artwork on for JJ to look at. And if you look in one of those photos, you can see like just dozens and dozens of Dio. Pictures of Dio with different eyes. I mean, you can't tell what they are all, the details, but they are wheel trim options for JJ to approve. I mean, it's so anal. With Dio, I remember doing options on the tread, like his tire tread. Dozens of those. Options on, there's some little moldings that go around between the tire tread and the main hub, there's a ring. Right? That, again, did dozens of options on the pattern that goes around that ring. So they really do care when it comes to
absolutely.
Amazing. Well, interestingly enough, I've seen some builders more recently looking at concept art and adapting 3D printing to your concept art, which. Yeah, and there's people whirring away in the background, looking at different things. And I'll bring up an image very, very quickly of I'm guessing an early sort of Dio.
80s Dio.
I love this. It reminds me of like the Navi computer, in an X-wing. That for me is an incredible piece of artwork. Almost kind of, you are essentially like the Ralph McQuarrie of modern times, right? Modern Star Wars franchise, I guess.
Thank you.
It's incredible, absolutely incredible. And again, people miss that kind of concept art. They miss, their character would be in it for 2 seconds. I saw it on set. Something would be there, then it's gone, and you can see it in the visual dictionary, of course, but. How that got to be made into a thing. Lee, a good example is that little blue droid, the little track thing, the tiny thing. The most I saw it was when it was being photographed. That's it.
Yeah. That's right. A good time to bring it up, actually, Sam, is the agricultural droid, which I think you've got an image of there.
Yes, I do. Where are we? Here we go. There he is.
Oh, this. Somebody sent me a pic. I saw somebody made a model of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like building a figure. You know,
That's
you
right.
get figures.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a pic. I haven't replied to it.
Yeah. And I believe that someone's looking to make it into a costume as well.
Well, that's.
I think
Yeah,
because it never made it. It never made it into the film, did it, Jake?
No, it was an idea. That was an idea. A costume concept which I kept trying to insert, and we did. You know, I think that was done for Rogue One. It was going to be, in that world where Jin grows up. And I just had this idea where it was like, wouldn't it be really cool if we get a performer to walk backwards, right? So whoever's going to perform, if one of you guys is going to build this as a costume, you've got to walk backwards because that's how you get the bent knees. And then you've got that giant water butt on the back. That's where your head goes. You're hiding in a sort of, I don't know, it's like a double-skinned liquid. So you'd have like a barrel with a double skin that had some liquid in it. It's pretty opaque, so you couldn't see the performer. But it gave the sense of liquid without it being, a ton of weight, because it's like that size of liquid would weigh a ton. And then the performer's head and shoulders fit into that barrel. It's all about what I really love is hiding performers. I just think it's the most exciting thing ever. Trying to hide a person inside a costume, and you look at it, you think, I don't know how they've done that. Where are they? I don't know. I
love that about your concept stuff, Jake, because you're very helpful to us builders as well. When we're working at Pinewood, you kind of do sketch in where the performer would hide, which is always very considerate to do that.
And then in reality, it's far more difficult.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is sometimes very difficult to translate.
It's like that green droid, that the crab droid.
Yes. Yeah, we could bring that up actually. Yeah.
That one, which again, now that's drawn based where that had Tom and Derek in it, who were in the Lugger Beat. And the original drawing, this is a much later on drawing, but the original drawing, there's no way that one. There's no way they just couldn't do that. It looks doable in that picture, but in reality, it was just impossible. I don't know. So we changed it. In their position later had their legs far more bent and splayed. Oh my God, it was still hard work. I mean, it was in an ideal world, it looked great on paper, but in reality, it was really.
But Jake, that was one of the ones we made, wasn't it? That did actually come to fruition, and it wasn't far off what you drew there with their layout.
No,
but they were bent over a lot of the time.
Yeah,
and I don't know. I'm sure you know that, but for fun, they kept a tally of how many takes they did in that droid. And they had a marker pen.
No, I didn't know that.
And they did a tally of.
Did they?
Okay. I remember them getting over 250 takes in that droid, and you see it for about a whole 2 seconds solo.
Yeah.
And I remember we had it on set once on the Kessel Mines, and without telling them, a stuntman decided he was going to vault over them, and sure enough, vaulted over the crab droid, which I'm sure looks fantastic. But it destroyed the droid and frightened the life out of Tom and Derek.
Yeah.
So we then missed a few takes because we were then had it down one of the mine tunnels. We were repairing it. We were cable tying it and gaffer taping it back together. After the stuntman kindly jumped over it. So
I do like that. Quite pleased with that one.
It's a great design. Sam, you've got some of the concept droids, I think, as well to show.
I have indeed. What would you like me to bring up?
There's quite a few droids that don't make it on screen, unfortunately. Not the Dios, Sam. No.
Hang on then. What have we got? I've got a giant orange droid.
Oh, we can talk about that one. Yeah, we can talk about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that one, Jake? That's an impressive one.
That was, yes, and it looked. I think it was even bigger than that in reality, wasn't it? Rise of Skywalker, that was. I don't know. We just come up with sort of what would be cool. Really, it's just one of these ideas where you just we have a lot of free reign as well, you know, to just come up with cool Star Wars type things that could go in the background, and we put them on the wall. And the director, JJ in this case, that one would be great to have in, you know, the back of the desert planet, the name I've forgotten. And it was, and a guy called Bendy we built a full scale bottom section in this. So it was from the sort of legs down. He built 6 legs and an undercarriage, and he built half of the neck, which was joined onto it. And then the rest of it was created in CG by ILM. And you can see this bit when the gang, Ray and everyone else, run towards one of the speeders just before when they leave the village, the Aki festival, and they escape, and then they're chased by the troopers on those bikes. And it was quite cool. I don't know what it does. Sucks up sand and spits it out and mines stuff, or who knows, whatever.
So what about BU4D?
Yeah, he was in the back. He was in Force Awakens, and I think he was in Last Jedi as well. You saw him briefly in Last Jedi, I think, but he was Rebel Base in Force Awakens, mooching about in the background. Again, that was, I don't know, the idea was there that I wanted him to sort of shuffle. So he had these sort of like two, I didn't quite happen. I just stayed pretty static in the end. But it was like, God, the effort required to move those like that was quite hard.
I think it became a tricky one to perform, but that's actually at Galaxy's Edge. They replicated that, and it's on display at Galaxy's Edge. Yeah, it's one of the many droids as you walk around the park.
I think there's a toy out as well now, isn't there?
And there's a toy. A toy just came out a few days ago in a multi.
I'd like a toy. He says.
We'll try and get you one, John. We'll try and get you one.
I know where I am. I was more like talking to the god.
You saying that, Jake, I was going to mention that later on actually, but how cool is it? The stuff you designed, you know, not only is it in a Star Wars film, but it then comes out as a toy or as a Lego toy, you know, and stuff like that. How cool is that? How does that feel?
Cooler. I've been asked this question before, and I think it gets cooler the further you progress away from the film. In that, when we do the films, obviously that is amazing. You know, it's like that, but you kind of know that that's not a surprise. It's that was what you signed up for, and it's still cool. It's still very cool to sit in the cinema and look on screen and go, blimey, there it is. But then what's kind of cooler is when you do get a toy, right? And that is like, wow, somebody else has kind of had to sort of re-sculpt it or redraw it or repaint it. And then this is where it gets cooler. Is that it gets cooler when you then see, I don't know, like you're walking along the street and you see a kid wearing a BB-8 t-shirt, say.
Of course.
And that kid is that kid loves that character, right? So it's gone beyond this. It's now become this sort of object of this kid's sort of, you know, they really love it. And then it still gets cooler. Like when you see, I think when you see people who do cosplay, right, or like R2, like BB-8 Builders Club, you know, people who make the damn things and put time and effort and investment of love into these things. That is even cool. That's like where it gets the most cool. Or when I get people that have written me, you know, kids have written me letters, and I get a bit of fan mail, and I've had people draw me a picture. And it's like, wow, you're like a little kid, and you've drawn a picture of a porg, and you love porgs or whatever, and they've drawn it. That's where it gets the coolest, because then they're doing the thing that I was doing when I was a kid, which was drawing, you know, spaceships and Star Wars influenced stuff. And it's kind of full circle, I suppose. So that's the coolest bit. You see the influence it had on kids.
Oh, Jake, so you froze a little bit there, Jake. It's all right, we did get that. That's cool. Yeah, I've never taken it to that level, to that step. I've never thought of it that way. You know, I've seen, like when I've been at an airport or something, and you see the kids with their BB-8 suitcase, and I think, oh, look, little do they know, you know, they're near people that have worked on Star Wars, and we've had this cool job. Oh, there it is. There
you go. There he is.
Hey, look, it's that old original R1 unit.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well spotted.
So this is part of a droid pack at Galaxy's Edge, which is a 5-piece droid pack. Which, you know, again, it's, you know, it's awesome. It must be, you know, it's pretty, you know,
close.
Pretty close, isn't it? Pretty close. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
The patterns, but hey, they're all different patterns. He might not be. He's been repainted, or it's a different model, but the same brand, whatever. They could all have different paint jobs.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jake touched on it earlier on, and if you could talk a bit more about Dio, which is, you know, one of your most recent creations on the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, Dio.
Another cool droid. You know, it's you had the responsibility again. Were you the only person involved in that most of the time, or was that one that was pitched to all of you?
It was pitched to all of us. So I think, again, if you look in the Art of book, you'll certainly see. I know Luke Fisher's got some work in there. Maybe a couple of the other guys. For a long time, it was Luke and I were both doing a lot of work on it. It had sort of got down to two of us doing it, and I think JJ was like, "Oh, I quite like this bit that Luke's doing, and I quite like this bit that Jake's doing." Again, as a team effort, you've got. I can't remember now where the single wheel came from. I know that Josh and Matt had created. Matt Denton had created a little mock-up that did have this one wheel. It was certainly a conversation that was happening. And then they made this mock-up, which kind of worked on a stick, again, similar to BB-8. And that really sold JJ. So he was very sold on this sort of scale of it was always going to be small, but seeing this little prototype, that it would have one wheel. So we were very locked into this one wheel design quite, from a certain point, at which time Luke and I were both developing the overall look. So Luke and I were both doing lots of things that had one wheel and different heads. And then that sketch, there is a sketch, that one, which you can sort of see. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking, top right. There is something which essentially is Dio. It's got a circle. I don't know really whether it's a wheel or a body. I don't think I was thinking about it at the time. But JJ loved that little head that appears in the top right of these pictures. And one of the, I suppose, the early briefs, we get very kind of minimal briefs, quite abstract. I think JJ wanted, he was describing Dio as being, he's broken. He wasn't working, and he was going to get mended by BB-8. And he comes back to life. And like a duck, this is JJ's kind of saying, like a little baby duckling hatching out of an egg, would latch on to the first thing it sees as the mother figure or parent figure. So ducklings were being bandied about as a thing, which is why on that sheet, the duckling, and there are various shapes which I'm riffing off ducklings, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a starting point, even though I know we're not going to do a literal duckling droid. That would be not right. But, it's a starting point. Let's find some ideas. One of those ideas, I suppose, is the shape of the head. I distilled the duckling's beak and head, big head, small beak, into a cone. So it's a distillation of an overall shape. So I suppose the cone shape is some sort of distant nod back to the shape of a bird. It has a bird-like feel to it. That's probably where the cone comes from. And then JJ loved the cone. Whether he kind of saw that bird-like thing, I don't know. But he loved the cone. He loved the asymmetric amount of eyes. A lot of the time in the early drawings, you've got 5 stripes. And then we just played around with that on the ball. And even then, I thousands of different eye variations. Some of them like those slits, some of them totally different, like little dots, and just played. Really, just keep on trying to find. A lot of the time, we kind of try to find answers by trying things which you almost think they're not going to work. But at least everyone's seen the options that aren't going to work, and they're quite happy then to sort of go back to the start. We do go back to where we were quite a lot, and you sort of think, oh, crikey, we should have just done this months ago.
Here we go again.
But it does answer questions. It set you know then you've gone down every avenue. They're not right. Even if that old idea was right, it's right. You know damn well it's right. You've tried all the other ideas. So yeah, and then it's got just into details of colour and grill. Yeah, there's options on his little nose. There's options on his just every detail. And again, going back to Josh's input. I mean, Josh, again, designing this thing every step of the way. I was working, with Josh to sort of just, Josh would lead something. So he had to have this 2-rod action to sort of control. Go up the side. He's got 2 rods. One of them is a sort of push and pull. That has to be there. That's what it does. And the scale of the thing, it looks quite cool. I mean, maybe we could have hidden it inside a sleeve or something, but we quite liked. I think JJ quite liked that sort of rough and ready feel.
Yeah, I think
he's got exposed cables, which are deliberate. They're meant to be there. Whether he came out of the factory with exposed cables, I'm not sure. But they wanted that sort of mended, he's been around a very long time feel. And anyway, so Josh's sort of limitations on his mechanical limitations will drive certain design features, I guess. Still, even in every step of the way,
right.
we check.
Yeah.
Is it going to fit? Can he still do this?
So, Jake, what I'll do is I'll just show you. This is a picture from Galaxy's Edge. There's the that's the real deal. And I do have a question as well. What's your visibility like for droid builders? Do you see the fact that people are putting this stuff out within about 2 days of it being released? And do you have any visibility to people kind of building stuff?
Sorry, no, I don't give you any thought. I don't give you any. No, I don't. But I'm blown away. Honestly, like. Dio came out on stage on that first. It was that celebration, wasn't it? And Dio, hey, here's Dio, and he scoots out. I still don't quite know how Josh built that. I mean, that's just insane. The free roaming. I think I'd left by that time, and how that thing turns is a mystery. But still, I saw that, and then within days, people were making this thing. And I'm thinking, what, you're extracting all the information from like one photo of Vanity Fair and one like video of him rolling across the thing. No, I couldn't believe that you could already start doing it. And it was brilliant. It was spot on.
Yeah,
the technical work is incredible. I'm just always impressed. I'm just impressed by everything you guys do, whether it's BB-8, all of it. It's just like I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it was funny at the time in the workshop when Oliver and I were the new boys in the workshop, and we saw BB-8 being developed, and we were like, "There's going to be a builders club for this droid," and they're like, "No." I said, "There will be people replicating this droid." Really? And sure enough, they were on it, and like we say, very, very quick with it.
Yeah,
well,
fantastic.
I don't think we'll keep you any longer, Jake. I think thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Before I go, you said, I know last time I did you a little picture. Are you doing another thing, aren't you? Another
this is part of a live marathon session again. Not as long as last time. It's going to be a 5-hour show, but raising money for Calm again. So yeah.
You want another picture?
Of course. Yes. That's very kind of you. Yeah.
No, it's a pleasure. No, I'd love to. It's good to be able to help you out with that thing. So, if you're going to do another one, then easily do another one. And I'll do, I don't know, BB-8 again sort of thing.
Why not? Yeah, that'd be lovely. That'd be amazing. Yes, please. And if you've got enough time to do it between now and the 6th of December.
Okay. Yes.
Then we
2 weeks. Just knock something
then
up.
we would cut to me and Sam in the studio going, and here it is.
Yeah. There we go. So hopefully by the time you're watching it, I will have already drawn it.
Sam, I've got a bit of a panic on here, mate. Before we go live, I've just got to do. I've lost the drawing, mate. But don't worry. Well, he sent it. I'm sure he sent it, but don't worry.
Jake Land's drawing.
Yeah, I have nailed it. There you go.
We're live.
Oh, we're live. So yeah, the drawing we've got. Any ideas, Sam? The drawing.
Yeah, just chill. I've got it here.
Oh, thank God for that.
I've got it here. This is awesome. Look, check it out.
That was a great interview. Thank you, Jake. And
yeah.
I could do with it here, Sam. Can you just
don't
give
worry.
it here?
Matt Denton strikes again, and I will just quickly thank Matt Denton again for his Matt Denton portal. What I'll do is I'll just pass that across to you now. Here we go.
Give it.
There we go. Oh, yeah, that's right. No, you, mate. Honestly, come on. You've.
Well, hopefully we've got someone that likes BB-8 and someone that likes Dio, maybe.
Seriously, Lee, this is not good. We're trying to do a live show here. This is amateur dramatics.
It's very, very much
Isn't
so.
it?
Very much so. Sam, do you want to tell us about the auction items?
Hang on then. Good God.
I'll tell you what.
Right.
While we're doing that, I have got one of the auction items here with me, so I am just going to take the headphones off, so I won't be able to hear you for a second. If you want to flash up the link, and I will just get something.
Oh, hang on. That's not it. Hang on a second. Sorry. Now I'm being amateur. Here we go. Sorry, that's just my private stuff. So we have got a BB-8 3D printed full-scale droid, which is a project pack, which was donated by John Gowan and Mark Lee, I believe. And we also have, which you're hopefully going to be unboxing now.
Sam, I've never done an unboxing before, and hopefully it's as exciting as the kids find it. I don't find unboxings very exciting, to be perfectly honest with you.
Let's have a quick look.
I don't know if it's going to be quick.
If you get yourself over to droidbuilders.uk/auction, you will be able to bid on these items. Here we go. What have you got?
Right. Well, I know I'm supposed to be wearing gloves here, so I'm not going to handle it too much. What is it up to, Sam? I didn't see on the auction. What are we up to, mate?
Well, I'll show you again. Here we go. At the moment, it's up to 300 quid.
Wow, that is
worth a hell of a lot more than that.
That is amazing. Yeah, Pedge tells me it's worth at least £500.
Yep.
He's lovingly made this, and I know that all the fittings are brass, and it's vacuum metalized by the same people that did some of the original 3PO costumes over here near me in Chertsey. It's got quite a weight to it as well, but I'm going to put my hand in the head so I'm not actually touching the vacuum metalized material. Oh my word. So that is amazing. This is where I break it. Please don't break it. Sorry guys, I'm nearly there. Here we go. Look at that. That is a thing of beauty. I've got one built myself here that I've done. Puts that into to shame, really. This is stunning, and it has got a battery connection as well, so the eyes light up, but I won't do that now. I don't want to be blowing anything up. But yeah, that's really cool. So thank you so much, Pedge. You know, the club have helped Pedge in the past, and this is a bit of payback from Pedge as well. He's kindly offered this, and phenomenal. So thank you, and please bid, guys. The auction closes, as you can see, in about 3 hours time during the show, so we'll have a bit of a fanfare towards the end, along with the BB-8. Which is a good project to start with if you're looking to build a BB-8. I think you only need the frame really to get a static BB-8 and a bit more paint. So that'd be a good job done.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, that's up to 132. Let's click the button and see what happens. Here we go.
Cool.
So
that's good.
So the dome.
Bid away, guys.
You've got the panels.
And all the money raised will be going to Calm. So I will transfer the funds personally, whatever's raised, over to Calm. And also we want to push the merchandise as well, Sam. So we've got a bit of merch, and I think we've got a VT actually to just display some of the raffle prizes as well. So if we can run the raffle VT, and we can see what prizes people are donating and have the opportunity to win. Cool. Good stuff. Brilliant.
We're back.
So there's some of the prizes.
We
There's some
are
other
back.
prizes as well that have appeared, which will be mentioned later on in the show. I am aware of another cool prize, which I'll mention later. And the merchandise as well. I did mention that briefly. droidbuilders.uk/merch. We've got some cool stuff, including calendars. I think there's only 10 left. And I haven't ordered mine yet. So...
Don't worry. I've got one for you.
Oh, come on. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're that prepared.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
It's in.
amazing.
That's it.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Wow, it's the future. The good thing about this as well, Sam, is that you never need to come round my house again. This is amazing. This is so good. You can just pass me anything.
Yeah.
It'll be brilliant. It'll be so good. And you don't break anything as well.
But the problem with that, of course, is that it is a one-way street, this thing. So I can put things to you, but you can't put them back. So, you know,
but...
and I can break things.
No.
I can break things.
No, I don't think you can.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Go on then.
Well, how about this then?
Jesus. Now that was clever.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it just?
Can we get the Taskmaster back and change the course a little bit? Please bring the Taskmaster
There
back.
he is.
I didn't think I want him back, but help, Giles.
Don't I get the intro then again?
Yeah. Oh, do you want a nice intro, Giles?
Oh,
we can certainly do that. Don't worry about that. Here we go.
Here he is.
It's pretty good.
Look at that.
Got the cards. I've got the cards. Okay, so
okay.
All right, you're listening carefully. First of all, pick up your tea bag. This was.
I did. I win.
Tea bag there. Okay, you've got to throw a tea bag into your mouth the quickest 5 times. Sam is first. Okay.
Yep.
Are you ready? Steady. Go.
Now, let's face it, this is an unfair advantage. He's not proving it, but he's got the biggest mouth, surely.
2, come on. 3, 4, 5. Fantastic. That's 5. You've done 5. Well done.
Jesus Christ. Right.
Like a baby bird.
Giles, I'm going to take my headphones off for this, okay?
Okay. 5 times into your mouth.
Here we
All right,
go,
here we go.
I hope it don't slip off his head.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Wow.
Nailed it.
That's it. 5 points to lead there. Well done. Fantastic. 5 points to lead. And I'm sorry, Sam, 0.
What do I win?
You better do better on the next one.
What do I win?
What? You find out at the
The
end.
honour. The honour.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
Okay.
Okay, so should we do some droid racing? Should we try this out?
Should we try it out?
Let's
okay.
try it. Let's do it.
Let me just get the screen up.
Any viewers online, this might crash the site, but we'll try it. So if anybody wants to go to racing.droidbuilders.uk and they can... Hang on a minute. How am I going to do this? Because I've got to exit full screen. Bear with me, everybody.
Looks like Lee's going to lose this one then.
I need to do this.
Never mind.
So I connect to server. Yes, that's how I do that. So we're connecting.
What number are you going on?
I don't know. It's trying to connect. Oh, here you go. Xmas 131. Is that us?
That sounds good to us.
Okay, I'm going Xmas 131.
I'm just going.
Here we go. Oh, Giles is here.
Oh my God, it's lag. I've got a lot of lag.
We're racing.
Giles ahead of me.
This is working. So,
oh my God.
how many laps are we doing, guys?
10.
10 laps?
I'm not sure if I can do one.
Jesus. So,
There's a lot of lag.
Just to let the viewers know, it's working quite nicely here, actually. So the broadcast should look okay. And because I'm got no lag,
I've just won, by the way. First lap, wide one.
Oh, okay. I'll try and
You can
catch you
cheat,
guys.
I'm
So
I'm in the forest. I'm in the bloody forest of Endor.
people can join in and play this throughout the day. And what we're actually doing is that anybody that logs into this and plays this course and does 10 laps, they will go into a draw. It's not the fastest time. It's not the fastest time. It's not the most laps. It's just as long as you do 10 laps, you'll go into a draw. The draw closes at midnight tonight. That's midnight tonight, UK time. And you will win.
Time.
And the person that's drawn out a random name, they will win a trophy. And I will show you after we've done this race.
I've given up. I've given up.
Go into trophy. Oh, come on, Sam.
Shutting it down. It's not fair. You've rigged it.
Okay.
Yeah, you've
So
rigged it.
I'm not going to get the honour of beating you, no? I'm just going to get up to... Okay.
It's beautifully. It's streaming beautifully on yours, but it's
Yeah.
It's proper
Okay.
laggy in mine, unfortunately.
Okay, so...
I'll concede in this case.
We'll bring you back onto the show. So yes, so everybody, racing.droidbuilders.uk, do 10 laps between now and midnight tonight UK time, and you'll just get put into the draw. Please do remember to put your email address in when you join the racing, because otherwise we can't contact you, and you will win the trophy, which is...
I'll just point out as well that it's interesting that Lee was that good at teabagging.
Ta-da! So a bit of a Christmassy look to it. There you go. It's got Giles laughing anyway.
He's not laughing at that.
So that's your prize, guys.
That's it. That's it. You've heard it here first. Lee Towersy, teabagger.
Oh, God. Yeah, didn't take long. Okay, so we're going to play another VT in a minute. We've got a really good sponsor again. They sponsor us every time, kindly, which is 3D Filaprint. I always buy my Filaprint from them, to be honest with you, my filament. 3D Filaprint have been a good supporter, and they've kindly donated 5 £50 vouchers, which we're spreading throughout the show. We've obviously got the Best Dressed Droid. What's the hashtag for the Best Dressed Droid, Giles? DBUK, dress your droid.
DBUK, dress your droid.
Excellent. So yeah, so that's one of the £50 vouchers, but now we're going to put another £50 voucher into the mix. So between now and the end of the Michael Badley talk, they will be into a draw to win the £50 3D Filaprint prize. So yeah, please donate your £10 and that will put you into the draw. Okay, so what's up next?
What is up next? Well, what's that noise?
It can only mean one thing. Oliver is down in the woods. Let's see what he got up to.
Oh, not again. He's been told he's a naughty boy, isn't he?
Today the teddy bears have their picnic. If you go out in the woods today, you'd better not go alone. It's lovely out in the woods today, but safer to stay at home. For every bear that ever there was will gather there for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic.
Black Park covers 500 acres of woodlands in South Buckinghamshire. It's a short drive from the M25 M40 junction, and because of its proximity to Pinewoods, multiple films have been filmed there, such as Star Wars, Atonement, Casino Royale, Goldfinger, Killing Eve, multiple others, multiple Potters, Captain America First Avenger. Also contains sort of Go Ape Adventure playgrounds, and here are some photos I took while I'm there. And now let's get to the important stuff of walking around it. So here I am at Black Park. Pinewood is somewhere just behind me. Lots of films are filmed here because of its location to Pinewood, and here I am with a Rise of Skywalker filming map I found on the internet. So I'm going to try and find the locations and post below where I found them and hopefully match some shots. And here is Black Park Lake, so let's go walking. So here we are at Black Park. Lake is just to the left past these trees. and then we have left and right. According to the map, we are going right. So at the start of Rise of Skywalker, Kylo Ren's killing loads of people, and it was filmed around here somewhere. So as you can see, there are lots of trees. I feel like I almost should have a lightsaber killing people, but my girlfriend probably won't appreciate that, and neither will whoever Pinewood Council are. So here we are. There are lots of trees in Black Park, hence a park bit. And it's also winter, whereas that film was filmed, I think, in summer or spring. So trees are different. So I'm trying to find exactly where the shots were filmed. This is where sort of Kylo approaches the lake, and there's a creature in the lake, and it's all sort of misty. I couldn't find any porgs, however, I've got the next best thing, seagulls. As I said earlier, lots of films are filmed at Black Park because of its location to Pinewood. And while it's not Star Wars, here's another one from the sort of Disney range. Captain America, First Avenger, when he's training, it was filmed in the open grass area of Black Park, as we can see behind me. Black Park has both deciduous and evergreen trees, and here I am in one of the evergreen areas. So in Killing Eve, this is where the location where Villanelle is with the 40-foot shipping container. It's behind me. I'm unable to pinpoint it fully, but where I am roughly standing is where the shot of Rey running across the ravine on a pole is filmed. And there's also two dogs having a fight just over there. So the ravine part was CG. Obviously, sort of Rey running across a pole was done somehow, and it doesn't really look like film, but it may not have been filmed here anyway. This is the next best thing to being at Pinewoods, looking at 40-foot shipping containers through a fence. So just behind me is the paddock tank of Pinewoods. This is where in Force Awakens the sort of Nuremberg rally type scene with all the stormtroopers is filmed. Also where the cut speeder bike chase in the snow was filmed. Also Maz's castle exterior, just in a paddock tank behind me. Behind me is Q Stage. This was one of the relatively new stages, I believe, when Force Awakens was filmed. Lee and myself were both based in a workshop just there, with a load of other guys, Jimmy, Josh, Lee, and everyone else. So not really much to see. It goes quite back, and it was where the Rey and Kylo Ren fight was filmed in the forest. It was all made on the soundstage. The X-Wings, some of that was in there, some of the Falcon shots. There were two main guides I used to find the filming locations, and here they are. One was from Twitter and one was from a website. They were quite good because I could use the latitude, longitude to find the rough locations, and then from trees and other bits I can find exactly where bits were filmed. One thing I couldn't find, or it was actually cordoned off, was near the car park where part of the sort of base was filmed. It would have been nicer to get close to this. Unfortunately, it was all cordoned off due to conservation efforts. The park itself is actually quite nice. It was £2.70 off peak for 2 hours, and I managed to sort of like find the locations, have a nice walk around, and get back to the car during that time period.
Thanks for that, Oliver. Good man. It's nice to get other builders involved with this show, and any input, you know, any additional videos like that is very useful. It's good to see, and Black Park is a great place to go and maybe print out the map and have a look like Oliver did.
Absolutely, yeah. Oliver Steeples, our roving reporter, hiding in a bush near you, hopefully soon. Anyway, Up next, and just before we come up next with Mr. Badley, if you go to droidbuilders.uk/raffle and donate £10 in this next VT, you could win a 3D Philippine £50 voucher. So donate £10 to the below raffle and you may win a £50 voucher. Now then, let's get on with Michael Badley's sexy new video. Here we go.
Hi guys, hello. Well, a short video really to talk through a build on some of the micro droids. After a rather rubbish year of 2020 with not being able to get out to cons, etc., what we have been doing is lots and lots of very busy work around 3D designing and printing, which is cool. And one of the very popular ones of 2020 from our group has been these little baby astromechs. We've done a good range of them, and as I think we've probably seen lots and lots of pictures of these things. What I'm going to do is a quick video today that just shows you how we put all of these together. I designed these originally for people who just wanted to build, start off small, involve family and children in building, and really just to start off and get your head around some of the basics. Really simple electronics. We've got a very simple battery, 5 volts or 6 volt battery, an RC receiver and transmitter, and pretty much apart from servos, that's it for the electronics. So they are, as I said, they're really simple. I'll just show you how they go together. So effectively, let me just grab one of these that's we've prepared already, and I'll just take you through how they build, and then I'll assemble it. So the basic model is this. You've got 2 servo drives at the bottom. You've got a tiny caster at the front. There's a gear on top to do the dome spin, and then you have the dome which fits on top, kind of like that. And that's really it. And then in the body cavity we have lots of space to put in the batteries and the controllers. So what we'll do is I'll show you how we build one. So the first part, I guess, is the body. The body is a single print. It prints this way up on the bed, no support as usual. And then within the body you've got a couple of things to assemble. There's some tiny 7mm or by 3mm bearings, so the 3mm in the middle and 7mm on the outside. Again, these are all in the instructions, but there's 3 of those that kind of stack on top of each other, and they literally just push into that hole which is part of the print. Then secondly, there's a bracket which is this kind of bracket here. That bolts in on the inside once you've fitted the servo. So the servo drops into I'll just show you where the servo fits. Just grab this servo out of the bag. The servo drops into the bracket, and then the bracket is held in place just with 4 screws. So the servo, literally the cable goes through the middle of it, and then it drops itself into there, kind of like that. And then what you end up with is the servo sat inside the bracket. So once you attach the servo, leave the actual cable loose. 4 M3 screws. These are self-tapping screws, so I've started to make the holes 2.8mm wide, which means that 3mm screws tap into these things and hold them really solid. And then in the end, at the top of that, you've just got a little gear where the servo horn glues into it, and that little gear just screws in on top like that. Really simple. And that's pretty much your body completed. Next thing to talk about is probably the legs. So in true Blue Peter fashion, we've got a couple that we prepared earlier. The legs are very simple prints, and there's 2 parts. I'll just grab the other part. So the prints are a single print for the leg, which prints in this up like that. Again, no supports. And the other side of the leg, which is the battery boxes. So the battery boxes, if I get the right one, the battery boxes fit over there like that. Now you can glue those together, or you can use little little pegs of filament to hold them together. And again, really simple. So that you print the leg out. There is again a servo bracket. So the servo fits into that bracket. So I'll just kind of show you how that goes. So it's literally just fits in like that and 2 screws. And then this bracket just slots in, and similar to what we did last time really, a couple of 3mm bolts, and it self-taps in there. And so I don't know if you can see, but what you've got is, there's a bit of paint on this one, but you've got a servo, you've got the wheel, which again, similar to that gear, the wheels print out like that. You have a single servo horn in the middle, and they just bolt onto that servo, and that servo drops into the wheel, and then you run the cable through there. So, and literally these can be printed in about probably 2 days, can be assembled in a weekend. Finishing them off, I've got to say, what I didn't do is just spray the whole things one colour, so whether that's white, black, whichever. And then the wondrous magic of acrylic paint markers. So what these are, acrylic paint, but in the format of a sort of a magic marker, so you can get some really fine detail without having to mask anything too crazily. So that's how we finish these off. So what you do is you effectively put your little servo in there, get your battery boxes fitted if you can get the right ones for the right legs, glue them together, same on the other leg, and what you end up with is 2 legs with your little wheels underneath. Now they're ready to fit in. Now to fit the legs, again, so everything's really simple, but it is really simple. I've got some of these. I've started to use these quite a lot actually with 3D printing, and they're tiny things. What these are is they are 3mm by 10mm grub screws or set screws, and what they do is, if you can see on there, they just fit into that top hole to give a little bit of orientation for the legs. So they're literally there as a sort of a bracket to keep it on place. So to fit the first leg, again you have to make sure you've got the right side. To fit the first leg is you then take your leg with your battery box hopefully glued on. I've found actually, to be honest, on some of mine I haven't bothered even gluing them on, because once they're screwed on together they're okay. The servo cable goes through that hole, and which drops into the body. The little peg that you previously put in there for orientation clicks on. At the back of the skirt there's actually a small indent. Don't know if you can see it on there. But there's a small indent where the battery box actually fits, so you can see where the battery box fits too. And then you take a single M3 bolt, and you literally just tighten that bolt up like this. And what all that does is, single bolt self-taps into the plastic, tightens up, and with that one bolt then the whole thing is quite solid. Even though I haven't glued that battery box side of the leg on, it stays on anyway. But as I said, if you're building these, I'd tend to glue them in. They're a little bit more secure. And then you repeat it on the other side as you would do with any astromech legs. So, alignment pin, take your assembled piece with your battery box, feed your cable through, make sure you get it at the right angle, push it in, get the battery box into that little indent, an M3 screw, and tighten up. All the parts, all the bill of materials for these are all on the instructions, so you know the size of screws and whatnot, but the length of them. So tighten that one up, and there you go. So then what you've got is you've got assembly of the body and the legs. The next thing we will look at is the centre leg. So this consists of a couple of parts, and I'll just take you through what those parts are. So what you've got is you've got the main shell for the centre leg, which you can see there, and you've got a little bit of an ankle. So the ankle obviously fits on top to create the whole shell like that, and then you've got this part here, which actually fits inside. So if you look at this, it's kind of like a little pyramid shape with the top cut off. It drops into there, and then what happens is this top piece screws on. The reason I did it in the reason I did it in all these parts is just to stop supports. So it's it's all supportless. We don't waste plastic, which we don't want to do because we don't like wasting plastic. and it all prints very, very nicely. So there's only one orientation it can go round to get it completely straight, which is that away. Once you've got it in the right orientation, push it together and then just tighten that screw up. And what that does then is it completes the assembly of the centre leg, which is again really simple. Tighten it up, self-tapping straight the way through until it tightens up. So there we go, we now have the centre leg. Now the centre leg, there's a little indent underneath the little micro or the baby droid, and the centre leg just pushes into that indent quite solidly. You can glue it, you can leave it, or you can put a single screw from the inside into that. It's up to you how you want to attach that. In this case, they do fit quite nice on friction alone, or you can put some two-part adhesive. Underneath here, we have where we want to assemble the little caster. The caster is a really simple assembly. It's quite small, and it consists of a single wheel in the middle, which is tiny, it's about that big, like that. A single wheel. Inside that wheel goes another one of those 7mm by 3mm bearings, so 3mm in the middle, 7mm on the outside. It just pushes in, and then you take a single 3mm by 10mm grub screw, the same ones that we use to align the legs, and you just put the grub screw through, and it self-taps into the plastic, which gives you a little wheel on a bearing. Then you take your second bearing here, and this whole caster pushes into that second bearing, and then finally this bearing just pushes into the leg, and that creates a tiny little caster to a fixed leg. And that is pretty much your body complete. As you said, it doesn't take long at all. On the inside, what you're left with then is 3 servo cables, which is a left and a right leg, and then a dome cable. So to connect those up, you take your receiver. You will need a RC unit that has tank mixing on it, and all you really do is take one channel, which is one leg onto channel 1. Again, just check on your pins, signal nearest the label. Your second one into channel 2, and then the dome you can put into channel 3 or channel 4, I always forget which one it is, so it's your left or right stick on the other side that actually spins it around. And that's your RC setup. The only other thing you need to do then is to take your battery, which obviously gives you your power, and you plug your battery into one of the power slots, making sure you've got the orientation correct. So I'll just turn the RC on, not tested this out, so, and there we go. We now have a working little R2 unit with all the controls reversed. The reason that all the controls are reversed is I've obviously got left and right legs in the wrong channels, so I'll just switch those around like that. Let's try and see if that works better. There we go, now he's spinning, and then if I do the other side, I think I've probably got his dome spinning round correctly. Now, as with all RC, you'll see there's a little bit of a creep on there, so if you want to, you can trim that out. So all RC units tend to have a trim, so you can start to trim how everything fits together. So that's pretty much it. Push the electrics into there, and then you've completed your build. The only other thing you then need is a rather magnificent dome to go on top that you've finished and painted. This one I've done is R5, so what I'm going to do is pop a little dome on top of there. I'll show you the dome just very shortly. And so as you can see, his dome now spins, and we have a little remote control RC unit. Very, very, very simple. I'll just quickly cover the domes just to show you how they build inside. Inside the dome we have a ring, we have a gear, and most importantly we have an M3 bolt that goes through and sticks out. It sticks out about 15mm, something like that. You can make it as long as you want, to be honest, because there's a straight hole that sits inside those 3 little bearings that we talked about in the middle there. So that literally just drops in. Now there's a couple of different types of domes depending on the one that you're building. So this one, which is a little R2 one, has got 3 bolts that hold this ring in. So what you've got to do is put this centre bolt in first. It just self-taps through, and then you have to attach the ring. So in this case, 3 bolts and it attaches. That's similar to all of the other ones. See if we can get this one off. There we go. Yeah, so similar, as you can see, to the R4 dome. Now the bigger domes, which is kind of the R5s, the BT1s, and those, they're a 2-part print, and what you do is you just glue this piece to this piece level. Be careful when you glue it to make sure you've got that screw in, because there's no way of getting that screw in other than drilling a hole in the top of your dome if you have already glued it and you've not put the bolt through. So that's simple, and then that just pops in on top. And then, there we go, you have a little tiny astromech. Quick build in 15 minutes. There we go. What I am doing at the moment, just a sneak preview of things that we've got coming up. I'm doing a small board which will hold a Arduino Nano HM10, which is a small Bluetooth module, and a DF Player Mini, which is a sound card. So it should a little one about that big that will fit hopefully inside these, so you can control these from a mobile phone as opposed to an RC unit. The reason I did that is people have been printing these out for little presents for people at Christmas and whatnot, so you don't necessarily want to go to the expense of a full RC unit to be able to do that when you can actually give them and they'll work off the Bluetooth on the phones. And that's pretty much it. So really simple, very basic remote control setup to create every conceivable type of astromech that you could imagine. I think we've pretty much done all of them apart from R8. The poor cousin, who I always leave behind because we with R8, I don't know, it just doesn't excite me as a build, so I've left him alone. But there we are, a little army of these things. I can't stop printing them because they're so cute, particularly like this one. Look at that. That's, I love the colours on that one, which is the R2 blue, and again painted with the little pens. Okay, so there we go. Armies and armies of baby astromechs or microdroids.
Wow, thank you, Michael. Armies and armies of baby droids, eh? Well, hopefully we'll get full-scale droids at events as well, but I'm sure there'll be a few of them shooting around. In
It's
addition
borderline
to
obsessive, isn't it?
Well, it is a little bit, yeah. But no, it's good. It's good. You know, it gives people a good opportunity to learn 3D printing and painting and what have you. So, which is cool. And news in as well. Michael Badley has kindly donated a couple of prizes. So he's donated a 3D printed Bluetooth controlled Minnie Mouse. Now I'm assuming that is not Minnie Mouse. I presume that is a small mouse droid. So we get one of them, which I haven't seen yet, but he's kindly done that. Plus, I've got here a mini chopper, Black Series. Is there such a thing? I don't know.
Oh.
Okay. So anyway, moving on. That's a couple more prizes. If you donate, that will put you into the draw to win some of those prizes. Please donate before 3 PM if you want to be in the chance to win a prize in the draw. This is difficult times. This broadcast is a bit different. Sam sadly can't be here. But thanks to a company, we have got some great camera kit which enabled us to broadcast this show today, which hopefully is going fairly smoothly. The thanks is to Dan and team at Holden. They have given us this kit so we can do this today and in the future. I know Sam does his streaming as well, so he will be using that kit. So thank you very much, guys. It's so greatly appreciated. It took some setting up, but we got there in the end, and hopefully people are watching this show and we are not talking to ourselves at the moment. So yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
So basically what happened with there, you know, we reached out to Holden, got hold of Dan. Dan are we cut straight onto the other V2?
No, you're good. No, you're right. No, keep talking. You're good, Sam. Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, okay, right. Fair enough. Okay, so I was just watching out the corner of my eye. We reached out to Dan, and Dan's a big Star Wars fan as it happens, and we're hoping to do some more with him in the near future. So thank you very much, guys. Yeah. Really appreciate that. And sorry I couldn't have been there to help you set it up last night, Lee.
Yes, that's okay, mate. It's all right. Luckily, I had the boys here to help me who are running the show for us now, so they're doing a great job. So far, so good. So we got there in the end. So I think we've got someone. We've got another segment we're going to do here now, Sam. I believe. Have we got some more Taskmaster?
We have. Ta-da!
Okay, welcome to the last Taskmaster then. So this is the main Taskmaster. You've got the next video to do this in. So you've got to recreate a diorama with recognisable Star Wars theme using things around you. You must, when the time is up, after the next video, be frozen in that image. So you've got to choose your image, use the stuff behind it. That's the instructions. That's what you've got to do.
Oh my goodness me. Recreate a diorama with recognisable Star Wars scene using things around you. You must. Time is up.
Wait, Lee, when's the last time you had a diorama?
Wow. I'm always having dioramas, mate.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's I can only read what it says on the screen, so that's what it is. You've got to use a diorama, create a diorama, be frozen in that image when we come back after the next video. Recreate it to a recognisable scene within the Star Wars universe, so you can do it from films or TV series or whatever. So anything you'd like to do. Okay, you've got the next video to do it.
Bring it on. That's fine. That's great. So what is the next video, Sam?
Well, the next video is Sammy Stormtrooper. We interviewed her earlier this month, and, you know, that's Run VT. Fantastic. Woohoo! We're going to bring in Sam now. Sammy Stormtrooper. There she is.
Hey, hi, Sam.
Hello. Hi, Sam. Hi, Lee.
How you doing, all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. We're nearly there. We're nearly out of this second
Topical
lockdown.
T-shirt.
I've got my Stormtrooper Christmas jumper on.
We won't ask Sam about his
t-shirt. I'm going to have to meet Towsy on the test. fully formed at work today. Yes.
Wow.
I'm going to need one of those, by the way.
Definitely. Well, we'll try and get you one sorted out for sure. Sam, great to have you on the show. Accolades
great to be here.
The first ever female Stormtrooper in Star Wars. You've been in Force Awakens as a Stormtrooper, Rogue One as a Stormtrooper, stroke Scarif Rebel, First Order Stormtrooper in The Last Jedi, Solo Star Wars Story. You're in the Myban. You're a Myban Trooper. Yeah, and Stormtrooper as well. Rise of Skywalker, Sith Trooper, and Rebel. Wow.
You know what? I don't know what. That's probably my IMDb, or something, Wikipedia. But actually, I've played 15 different characters in Star Wars.
Have you really? Wow. Can you name them all?
I will try. It might even be 16, but I'm not sure. Okay. So, Force Awakens, I was First Order Trooper and the Communications Officer, First Order Communications Officer. That was my first ever role. So I am on the bridge wearing a headset looking like this. That was 2. Then Rogue One, that's Scarif Rebel. I think that they're referring to the Gillette advert because I've done 3 Star Wars adverts.
Yeah.
So I haven't counted those in the 15, but just in the film, I was in Rogue One. I was a Stormtrooper, and I was the Hammerhead Corvette pilot on the right that does that.
Oh,
so I
cool.
saved everyone's life, even though they then died. But and I really need to write these down because I forget. Rogue One. I think that was those 2. Oh no, sorry. I was Saw Gerrera's right-hand woman. So I was basically Forrest Whitaker's, I used to stand next to him looking hard. And in the scene with Bodhi Rook, when he gets captured and taken to see Saw, you can see my shadow behind him. Unfortunately, they cut me out of the scene. But on the DVD and Blu-ray documentary, I'm standing there with the gun guarding the cave. So that's 3. I think that's it for Rogue One. And then First Order in... So where are we up to now, Lee? Are you counting? We lost count.
Yeah, I'm counting. I'm up to 5.
So that's 5, right? And then Last Jedi, First Order, Solo, Minban Trooper, Imperial Trooper. I was partisan in the final scene with standing behind Lando Calrissian when he loses the Millennium Falcon. I'm standing behind him. I think that's that. And then we get to yeah, that's right. And then Rise of Skywalker, I was drumroll, First Order Trooper, Sith Trooper, Ali Santa, my X-Wing pilot. I was a partisan in the scene with the flashback of Rey's mum and dad on the Emperor Palpatine's planet with the hoods. Those people, I was one of those. It's gone from my brain. Where are we at?
Praetorian Guard?
Sorry?
Not Praetorian Guard. Oh no, they weren't in.
No, it's called something else. And I can't remember it. Sorry?
I'm asking other
I'm not really a fan. I'm not really a fan of Star Wars. I don't know anything about it.
There are 2 more, but I can't remember them because my mind's gone completely blank.
Well, Sam, you can let us know, and Sam Prentice will flash those images up as you're saying them.
Yeah.
There's a bit more.
And what I will do very quickly is I did find this image. There you are in the background there.
There I am. That's proof. That is proof.
Yeah.
I wasn't lying.
And then we've got this image here.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love that character.
Then we've got this one here.
Oh my god. I love how that picture makes me look. This whole film's about me.
It's very cool. And then I found this, I think, on your Instagram.
That's me on the left there with a big gun.
Oh, that's you, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
so that was Force Awakens, was it?
No, that's the Rise of Skywalker.
No, that's Skywalker because it's the red one. Sorry, yeah, of course.
That was it. Come on, Lee, keep up.
I know.
That was a Cardington. That was
one
a
that's very
Cardington.
special.
The coldest I've ever been in my life.
One here, Sam. Here we go.
Ah.
Oh, look how tanned I am.
That was my first gig. That was my first gig.
I remember that. I was having a lot of fun that night.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, and we did. If you remember back, Lee, we did. I did that, and then we went on and we met, didn't we? And we did the midnight opening of somewhere like John Lewis or something like that.
John Lewis in Oxford Street.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then I was having even more of a good time.
You were.
But that was the first time that I'd met you, Sam, and you know, it was a blast from what I remember, which is funny because when I then saw you, I don't know why I thought I wrongly assumed that you would just remember me because we met that one time. So it was kind of weird, and I was like, "Oh, hi, Sam," you know, on set, and you're like, "Who?"
You know what? Do you know what? I have a really good memory, so I did remember you, but I couldn't figure out from where.
Yeah. It was good fun, though. It was good fun.
Amazing fun.
He's quite memorable with Sam, so yeah.
Well, it helps that we've got the same names.
Exactly.
Out of all those characters, Sam, which one was your favourite?
Oh, I get asked this a lot. I think I love playing stormtroopers because, you know, it's badass, and also, you know, the whole woman being a stormtrooper thing, it's amazing. Specifically though, my favourite character to play was Ali Santa. I loved everything, and I loved like that JJ and I, you know, got to know. That sounds wrong. He auditioned me for a line, and unfortunately got cut. But because of that, he knew who I was, and he wanted to do something else with me, and that's how we ended up doing the hugging scene, and in the around the Millennium Falcon. And he said to me when we were filming it, I was like, JJ, is that okay? It was insane because I'm an actress, and although I wasn't, you know, a cast member as such on that movie, I had auditioned for JJ, I'd done a line, and then I was being directed by JJ. And in that scene, he was literally just talking to me throughout the whole morning, and even bringing me over to the monitor and saying, like, this bit, can you do this? Can you do it? And I was like pinching myself, going, you are being directed by JJ Abrams. You know, he's up there, top 3 directors in the world. And so I was pinching myself, and he was like, I asked him, I said, was that okay, JJ? And he said, yeah. He goes, there's a whole storyline there. And that's what I love, because he made me feel like, all right, she was in the background, but she had a story and she had a life. And the person I was cuddling, I was about to go to battle, and I might never see them again. And he just made me feel like my character mattered. And so I have a really fond attachment and memories of that. So Ali Sam's my favourite. In terms of costume, though, the Minban Stormtrooper from Solo has a cape. And I mean, anything with a cape is just winning.
You know, Sam, what was the line you had to deliver for JJ?
Do you know what? I got asked this the other day, and I shouldn't really say what it is because, you know, but it was just, all it was so the whole scene got cut. It was a scene with Finn and Rey, so Daisy and John. And Finn has just got back from somewhere. I can't remember the logistics of the whole thing, but he just got back. I think it's at the beginning where he and Poe go off, don't they? And then they come back, and then they speak to them when they get back. And they have a really serious conversation. And then I just said, glad you made it back. And then he said, thanks. And then a name, which I was given and then taken away because I was Ali Santos. So, but yeah.
I was there, actually, when you delivered that line. Yeah, I was there.
You were so happy for me. You were cheering me on.
I was watching. And same with, you know, it goes both ways, Sam, because when Lee made me get on the floor outside where the Falcon was to rock R2, do you remember that? Right.
Do you know what? I have such fond memories of that day because I was on set and all I kept hearing all day was JJ going, Sam, you can see you, Sam, you're like, Sam. And I'm honestly, every time I hear Sam, I'm like, what? Who? What? Me? Because when you're on set, you have to really be aware of being called or being given instructions all the time. So I'm on hyper alert. And every time I hear Sam, I'm looking because I think they're talking to me. And then I realise it's you. And then it makes me laugh because I know you. But also at the same time, I cannot tell you, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, how freaking proud I was of you. Because I've, you know, meeting you at that party with your droid and then seeing you on set, and every time you got to do something, we'd kind of cross, and I'd go, oh my God, and you'd go, oh my God, and we'd talk, and I was so proud of you, Sam, honestly. And I was
it was the funniest thing, Lee, because Sam literally, as a Rebel pilot, would walk from one point of the set to the other and then reset. And again. And I think I walked past you. I said, have you got to where you're going? Have you got in one of the X-Wings yet? What ship is yours? Where? And of course, they said, have you counted how many X-Wings? And I said, yeah, there's about 10. And a lot of them were cardboard cutouts. I had no idea. They just looked really realistic. I was like, oh, are they? I don't know. Or whatever. But yeah, did you actually get into a cockpit at any point?
No, that is one of my regrets from that. I did a bit of a photo shoot next to one with Jonathan, the lovely on-set photographer, and I did a really cool photo shoot because we had like effects, so there was smoke and everything, and I was holding my helmet, but I never got in one. And I remember once they were looking for someone to get in one, and I was like, and they picked my friend Liz, who's in my head and in hers, she's my mum in the movie because she looks like me. She's a bit older than me, and she was an X-Wing pilot. And so our story is that she is my mum and she trained me and blah, blah, blah. But she got to go in it. And she's this northern woman and she's hilarious. And I was like, oh, Lizzie's in X-Wing. Oh. So although I was a bit upset it wasn't me, I was happy that Lizzie got in there. But yeah, I really wanted to get in an X-Wing. What I really wanted to do was be in it and shoot a scene where, you know, when they go, red, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to do that but from the moment I put that costume on, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do the whole, it's like a generic Star Wars thing of the pilots with the helmet on, talking to each other, flying and shooting. That's what I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. But when Pablo wrote that lovely little backstory for me in the book and everything, I had like a nice little imaginary battle with. I knew I went and I thought.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, obviously we're on Droid Builders UK. This is the Christmas show, Sam. You got your Christmas top on. What is your favourite droid?
I love your droid, whose name is just the blue one.
Oh, what, Les?
Yes.
Yes.
I love Les. Sorry, that was, you'll have to cut that bit out. I love Les.
Well, you know, there's a picture of you with R2KT as well, isn't it? The pink droid.
This is what I was about to say, actually.
All right.
So basically, people think I'm a bit weird because there's a few Star Wars groups on Facebook that I'm a member of, and I've been a member of them since 2014. And I joined them because I was genuinely a fan and genuinely interested. And one of those is the UK Droid Builders group that I'm in. And I've been in it for years. And I'm genuinely interested in everything you guys post. And I love it when you guys are like, oh, who's got a spare one of these? And who's got a spare one of these? And then, so I actually love all of that. And I don't join these groups for any other reason, but genuinely because I'm interested. And so I love all of the different iterations of droids. And actually, when I've been at, I think my first sort of real event I went to was Celebration Europe in London. And I met, I think it was James Furtado.
Oh, yeah.
With one of his droids.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. And he gave me his card with the droids on it. And I was like, you guys build these? Like, and I'd never really thought about it before because obviously I know there were droids in the original films. And then you guys made them for a hobby. And then I guess when they started making the films again, they were like, hang on a minute, where are we going to get droids from? You know, they don't exist anymore. So I've been fascinated by all of that. But yeah, my favourite is Les, the blue one, and also R2KT because if people don't know about R2KT, she is the pink droid. And basically what happened was Albin Johnson, who is the founder of the 501st Legion, his daughter, Katie, unfortunately had cancer and she was, it was terminal. And her dying wish was that she could get a pink droid. A pink R2D2. And they made it and she got to see a pink droid and it was called R2KT for Katie. And it's just the most beautiful story. And there's now an R2KT Foundation and they raise lots of money. And what happened was that droid became so popular and so well loved, and they made a toy of it. I think it was Hasbro or Kenner. Someone issued a toy of it.
Yeah.
And then when they made Force Awakens, they actually put it in the film. Yeah. And so that's the story and everything about it. And each different chapters of the 501st have their own R2KT because obviously logistically you can't send this droid all around the world. And so the Spanish have an R2KT that goes to hospitals in Spain, and there's a French R2KT, and it's just beautiful. And when I met Albin at Orlando at the 501st Bash, and he inducted me as an honorary member into the 501st there and then on the spot, after that had all happened, he said to me, Sam, would you mind signing underneath the lid of R2KT? And I was already in tears because of being inducted, but that was just the most touching thing because I know how much that droid means to him in memory of his daughter. And so signing that was just an absolute honour. So yeah, she's my favourite.
That's good. And Sam, that would have been the one that was used in the film because Albin flew his R2KT to the UK that Oliver and I looked after during The Force Awakens. We shot on that droid and then it was flown back to America when we were finished with it. So we used the original R2KT in the film.
Oh my God, that means so much to me.
Yeah,
oh,
it's really good. So Lucasfilm were aware of that, and it was their idea, and it's brilliant. So
we've got the UK builders have now got a R2KT that's been built by Oliver Steeples and with parts donated as well. So the UK now has one, or will have one, certainly when we get out of lockdown and stuff.
Excellent. I look forward to meeting her.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So we've done the favourite droid, favourite director, like I need to ask.
Come on now. JJ.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And what's on all the films that you've worked on? It doesn't have to be Star Wars. What's the best film experience that you've had? What's it when you've come out of the film and you finish filming? Has there been a top one? Has there been the best one? Because certainly in lockdown, it's been interesting, Sam, because you've been Facebooking and tweeting and all that kind of stuff, saying that you're missing your Star Wars family, and I found that really intriguing because you're obviously immersed in it now and you understand it and see how passionate people are about things. So I just wondered.
Yeah. I was watching something the other day about a woman was describing how a film set is like, it's almost like Big Brother. Like you go into a house and you go and you're with each other and it's just that and it's just you until it's over and then you're like, oh, I missed that. And she was just talking about films in general and film sets in general. But I think anyone who's ever had the pleasure of working on a Star Wars film times that by 1,000,000%, because it is the most amazing. I can't even really. I try and put it into it. Everyone is so grateful to be there because we know that not only are we getting paid to be there, people would pay to be there, and people have. Like they did an auction for someone just to be in the background of a scene for Omaze, I think it was, and they got like $10,000. So just to be there, you're lucky and you're making history, and also it's just joyous and everyone walks around. Don't get me wrong, it's still work and we have bad days and things go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
But generally the atmosphere is always amazing and there's such a close bond between everyone. And you get all the different departments and everyone's so good at what they do, but there's such a cohesion because we're all working for the same thing and it's just amazing. And when you're in it for so long, I think I did 82 days on Rise of Skywalker. Wow. And for a background artist, that even heard of. I think to go to the wrap party, you had to have done 80 days, so I just made it. But once you've been in that bubble and then you come out of it, it's like a culture. You're like, whoa, there's life outside of these walls, there's news going on in the real world. Because also it's long hours and you don't know what's going on. It's just you live, eat, breathe, sleep Star Wars, and then when you come out of it, it's just like and you miss it so much. And I've got friends from since 2014. They are my family now because I've been to weddings of Star Wars people. I've been to birthday parties, and I really feel like they're family. And it's so hard in lockdown because usually we get to go to like conventions and things like that. So invariably you will see people from that world outside of it, and we haven't had any contact at all. And so it has been really, really hard. I think in terms of my favourite film, I always have like a sort of like a fond memory of Force Awakens because there was just this air of anticipation and that we all knew like how huge this was because it was the first film that they'd made for such a long time, and JJ was just beside himself. He was just because he's a fan and he's been a fan since he was a child. He put Star Wars posters in the back of Superbad on the wall and things like that because he loves Star Wars so much. And so he would literally. I remember when we was filming night scenes for Jakku, and that was my first ever time as a stormtrooper. And he would just come on the right and go, guys, look at the moon, and it was a full moon, and everyone was just looking up. Imagine 500 people at the back of Pinewood looking up at the moon, and it's dead silence. And JJ just goes, guys, we're making Star Wars. And there's an effing full moon, and literally like goosebumps. And you just know how much it meant to him. And you can't not be affected by that. And it affects everyone's work. It makes them work better, and it just makes everyone happy and grateful to be there, and you produce your best work. But yeah, that was like amazing, and I'll never ever forget that because that was my first time. But in terms of out of everything, I think Rise of Skywalker, because 82 days, and by that point I was so ingrained in the Star Wars family that I just felt literally part of the furniture. And then when JJ became to know who I was, because obviously although we worked together in 2014, he's not going to remember every single person that he meets. And so for us to form that sort of working relationship, it was just like icing on the cake, and everything that it was just amazing. Everything, like even working with you guys, Sam, I have such fond memories of that whole film. So I probably don't go more than a couple of days without wishing I was back on that set.
Yeah. It's a real tough one to adjust. And you know, when I came out of that, as I said to you, Lee, a few times, you know, it just feels like there's a piece of you that's, you know, you feel like you should really be there doing something, but it's a very, very difficult one to adjust to. And as Lee said to me before, you know, there are people that don't go back, you know, because they can't deal with that drop off. And you're in it, and again, you know, the scenes, the jungle scenes, and all the stuff we were in. You're in Star Wars, you know. There's the ship, there's this, there's that, there's the droids. You're doing everything. Yeah, there you are, and you know, move out of the way. Let the people let them tell the story. Right, they're over. Let's go and get some lunch. You know, whatever. And it's just an extension of reality, I guess, which I found. Very
I think that is our reality for that period of time. I kind of don't have another reality. I don't watch the news because I don't have time to watch the news, because I leave home at 4 a.m. and I get home at 10 p.m. So that is my reality. There's no other thing. And you start to question, you start to take it for granted, and you're like, actually, we don't have robots like going around in real life, you know. And there aren't, you know, people can't fly and things like that. You're like, oh, actually, you lose track, and it's quite sad actually when it's over.
You touched on it, Sam. They are long days, though, aren't they? As an SA, as a supporting actor, they are long days. Well, they're long days for all of us.
Long.
I know.
Yeah, definitely.
For people with costumes and stuff like that to deal with as well, and makeups and what have you, the hours is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I always say to people, like when they ask me questions about working on these films, and they're like, I'm like, don't get it twisted. Like, it's hard, especially being a stormtrooper. Toilet issues, like, especially as a woman, you can't sit down. So you know, it's like that. I'm never not going to do it.
The thing with the trenches as well, Sam, I remember it was the same set as the Minband set, and it was wet and muddy as well, wasn't it?
It was horrific. That was the Minband set, and it was like off to the side, and then was just. I've never seen so much mud in my life, and it was pitch black, and there were wires with squibs going off.
That's right. Yeah.
It was. Do you know what? I've said this to people, and I know it sounds like a cliche, but I actually think that's the closest you can get to a real war zone without being in a war zone.
Yeah.
Because it was really dangerous.
Yeah.
And there were massive bombs going off that were like bags of peat. And I remember Woody Harrelson making jokes about this goddamn peat, man, goddamn peat. Because I'd go home. Now, bear in mind, I've got a cat suit under my stormtrooper outfit. There was peat in places that I can't mention. And I don't know how it got in there. But it was just like so intense with these bombs going off and mud and like, you know, the squibs on the wires. And it was scary and it was dangerous, and we had some like people falling over. I don't think I fell over then. I'm kind of known for falling over, but yeah, it was really, really intense.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So, what's your favourite Star Wars toy then, or collectible that you've got?
Oh, do you know what? I've got so many. Most of them, I'm not going to say where they are because I might get lost. But I only really collect the things that speak to me or that are me, like stormtroopers. Obviously, I've got, I think, all of the Black Series modern ones, the 6-inch Black Series, and I've got the little 3.5 Kenners. I love those. and I've got some really random stuff. But I like this. I've just been sent this from the States. So I don't know if you know lovely Mark Daniel, the Disney presenter.
Yeah.
I saw this.
Mark.
I saw this, and he and his girlfriend had this, and I was like, oh my god! And they've so lovely, sent me this.
Oh, bless them.
This is a little baby Yoda in a Stormtrooper helmet. I mean, come on.
Amazing.
But
that's sweet.
I think award for most random.
Wow, look at that.
Holiday edition. Holiday edition. I mean, look at it. It's so bizarre.
Wow.
It's green for a start. I mean, Sith Troopers are red. It's just, oh my god, it matches my outfit and my lipstick.
So it does.
Yeah, I
That's
love that.
uncanny.
I love the quirky stuff. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the R2D2 sellotape dispenser where the sellotape comes out of his crotch.
No.
No, that's the 3PO one. That's C3PO.
Yes, that's it. That's what I meant. Yeah, and it's like a vintage, and they're worth loads of money. And I've seen one in the flesh because a friend of mine is a comic book owner and comic store owner, and he had one for sale. And they are the funniest thing. But so bad. I love the random things. I got with cereal as well, a little Stormtrooper helmet, and then you take the helmet off, and it's a cereal bowl, and there's a little spoon in the back of his head, and you can just pour the milk in the cereal, and you can eat. Very strange, but I love like quirky, weird things like that.
Cool.
Wow.
Cool. Brilliant. Brilliant. So Sam, tell me what's next in store for you? What's your, you know, I appreciate work's been difficult during lockdown and stuff.
Oh yeah, work's been like
you do modelling as well, don't you? You do various other jobs apart from supporting actress, should I say? Sorry, you do modelling as well.
Well, I used to. I'm retired now.
Right.
I like to say. I'm 41, believe it or not. So I kind of like. There's not that much. Well, you do get called for older models, but because I'm in a little grey area because I'm too old on paper to be a young model. But if I go for jobs for people in their 40s, they go to me, you don't look old enough. So I'm in the middle. But basically, I am a trained actress, and as I said, JJ auditioned 4 of us for that scene, and he chose me. And that was the kind of push that I needed to know, you know what, you're all right, you're good at this. And so, yeah, I'm just trying to get an agent and, go forwards and act, take the helmet off and speak.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's quite hard to, obviously, you can't book somebody blindly. And although I've got lots of footage of me, I haven't spoken in a Star Wars movie, so I can't really show them that and say, look, here's what I can do. And so what you should really do is get lots of, student films or short films and make a show reel and show that, and then you get, but I haven't got anything to show, and because of lockdown, I haven't been able to do anything to show. So I'm still working on that. There's still stuff I can do, and I've done some self-tapes, and I've applied for lots of castings. So I feel like I'm on the cusp. So keep the eyes peeled.
Cool, good stuff.
Well, Sam, you're incredibly positive to be around. It's quite. I was saying to Lee, we've got to get Sam on. We've got to interview her. We've got to talk about this. And you're certainly inspiring, and I think to other people as well.
Thank you.
Because, we didn't get to catch up with you in Chicago, which was a real shame. And I know you were there, and I think we just kept missing each other. But it would have been good to catch up with you.
That was just the most insane weekend of my life.
Yeah, it was good fun. That was.
It was insane.
Absolutely.
Like, changed my life.
Would you don the Stormtrooper costume again, Sam? Would you do it?
Oh, such a good question. Do you know what I said on Rise of Skywalker? I said I wasn't going to do it again because as much as I love it, it is background work and there's no credit, and I'm not getting any younger, and I'd like to have a child soon, and I don't think I can fit a baby in that costume. But I want to act. That's what my passion, and I'm good at it, and that's what I want to do. And so, I mean, if it's so hard because it's so hard to say no to. I know they're making the Obi-Wan series here soon, and the Cassian Andor series, and I don't know if I could say no, especially in light of what's happened this year. I mean, we haven't had any work. So any work is a blessing. So, I mean, I'm not going to rule it out. We'll see. But it's so hard to say no to.
Never say never.
Yeah.
Never say never.
And also, the beauty of it is, because there's a bit of a stigma attached to background work by serious actors. You shouldn't really be an extra if you're an actor. And people don't put it in their CV and things. Obviously, Star Wars, the only real extra work I've ever done is in Star Wars. And that was a purposeful decision. Sorry, but the words just got out of that. Deliberate decision on my part, because I knew the direction I wanted to go in. But the beauty of it is, even if I do get an agent and get a lead role in something, I can still secretly go and be a stormtrooper and no one would know because I've got a helmet.
Well, that's right. Daniel Craig was a stormtrooper, for God's sake.
Exactly.
So, you know,
exactly. I really want to be the Mandalorian, though. I met Doug Chang in... Sam, were you there in the shop, in the celebration shop? I can't remember. Anyway, I was in the celebration store in Chicago, and Doug Chang was next to me in the queue because I was in a VIP queue. And that's the first time I met Mark Daniel, and I got introduced to Doug and by Matt Booker. Hi, Matt. And Matt told Doug that I was the first trooper and that I'd been in all 5 films. And Doug just went, well, then we have to get you in The Mandalorian. And I literally nearly choked on nothing. Wow. And he's like, where are you based? And I was like, in the UK. And he's like, because, they film in LA. So never say never, I said I'd fly myself out there if I could be in The Mandalorian.
There you go.
I'd love to be in that. That would be so fun.
No, very quickly, from probably not to definitely Mandalorian. There you go.
But I don't have to be a stormtrooper. I can act.
No, fair point. Fair point. Yeah. Let's not typecast you, eh?
Although, I mean, I don't know if they'll be sick of the sight of me, 15 character alter again, and I'm in all these books, So it's like, yeah.
Why not? Brilliant.
The droid builders feel like that about Lee, I think. He's always got his credits up there. Oh, he's R2D2 now, is he? Oh, all right.
There he goes again. Oh, God. There he goes again.
That's because he's so good at his job. I like to think that's why they keep asking me as well,
Exactly.
Bless you, Sam. Exactly. Bless you.
Hard workers. Both of you are very hard workers. Not like me just getting his coffee.
I just think, do you know what it is? I thank you for saying that I'm a positive person. I try to be. I live. My mum raised me so well. She's an amazing woman, and I just try to be kind, treat people as I like to be treated, be positive, work hard. I moan because it's painful and whatever, but that people don't want to be around negative people. And if you turn up on time every day and work hard and are positive, I think you can get quite far in life. And I think
that's a long way.
I think if Lee was a droid builder who was just horrible, and just then he wouldn't have been us. I think your personality really does, especially on sort of film sets like Star Wars, where it is like a family. You'd stick out like a sore thumb, and you wouldn't be asked back the next day. So I just think, and I think that just goes for life in general. Just be nice.
Yep. Which is why I've not been asked back. Yes.
That's one way of Sam finding out. Anyway, Sammy, thank you for that.
Uh-oh.
Listen, it ain't over till it's over.
That's right.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right. That's right. When they've scraped the floor for somebody else, and it's to get a phone call. Come in a minute. No, fantastic. Hey, Sam, listen, thank you so much for coming on the show. We are raising money for Calm, the mental health charity. And
I know. I've seen your total as it stands at time of recording, and I just can't wait for it to go just over that £10,000 mark. So give as much as you can, guys, and everyone in the Droid Builder, UK Droid Builder. Well done on everything you do. Keep being awesome. I can see everything that you guys get up to, and I love all your little chats. So just keep being awesome, and let's raise lots and lots of money.
That's great.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. Good luck in all you do. I look forward to seeing you on the Star Wars set sometime soon. I bet you.
You never know.
All right. Take care, Sam.
Back to the studio.
Guys.
Bye for now.
May the force be with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. That was great.
Amazing. Sam is, you know, just such a wonderful person as well. So I'm really glad to have know her, and you know, wish her every success in the future with a hopeful film career.
Indeed.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
good
luck
stuff. Now, listen, Lee, I've got a couple of things going on here, which is an addition. Now, as you know, as we first reported on the on our Builders News, we all found out that Lawrence Bevan had quite a nasty motorcycle accident.
Yeah.
And one of my guests today is the remarkable Lawrence Bevan. Here he is.
Hey!
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Loz.
Hello, Loz.
Top man.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Lee.
How's the progress
How are
going,
you
dude?
both? Pardon?
How is the progress going?
Well, as you said, I had a very nasty accident. I just want to quickly explain what happened. We were on a biking weekend in the Peak District with some friends and family on our motorbikes. And as I was going around a left-hand bend, I suffered what is called a TIA, which is a minor stroke. That resulted in me losing control of the bike and basically hitting some trees. I smashed my left shoulder, which broke. I hit my kneecap on the windshield of the bike, and then a second tree I hit with my back, breaking 7 vertebrae and damaging my spleen. So they've took my spleen out. My knee is in a splint, and the tendons are all torn, so that will need surgery. There's a metal plate in my left shoulder, and that will also need surgery to repair the nerve because I can't lift it. And I spent 3 weeks in an induced coma at the Nottingham Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham before being moved to the QE and then finally home. So the accident was on the 25th of September, and I got home on the 27th of November, which I didn't think I would.
Wow.
In time for Christmas.
Brilliant.
I'm sorry if I get a bit emotional. I am
Mate,
very emotional at the moment.
It's great to see that you're home as well. You know, like you say, you know, we were very worried and we were kept up to date, thankfully, on social media. You know, one of the many good sides of social media, we could keep in touch and hear what was going on. And, you know, thank you to your wife for the updates, and thank God you're home, you know, and for Christmas and with those that are important to you. And, you know, good luck with the recovery, mate. It's good to see you.
I first want to thank everybody for their messages and kind messages of support, and thank you both for letting me do this. It's been a hard road to recovery, and I'm nowhere near there yet. I've also, as you can probably tell, lost quite a bit of weight. I've lost 3.5 stone, so I'm now just tottering around about 15 stone, which is not such a bad thing.
So is this from? Are you going to be instead of Darth Vader? Are we going to see you as 3PO next then, Loz?
No, I'm going to leave that to Pedge. I think he's got that stone.
And Lawrence, obviously with the operations you've had, are you now more machine than man?
Well, I'm apparently going to need a letter of authority to get through any scanners at airports.
Wow.
Because I'm full of metal. But they'll detect it, and then they'll be trying to do nasty searches on me.
Wow.
So,
wow. So if anybody wants anything smuggling, Loz is your man.
Yeah. Yeah, Lawrence, you know what? It is really good to see you. And, you know, everybody was really, really worried. And a lot of it didn't go on social media. We were talking, the Builders Committee were talking. You are an R2 builder. I know you've got your UKG family as well. But, you know, we were talking. We were worried about you. We were looking for information. And obviously your wife kept us, you know, massively informed on that. And, you know, I'm sure, as you would know, if there's anything that we could have done or you needed us to do, then we're obviously here for you. And that goes on from, you know, not just then, but also now and into the future as well. So if there's anything that you guys need, let us know and we'll sort it out for you.
That's really nice of you, and I do appreciate that. I cannot believe the level of support and kindness I've had from friends, a lot of whom I have to be honest, I don't really know. There's a lot of people who've contacted me from all over the world via
Really?
Facebook and so on, and you know, they might have just seen me on a board or so on, and same with Kath. The support that friends have shown her, visits from friends, socially distanced, of course. Because I don't have a spleen, my immune system is quite low, so I'm on penicillin for the rest of my life, and I do have to be careful, especially with COVID, about who comes in and who I see. But at the end of the day, guys, I'm getting stronger every day. I'm doing more every day. You see the stairs behind me. Well, I'm walking all the way up them several times a day to use the toilet. I'm sleeping in my own bed. I'm slowly getting my appetite back. For quite a while, because of the stroke, it's affecting my mouth a little bit, but it's affecting my taste buds. So things just don't taste as they did. And I look forward to having a beer. So my wife let me have a little bit of hobgoblin in a glass. Well, it tasted vile. Absolutely vile.
No.
Yeah, tasted. And wine. I mean, I've had a couple of sips of wine. It's like, oh my God. And it's because of the taste buds, which with any luck will come back. But the good news is they've said it's highly doubtful that I will have another stroke. The doctor for my shoulder believes that following the surgery, my nerve will be fully repaired and my shoulder will be back working. My cruciate ligament is going to need replacing in my right knee. I've had that already in my left knee, funnily enough, from another bike accident 30 years ago. I know what you're thinking, bikes and me perhaps don't mix, but I've thoroughly enjoyed my biking time. I've done some amazing things. I've achieved some amazing things. Qualified advanced rider, qualified blood bike rider, trained with the police over here. I've been to the Alps on a 12-day tour, and you know, there's so much more I was hoping to do. But I have now made the decision that I won't be doing any more biking. I will hopefully help other people, you know, help train people in the classroom, help out on my, you know, at events for my blood biking group and my advanced group. But as far as me riding a bike, I can't take the chance of even a minor spill. And it's...
Well, you certainly finished your biking years in style, Loz. Anyway, you certainly finished it in style, mate.
I don't want to put my family through anything like this again.
Good
And
man.
yeah, you're right, Lee. And my friends say, you know what? Loz don't do anything by halves. And,
well, thank you so much for coming on the show, Loz.
Yeah, we wish you well, Loz.
Thank you for letting me, and I really do appreciate your love and support. And you know, I hope to see you soon at an event.
Likewise,
and hopefully,
mate.
men will go ahead.
Yeah.
And with any luck, I'll be there, even just as a guest. You know,
Okay,
paying
mate.
guest, don't bother me. But hopefully, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, good
You
man.
will.
Take
You will
care,
indeed.
Take care, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Brilliant.
Can I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year?
And to you, mate, definitely.
Good lad.
Yeah. Take care, Loz.
Thanks, Loz. Bye for now. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Oh, what a cool guy.
There you go.
That is
There you go.
awesome.
And that's
what a lovely thing to show everybody as well. You know, Loz coming back on and talking to us. I did contact him earlier in the week, and you know, we try to get this done, and then with COVID and all the rest of it, it's you know, it's been a bit of a challenge. But Loz, top bloke.
Yeah.
You know, we've had some banter in the past and stuff, but he is an absolute diamond, And
it goes
of course,
to show
thanks
what
to
the-
Sam as well.
It goes to show what the Droid building community is about as well, Sam. You know, I know people have been a recipient of a lot of help and support, and we're all there for each other. You know, it's a great community, and you know, people like Loz. You know, you do at times like that, you do need the, you know, the friendship and lots of support and what have you. So it's good that we're all there for him as well. It's great. You're great.
Absolutely. Right. I've sort of lost my way now. What's up next, Taskmaster?
Let's get the Taskmaster back.
Let's do it. It's not getting old, is it? Not getting old.
I see a different picture
really
every
concerned
time as
about
well.
some
I see a different picture every time. Joel, I just saw Joel's on the beach. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah. There's actually, you know what? There's very few pictures of Giles on his Facebook profile. Very few. But
There's
here we go.
a reason for that. Because you can do it.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt there.
Keep away
No
from
doubt
you.
at all.
Fantastic. Right, okay. Fantastic seeing Loz again. That was amazing. Really, really. I cried with him. I really did. It was amazing to see him. So thanks for coming on, Loz. It was really lovely to see you. Anyway, Taskmaster, let's get back to the business that we're here in hand. Yep. You've got something to show me. So.
Oh.
Lee's got his little
I'd like to
chopper.
see your diorama. Let's have a look.
I'll have to take my headphones off. I'll go on Sam first. Go on. Sam first.
Okay. So it's over there.
Okay, let's go Sam
first. But this is where we are at. This is the Jabba the Hutt scene. And as you can see, you've got IG-11. You've got all those little piggy things. You've got 3PO. And you've got Han Solo in sponge, because I didn't have any carbonite. Jabba the Hutt. So that's my attempt at a diorama.
Wow. Okay, so I've gone for a bit more of the model making side approach. And I've got, this is Luke and R2 just about to go off to attack the Death Star in A New Hope. Oh, and they've fallen over. But I've made myself, there's a hangar with a bit of set deck, and I've got the pilots here, and obviously R2, and he's just fallen off. He just jumped off, but there we go. So there's my attempt.
Wow.
An X-Wing as sponsored by eBay.
So is it X-Wing made out of cardboard?
I'll have to put the headphones on because I can't hear the insults you're throwing at me, so I'm just going to put that away.
I think it's foam board. And from what I understood, in the background, I could hear his sons helping him.
There we go. Back in the room.
It looks really good, Lee. Looks really good.
Oh,
really
yeah,
good.
I bet you said that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did.
You did. Lee, just a couple of questions then. So you made the X-Wing out of cardboard, did you?
Yes, I did. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yep. And did you have any help at all?
No, I did it all on my own.
Liar.
No, I did. I did it all on my own. Joel may have got some Lego pieces for me, but I made the X-Wing. I cut up the polystyrene to make the hangar.
This is you all over, whether it's in the studio or on set. Sam, go and make me a cup of tea. Go and get the droids. Go and get where's the batteries? Off you go. You've got previous for this.
What? I'll take that as a compliment. Are you saying that it's so good you can't believe I did that on my own? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
yeah,
that's fine. I'll
say.
take that. I'll take that.
Okay. The task was to create a diorama of a known scene. And from the two scenes, obviously, Sam, great image. I think you've got a picture of your image you can shoot up, I think, can't you? Have you got that again?
I'll shoot it up again. There you go.
There you
go.
go.
I've got 3D printed parts. Got sponge. Then pig face things.
I don't see much making there, though, Sam.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Rancor in the box at the back, not even got out of the box. What's going on with that?
Well, it's in the box, and it's fresh in the box.
You can't take it out. Now, and Lee, obviously, with your time spent actually building that X-Wing, which I think is amazing, I think the points are going to go to you. So well done, Lee. I think it's fantastic. The effort he put into building the project too. I mean, Sam, you did yours in about 5 minutes, I think.
And you
well done, Lee. So at the moment, the scores are.
Go on.
To be fair.
To be fair, you did see me busy beavering away while the show was being broadcast, so I was, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I saw you doing that. So at the moment, the scores are Lee is at 10, Sam's at 0, unfortunately. However, Sam, I'm going to give you 2 extra points for the effort you put into making that diorama. So you're now at 2. So this is kind of the initial stages. We've got next year to do some more tasks. Whether we do them live, which will be fantastic once we start opening at events again, we will do them live. So don't worry about that. So
can I just say one thing? Can I please just say one thing? You know, I'm all about this. You know, we're doing live stuff. You know, and I was really wanting to get back to watching Sam talk about her experiences. So I was back at the computer screen watching Sam. You know, I don't want to spend too much time on it and not
Is
get
there any way of turning him off? How can I turn him off?
Sore loser. So he's
It's
got
all good.
control of this, unfortunately,
No, it's not
Giles.
sore. So I'm good.
Giles,
I'm good.
have you got the 3D filler print results from the draw earlier on, where people donated
do.
£10, and who won the £50 voucher? Here we go. Ah,
Okay, exactly.
here's a few
We're
names.
going to do a live spin.
Good stuff.
Yeah, there's a live spin on this. So let me get it
So
spinning. Here we go.
Glyn Turner's on there a few times, so I assume that means he spent £30. Thank you very much, Glyn.
Oh!
There you go.
Glyn Turner.
Glyn Turner.
Well done, sir. £50
Well done,
voucher, winging its way over to you. Good stuff. So we've got another VT coming up. This is quite a nice VT. This is with Mark Lee and Rob Howdle. Now, Rob Howdle's been very busy. He's been doing many things online with Facebook groups and the Droid Wiki and so on. So he'll be talking about that with Mark Lee. So please stay tuned for that coming up now.
when I first built R2, I never really thought about doing events, to be honest. I built it for the pure selfish reason that I just wanted an R2. But I did start doing events, and I'm really glad that I did. I've done Star Wars weekends, I've done Comic Cons, done cinema visit, Disney store, charity fundraisers, hospital visits. I've even done a wedding. Most are really good fun. Some are tough, like the hospital visits. But my experience so far is the ones that are the hardest and the toughest are definitely the most rewarding. My favourite event, I would say, was the Candlelighters Christmas, Children's Christmas Party. It was held at the Royal Armoury and Museum in Leeds. It's hosted every year for the families of children that are poorly or have been poorly, going through a tough time. The invites from the UKG to the club, and the joy, big kids, little kids, when they see, favourite characters from Star Wars and R2, and that's one of the best things, seeing their reaction at these events. I think that's definitely one of the things that I love seeing. But I think the most memorable one, the one that really sticks in my mind, was a special request to be there at the end of radiotherapy treatment for a brave little 4-year-old boy named Matthew. I was there with R2 along with the Robo pilot there waiting for Matthew as he came out of the treatment room with a little stormtrooper costume. I'll never forget the image I have in my mind watching Matthew hold on to R2's shoulder as we walked down the corridor to the area where you ring the bell. And having a young daughter myself at the time, I was only a few years older than Matthew. It was definitely one of the hardest things I've ever done, but at the same time it is special, to be able to give just a little bit of joy, a little bit of light and a really dark time to these people. It's something that I don't think I'll ever take for granted doing the events, and I think it's one of the reasons why I'll always continue to do events. I think it's something I never expected to get from it, from just having fun driving, a remote control, big remote control toy you like around, but it is good fun and it is rewarding. So anybody that's not done an event before, or got an R2 ready to go and MOT, then I would definitely, hopefully when things get back to normal, I'll definitely recommend getting out there. Hospital visits are very rewarding. Anything for charity always give you the feel good factor. Just go and have fun with it.
I do events, and I love taking R2 to events with me because not only do we raise loads of money for charity, I get to show off my R2D2 that I've built, and everybody who sees him thinks he's real, he's loved by everybody, and it's just a pleasure to take him out and see the countless smiles on people's faces when they see him. They think he's real, I'm trying to make him look like he's real, and yeah, I thoroughly enjoy taking him to any and every event. My most memorable event with my R2 was when we were on Saturday Night Takeaway with Ant and Dec earlier this year. It was one of the most proudest and unforgettable moments I've ever had with him. It was just brilliant. As you know, I still watch it on TV now, and it's great to see it. It was really quick, I know, but it was absolutely fantastic. And I hope to, when this pandemic is over, get R2D2 out there again and carry on raising more money for the charity.
Nice one. Thank you very much for putting that together, Mark. Mark has done a couple of videos. For those that are still awake, I did introduce the wrong video, so sorry about that. But yeah, the other video will be coming up very soon. We've got less than 5 minutes to go before the raffle closes, so please keep your donations coming in. Just have a quick run through what we've got. A signed photo, signed by Hassan Taj, ruined by me. Anthony Daniels hasn't signed it, but maybe if he's watching this, Anthony, I know you watch the other shows, so if you fancy signing that, we'd appreciate it. Of course, I have got the real Jake Lunt artwork here. So we have got that. So that's in the raffle. And as a little added bonus, you get to see you get that as well with it. So there you go. We've got a couple of these. Sideshow Books, who are good sponsors of ours. They've kindly donated a couple of these. We've got the Kotobukiya and Sideshow collaboration, BB-8 and Dio. We have these. These are nice laser etched crew gifts that we had. They were done by the Creatures Department. Now, I did have an R2 one of these, but it's missing. So I will try and include the R2 if I can find it.
Don't worry, I've got a couple here actually. I've got a couple here.
Oh.
So there you go. So I'll just hand that over to you. Here we go.
Oh, good man. Thank you. No. Oh, that's clever. You got no, you haven't. I thought you had a sleeve for a minute there, Sam. So that's that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so that closes in minutes time. So please keep donating, and you know, every donation is really appreciated. So it's only £1, €1, or $1. That will put for each one of them into the raffle. So the draw will be later on towards the end of the show. So what we got now, Sam? We've got our t-shirts on.
You're wearing your present.
Yeah, and it fits. Thank you.
Look at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Pretty
so
good, eh?
That's a clue as to what we've got coming up next. All I need really is a cup of tea, which I haven't got. Helen's slacking this end, so
it's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. I've got you one. Here you go.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Thanks to Matt Denton again for allowing us the
amazing
the little portal.
Amazing,
Brilliant,
great. So here we go. So Sam and Lee and a cup of tea. And who have we got up first, Sam?
First up, we've got Alan.
Let's play and find out, shall we?
Rumby! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time you are watching this. This is Sam and Lee and a cup of tea, and today
we're here in Bristol Harbour. We're just about to visit Mike Berry in his workshop. Lots of joggers along here. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
We'll see you later.
I think this is it, Sam.
I think you might be right. Oh, there's a sign.
Hey!
Keep on running.
So I don't know where I'm supposed to be parking.
Stick on the rails.
Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. It's Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. It's Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea.
Today on Sam and Lee and a cup of tea, we are sitting down with the fabulous Mike Berry over in Bristol. This is part of the Bristol trilogy. This is part number 2. One of the things we didn't know about Mike was that he has a fabulous Tupperware collection that he keeps all his belongings in. Mike, of course, is extremely well known for having a very large one. That's right, he's the creator of the giant R2-D2 that you can get inside and drive around. Our visit today took us inside Mike's business, which is Vinyl Designs, which is the company largely responsible for the Droid Builders UK printed calendar, of which there are limited numbers, so please head over to Droid Builders UK and find out if you can purchase yours today. When I think of Bristol, I think of crime. Like that Banksy that keeps spraying painting stuff all over people's homes. Or when protesters pulled down and chuck that Colston statue into the river. And then I think about the true Bristol attitude, inside an international city with an ever-growing international reputation as a sustainable, culturally diverse, award-winning and the UK's most livable city. Vinyl Designs is based in Bristol Harbour, and Mike is a real showman and says it isn't about just making a cup of tea, it's about showing how much he cares about this type of media. Mike has replaced the carpets and undertook a full deep clean prior to our arrival. And being a sign maker, he even made a Sam and Lee and a cup of tea logo directing our traffic on the way in.
Good morning.
Mike, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm not too bad. I'm just going to make sure that we are socially distancing. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough for me. Thank you very much.
Stay right there. Don't move. Thanks for having us, Mike. This is a cool place right here. We've been to someone's house. We've been just into a garage.
Yes.
And now your place of work. But what a cool place of work it is.
A glorified shed.
It's great. Yeah, tell us a bit about this place, Mike. What was it?
It's over 100 years old. It's a corrugated building.
Right.
It was to do with the dock management, as in the crane drivers' canteen.
Right.
And it was used for that for about 50 years, I think. And then they turned that into a file system, so they were storing files, that sort of thing. And then my friend took it over as a welder, and he retired, and I took it over, and I fitted it all out. I mean, as you can see, it wouldn't be a place you would do welding in now.
No.
It was basically like a glorified hole.
Right. Yeah.
There was a big canoe up here and a piece of metal and all that sort of thing. But you know, I'm trying to make it a bit more office-in.
Nice. Yeah, it's great. And you put new carpet down for us, I believe.
I did.
In that area, I believe.
Best B&M Axminster you can get. Right?
Nice. You've tidied up for us. It's really nice. And your business, of course, is Vinyl Designs.
It is.
And you've kindly done a lot of stuff for the builders as well. You know, you print a lot of our stickers for us and various other things. So thank you. I want to get it on camera. I know I do say it anyway, but thank you for all you do for the club, and you know, long may it continue. You know, we really are grateful.
And even my business uses you now. You know, we've pushed some work towards you, I believe.
Yes, I did some folders for you, some promotion folders. Yep. But I hope you're happy with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, Louise was the main influence behind that. But I said we're definitely going to use you. And again, you know, like you say, for all these different bits and pieces, any promotional stuff, it goes through Vinyl Designs and yourself, of course. And being that you're an R2 builder, it's a bit like being in the Masons, isn't it? You know, secret handshakes.
A little
and,
bit.
You know,
a little bit.
You know, if you're in that trade, brilliant.
And,
Always happy to help.
So how long has this company been running? How long?
I've been here 11 years.
Yeah.
I actually started in '96 working from home.
Okay.
I was working in a factory as well, nothing to do with sign making, and I was doing sign making on the opposite shift.
Right.
Paid for our wedding and our honeymoon, and later on our divorce.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So it's
heavy
all good.
story. No, it doesn't have a happy
no,
ending.
it did have a happy ending. Yes.
Okay. Right.
You might want to edit that bit out.
Right. But now you're happily with Helen. I know
I'm
your
happy
partner
with
Helen.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll never forget that name. 'Cause that's
my
good
better
lady.
half.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, she's been to a couple of Comic Cons. We went to Leicester Space Centre, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Met with Kaz Allen, the Jawa costume, and the rest of the other guys, and Warwick Davis.
Cool.
Yeah, she really enjoyed it.
And all your stuff is here rather than at home. You were telling
It's-
me earlier on, because Helen isn't keen enough to have it all at home. It's easier to have it all here.
It is easier to have
Yeah.
it here. You know, I know where everything is. I'm keeping an eye on things, and yeah, I just prefer it then.
Right. That's
Forward.
good.
And the thing is, as well, I mean, a couple of months ago, there was a lot of noise outside, all these kids and little ones. And I went outside, and there's a graffiti type door out back depicting the history of Bristol. And the teachers have brought them round to, learning to teach them what the history of Bristol. And they were outside, sat on the floor, looking at this. Anyway, they all sort of shouted at me. So I went outside and I said, "Excuse me, do you mind keeping the noise down?" They all looked at me, and the teachers looked. I said, "Who likes Star Wars?" Of course, every hand went up. I said, "Would you like to see R2-D2?" So they said yes. So 35 kids straight in here, and everyone had to have their photograph taken.
Oh, that'll teach you.
With Excel. And they went out of here, and the teacher came back and she said, "Thank you very so much." She said they were getting a bit bored with local history. She said, but it has made it there.
Well, you're part of local history, aren't you? With this iconic thing here, Mike, which you should talk about now. I think really a good time is how it all started for you. What got you into droid building? When did you start droid building? What got you into droid building?
Okay, I've always liked Star Wars, and there was a bit of a lull between when the Return of the Jedi finished and to when I got back into Star Wars. I went to see every film, thoroughly. You know, we didn't have the technology back in sort of 80 and 70s to make things. You know, we always just sort of playing around with Star Wars. But when the new films came out, I got really interested in Star Wars, and I saw online a fellow sign maker that I don't know what his name was, and he put out a file on how to build an R2-D2. So I followed it. It wasn't club spec, but it came out quite well. Thoroughly enjoyed it. About 2 weeks later, a friend of mine was running a Comic Con down at Western-super-Mare. And he said to me, he said, "Look," he said, "I know you built this R2-D2, he said, but we want something to promote the con." And I said, "Well, okay, well, let me think of something." And I said, "I'll get back to you." So I went home, and this was on my mind. And whether it was a dream or what, it came to me in a plan. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be great? I said, wouldn't it be great if you could build one, you could, a normal person could get in and drive. They do it with Daleks, why can't you do it in R2-D2? So I thought, okay, well, okay, so where do I start? So the following day I came down and thought, right, I've got the plans, I've got diagrams, I can basically scale it up on the program I use for my sign making. So I got a picture of myself sat on the box, sideways and front ways, scaled the plans up to basically fit, so that I would fit into those, into the diagram. The first thing would be, before I met you guys, was what, okay, the dome. Well, the previous dome I used a B&Q lampshade.
Right.
Where am I going to get a 700mm dome? So I'm hunting around, can't find a lampshade anywhere. So I found this company called Project Plastics in just outside of Leesden, and they can blow an acrylic dome up to 3 meters in diameter. So I got in contact with them, told them what I was doing, and they said, look, we're really interested in what you're doing. Keep us posted with production pictures. So I said, okay. So they blew the dome, that came down, took some photographs, sent that up to them. Still no response from them. And I carried on with the build. Basically, the build is MDF rings, flexi ply, and then PVC foam material around the outside, and the legs are 18mm PVC solid plastic, and they're just sandwiched together to make up the thickness of the legs. Yep. So anyway, I sent some more photographs out. Let's come up to the end. Anyway, I had an email from this company saying, we're really pleased with what you've done. We don't tell everybody, but we make the cockpits and other pieces for the Star Wars films and Guardians of the Galaxy. And obviously, we're just around Leeston Studios, and that's what it's applied to. So she said, they said, do you mind if we put it on our Facebook page? I said, yeah, by all means. So I was quite chuffed with that. And that was my first sort of
acknowledgement for what you've achieved. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So anyway, a week later, August bank holiday, 2017, and the first outing. It's boiling hot. The first weekend we've had that's really, really hot. So I don't know if you know Weston-super-Mare, but we had to borrow a lorry at the time, a sort of small tail lift lorry. Nowhere to park, so we had to park a mile and a half down the beach. That's the nearest car park. So how are we going to get up to the venue? So just going to drive it. So I get in. My brother was come along with me for a bit of support. The camera packs up. So what do? So lucky I got a drill. I literally just drilled a hole through the dome. I'm looking through the dome.
Wow.
And my brother said, tap once for stop, twice for go.
So to explain, you've got a dash cam in there, haven't you?
Dash
from a car,
cam,
with a camera that feeds you the view from inside when you're driving the Droid, doesn't it? So that's packed up.
So I had to drill a hole there.
Yeah.
And basically he had a bag with him, a satchel. And we're going along Western Seafront, and it took us 2.5 hours to cover a mile and a half. And that wasn't because of speed, it was basically people were stopping, taking photographs.
Of course.
And I was sweating my what's it up there. I had 4 bottles of water, and I went through all of them.
Wow.
Right.
And we got to the venue, and he said, he stopped me, and I looked, I said, what's out there? He said, there's a big transformer, he said, a Dalek, and that sort of thing. And I said, right, okay. And I said, right, I've got to get out, I've got to get out. So I opened the dome, and all of a sudden, he said, my brother said, I swear I saw steam coming out. And it was so hot. And people were saying, oh, we thought it was remote control. Right. Because my brother had this bag, and they thought it was remote control by the side of it. Yeah. Anyway, it went down quite well. We started putting kids in there and taking photographs. And then that was in the August of 2017. In the November, I came up to MCM, saw you guys, met with you.
Memorable day.
It was. And I was a little bit nervous about approaching you about it because things like the 501st, everything's got to be the right button here and all this sort of thing. And I thought that was the same thing.
And the right size.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it might have been the same situation with the club. So I approached you and I said to you about what's the thinking on drivable droids, and your answer was they're all drivable, and you was around with the remote control. I said, no, actually get in and drive. And I said from that day to this, I always remember your
definitely.
What the hell?
What?
And you said you got to join the.
Absolutely.
You got to join the club.
Absolutely.
Lee was so excited that day. You told me definitely. There's a guy here
that's got R2D2 you can get inside of and drive it round. I was like, yeah, of course he has. And you know, you get we've seen some people with droids that have turned up at Comic Cons and like, what even is this? You know, it's out there. It really is out there.
Yeah.
But what you've done, what you've achieved, is phenomenal in my eyes. Absolutely brilliant. And you know, an idea that no one else probably would have thought of. You know, it's absolutely brilliant. So my hats off to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
So how long did it actually take to build from start to finish?
I started in the February, February, and I got it finished for about 2 weeks before August Bank Holiday on my saving.
Wow.
So it was going some.
That's great work.
I mean, my customer phoned up and said, "Where's my signer?" I'll give you signing. I got time.
I'm busy.
It was a little bit make it up as you go, because the size of the motors, so the wheelchair motors obviously smaller than the scooter motors we use now. Hence where the battery boxes are not set back in, because there just wouldn't have been enough room. So there is slight variations in between.
We don't mind that. We don't mind that.
In between talking to you in the November and through to the first R2 UK in the August, I did have some changes to it. I found a guy in Bath. This is when 3D printing was really sort of started to kick on. He did some vents for me.
Oh, I remember you sharing that. Yeah.
Yeah, the vents were.
You made them a little bit more accurate.
Yeah. And everything else is besides the hollow projectors. This is all Fomax.
Incredible.
And Sam and I were fortunate enough at R2 UK, the first event, to have a go with it and have a drive with it as well. So that was amazing. That was,
you were not.
Cool.
When I was winching that thing down the ramp, and they were all coming out, and I thought, oh my God, if this goes off the ramp or something goes wrong, I'm going to laugh and stop. But fair shout to you. It was very welcoming and very
good.
Let me ask you a quick question on this cup of tea. What brand of tea bags are you using?
Tesco's Finest.
Tesco's
Yes.
Finest. Okay.
Never guess that.
No.
Yes, it has a certain twang, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. There's a nice little aftertaste to it. Nice little aftertaste.
I've gone to special effort with the
the
fair play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, impressed with that.
Have you got a question for Mike?
Well, can I just rewind to you driving the Droid to the event at Western Supermare?
Yeah.
How did you get it back to the van? Did you have to drive it back again?
Back.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, there is a. You'll have to excuse my narration at the start of the video, but at the end of it is actually footage, and it's basically the sun's going down in Western, and we're going off into the sun.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got that.
Wow. Wow. So from there, what else have you built? Do you build anything else?
I do. I've just finished building KMB1, which is from the Clone Wars.
Yep.
Everybody recognises it as M5BZ, which is the actual name.
He's on at the moment.
And it is. And I renamed it KNB1, which is in honour of my late father, Ken Berry.
Nice.
Cool.
And he was always, anything. He's a bit of a slow starter. He's asking to do something, and yeah, all right. Well, it's for you. And once he get into it, he'd be into it.
He was committed.
And he always liked building model Spitfires, Airfix Spitfires, and that sort of thing. He was working at a company called BCM, and basically he used to spray the drop tanks on Harriers. He was a painter, did Concorde. And down at this facility, they were testing bulletproof jackets. And he managed to get a hold of a piece of material, and he made it into a skateboard for my brother. And it was the first bulletproof skateboard.
Wow.
So things like
How
that.
cool.
Once he gets an idea in his head, it's like me. Once I get an idea in my head, I'm on it.
Yeah.
I'm focused
Amazing.
on that.
Amazing.
And you were saying earlier he helped you move in here and helped set this up when you first moved in, is that right?
Yeah, he did. With a solid month of painting, and I was still working in a factory. And so on the opposite shift, I was coming down and trying to get this going. And then about 6 years later, we were made redundant, and I started doing this full time.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, I've done stuff for Casualty. Casualty's quite fun.
Right.
Quite fun. They sent me down to set once to put a sticker on the reception, and the guy showed me to me. But he said the assistant director will be out in a minute. I said, all right. So I said, right, where do you want this? So she said, I said, I'll just go and get my kit. I said, and I'll be back in. So I'm looking at, this is all right, you know, all the sets going on.
This is at Elstree, is that right?
Yeah. No, this is down in Midland Road, St Philip.
Oh, okay.
It's where we filmed it in Bristol, down in Cardiff.
Yep.
And I wasn't really taking notice of where I was going when I was coming in rather than going out. So, right, exit, so open the door, and there's a roller shutter door there. And it took me another 15 minutes to find my way out. But yeah, that's quite
cool.
fun.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love behind the scenes stuff and how they do things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The new ILM video they've got of the Razor Crest.
Yeah.
Going back to old school
Yeah,
way
that's
of
right.
doing things, and I love that.
Yeah.
I think CGI, it's like anything. It's like me with my building and 3D printing. Build what you can.
Yeah.
And then whatever you can't build, use 3D printing. And I think that's the same way of looking at a way they do films.
Definitely. Yeah, CG has its place. It's good for enhancing stuff.
And it's all coming back round again, isn't it? It's all, you know, it's what goes round comes round.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, not to knock this off topic too much, but what's your favourite biscuit to dunk in your tea?
There is some biscuits. You want some biscuits?
Yeah, go on then. You want to have a biscuit.
As we bring it up, we'll
One second.
yeah. Oh, look at this.
Tesco's finest.
Tesco's finest again.
You won't believe my missus works at Tesco, will you?
I was going to ask about sponsorship actually. You actually are sponsored by Tesco's then?
Yes. Every little helps.
Lovely. Look at that. Oh, I was going to get. Thank you.
There's plenty to choose from.
Ooh.
Chocolate digestive there, look at that.
Yeah, go on then, we'll have that.
All
We'll
right.
have in that.
There's plenty more there if you want them.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, so...
Alright, crap now.
Thank you. So while I'm eating this biscuit, I'll pass over to you to talk, Mike, and tell us, what is your most treasured item?
My most treasured item?
Doesn't have to be Star Wars related, but, you know, what have you got that's a collectible or whatever it may be?
It's not gold engraved or anything like that. It's something simple. It is just I went up to a Comic Con one year, and everybody was there. Daniel Logan, Dave Prowse, Jeremy Bullock, Kenny Baker, all on the same show.
Oh, amazing.
And the metallic car with Darth Vader and Jeremy Bullock's signature is probably my thing. And obviously now Kenny's gone.
Yep.
Yeah. Bless him, yeah.
So yeah, it's quite nice.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That's cool. That's really nice. Prize position. Yeah. I get that. That's really nice.
Fantastic. Let's go back to Star Wars just for a second. Now, in any of the Star Wars films or universe, is there a particular scene where you'd like to have been there to say, I was there when that happened? And I don't mean from a film perspective, but actually being in there and actually witnessing something happen, like being on Hoth, for instance, when they took down the AT-AT. Is there a particular scene that really kind of holds true to you?
I'd like to have been on the balcony when Darth Vader says, I'm your father.
What, having a cigarette or something?
Yeah, having a cigarette. Well, the person in the back of the scene, please move away.
That's a great one.
That's excellent. I like that.
Yeah, just sat on the rail, you know, just dangling my feet over that big abyss and...
Amazing.
Mm.
I like that. I like that.
That's good.
That's a really
it's
good
another
one.
different answer. We haven't had a match yet, so that's a cracker. I've never heard. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that's you know, as big a moment in any of the Star Wars films as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd have to agree with that. I mean, no one saw it coming as such, but although Darth and Vader is father in German, is it not? And
is what?
Well, I think Darth or Vader or whatever it is, Vader is.
Oh,
father
is it? Oh,
German,
okay,
yeah.
right.
So maybe the Germans knew. Who knows?
We'll move swiftly on.
Don't mention the war.
We'll move swiftly on. I'm going to have to read this question because I always want to make sure I get this right. So recently we were with Glyn when he did his epic journey across the Humber Bridge, and he set a new record. So we've started these R2 Builders records, and I think we might have one sitting right there behind Mike actually, thinking about it. But he crossed the Humber Bridge, and we have now started Beat Off Glyn. So what challenge would you like to do with your astromech, or see someone else do with theirs? Any suggestions?
Ooh.
So whether it be with this good guy here, or someone else, you don't have to put your droid through the
Parachute jump.
Parachute jump.
Ah, that'd be amazing. What, with the strap to the droid? Or?
With the operator?
As long as it's not that one.
With or without the operator. Is this a tandem jump?
That one. No, I was, when he did the bridge crossing, and I was thinking, I thought, well, what can you do? One of the members said to me, he said, well, why don't we do a suspension bridge or the aim-mouth bridge? I said, but it's just a bridge. It's been done. You want something different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought, well, okay, well, you can't do anything by sea, really. So it's got to be by air.
So you were thinking about doing this yourself, or
no?
So who would you like to see do it?
Who would you nominate?
Well, if you're up for it, so
there you go. There you go. You can ask.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I whether it be strapped to a droid or just a droid itself, well, I think that might be quite fun.
It's going to be messy though, isn't it? At the end.
Well, as long as you've got a big enough parachute.
It's not going to have a happy ending, is it? You can't beat a happy ending.
Well, ask Glyn.
Yeah.
He's always got a smile on his face, that guy. Wow. Okay, well, let's have a look at that then. If anyone wants to put themselves forward for the Beat Off Glyn challenge, let us know. Let us know.
The biggest drop with an R2, that would be, I suppose, wouldn't it? As a
I mean, if you're going to do it with this one, you probably are out using Hercules plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pushed out the back.
Yeah, and if you do it over here, you'd have to clear the whole.
Parachutes.
You'd have to clear the whole of Bristol as
Yeah.
well before it did drop, just in case.
God,
yeah.
yeah.
Where it landed. Christ. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's great. Finally, we're just trying a new segment which I thought of today, and it's called Hidden Talent. Now, I have a hidden talent, and it's doing different dialects. So I can talk like a Bristolian, like this.
Close your eyes.
That's what I can do. So I sound as though I come from Bristol, you see.
I was thinking more Jamaica.
Oh, okay. But
that's because you're from Bristol.
That's because you're from Bristol.
Mm.
But because I'm so good at that, is there anything that you've got a hidden talent that you're really good at that you'd like to share?
Avoiding awkward questions.
Well, no, the question's still there.
Yeah, the question's still
remains.
there, unfortunately. Any hidden, any skills you can do, any party tricks or
handstand or something?
Anything you can do?
Not that I can think of at the moment.
Okay.
Oh,
no, I'm sorry, no.
What do you think of Lee's Bristolian accent?
Nailed it, eh?
Yes, almost there.
Nailed it.
It's like anything, isn't it? If you're from Brum and you're trying to do a Brum accent, that sort of thing, it never comes out. I mean, Bristolian accent is probably the worst accent going.
Yeah.
You got to put an L on everything.
Right.
So as in, I'm going to Asdal.
So you're saying I need to
or
work
Marino.
on. I need to work on it a bit then. Yeah.
Harder. I'm going to Liddell.
Liddell, yes. Or Primani.
Primarnel. Mike, thank you very much for being on Sound and a Cup of Tea. Please give us the website for your design company.
Yep.
It is
www.vinyldesigns.co.uk.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for the lovely tea. It's great.
Good. I'm glad you
Ooh, excellent. Good stuff.
Cool, that was hard work.
Thanks, Mike. That was brilliant. I just love doing those Sam and Lee cups of tea. It gets me and Sam out So our wives love it because it gets us out of the house, and just catching up with the Droid builders. You know, we had this lovely video of showing all the events and so on earlier on in the show, and I certainly, of course, missed that. But it's good to catch up with everybody. So, you know, the more times we can do that, the better. There's another cup of tea to come up later on in the show with some more hidden talents, and not necessarily from me.
You never know when a hidden talent may come to life. Let's hear the accent again, just for a second, Lee.
Oh, so my Bristolian accent. There we go. How are you doing today,
I tell you
Sam?
what, that is.
There you go. You see,
that is. It's really, really good. I've got to set my hat off to you for that
Thank
one.
you. Yep.
Now, although you're quite good at doing that, when you introduced that last video, it wasn't the right video, was it? So, here very quickly is Rob Howell. And now we're going to go straight into the video of Mark and Rob. Thank you. Run VT.
Nice one.
Rob Howdle, what is it you're involved in, and how have you ended up part of the web design team?
I got involved with it mostly because I just wanted to do something.
Yeah.
You know, I started working within the website and software development industry, and from there I enjoyed just doing various different personal projects, and I figured there's plenty of stuff that could be done. It was just a case of actually picking one and going for it.
Yeah.
You know.
So was that the one where the PDF guide where you've pulled a lot of all the links and the information together on basically how to be a droid builder? Was that one of your first projects, or?
Yes, so that was something that I did before I actually formed the web team, and it's something that I've carried on doing throughout this, is the new builder guides. That's essentially just it started off originally, it was just going to be the one guide, but it got so well received that I actually started just keep going, because people seem to enjoy it. And all they are essentially is exactly what it says on the tin. It's supposed to be just a guide for new builders. You know, new builders should be able to read that guide and get as much information as they can.
Yeah.
And obviously with droid building, it's an entire rabbit hole of information. You know, you can start reading information about a dome, and then 6 months later you're still reading that same information just because there's so much of it. So the point of the guides is they try and give a very clean and brief overview of as much as possible, really, and give you a good taste of everything, so the builder can then make their own decisions on what they want to do, what materials they want to use and whatnot. And
I've certainly pointed to quite a few of the people who do the styrene kits in the direction of that, because obviously it elaborates on whereas they're starting off with a styrene kit. You've got a whole multitude of other things that you've then got to consider with regards to the dome, the greeblies that you're adding, how you're going to get it drives. And it is a very good guide for someone to take away, read through, and then build on once they've actually got a little bit more information to understand what they want to do with the build. But there's a whole team of yous that you've pulled together. Who else is part of the web development team?
We purposely kept the team small to start with, because we didn't want to just drag loads and loads and loads of people in and then it not go anywhere, not have enough projects to do and whatnot. And that whole thing of too many cooks spoil the broth sort of thing. So we started off with a small team. We've got JD Parr, who's been a member of the club for quite a while. He does various types of programming, and he's actually a teacher in programming and whatnot. Wonderful guy, very clever. We've got the UK's committee's own Darren Paulson, who is on. Darren obviously does, he's a system administrator for his daytime job. Very clever. Again, he really knows his stuff, and he was really happy to jump in, and so was more than happy to have him involved with that. We've got Matthew Goodliff, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I've never actually asked him how you pronounce his surname, but again, he's been involved with the club for many years, and again, he does a lot of software. He just comes up with some really fantastic ideas for the projects that we're doing. And then we've got, of course, Mr. Steely Smith, who most people will know who's part of the Americans and their side of things. He's quite a big thing in the club. Everyone knows Steely. He's released, I believe, just released actually, a new app for Droid Builders, which has been submitted to all the app stores and whatnot, which is really, really good. Me and the team have beta tested that, and it's very good.
Excellent. Yeah, I saw the announcement on. I'm not sure if it was on .net or the Global R2 Builders Club saying that it had been submitted. So I was wondering whether you was going to be able to elaborate on that, or whether it was going to still be a bit hush secret.
Well, I did actually speak to Steely because that was something that Steely was working on before he actually got involved with the team and whatnot, and that seems to be working out in his favour, hopefully. He did give me a nice description of it. He said it's a method of engagement for builders, allowing them to showcase themselves as well as their droids. Right. Events can be created and builders and droids can be assigned to them. Like I said, me and the team have beta tested the app, and it's very fun.
Sounds like a topic for the next discussion is an actual walkthrough once it's been released and everyone's had a chance to play with it. Is that predominantly going to be US based, or is it intended for global use? Or
I believe that the Droid Builders app that Steely's released is going to be a global thing. Mm-hmm. I think currently the ones that are on there may be tailored to maybe like the guys over in the US, but I believe once it's out in the open, it's going to be a worldwide thing.
Yeah. So again, one of the big things that you've been involved in is the Droid wiki. Obviously, having built BB-8s and assorted droids yourself, you tend to be heading off all over the internet trying to find what's the forum, what's the wiki that's for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, everyone knows astromech.net, but
yes,
trying to pull all that together, that seems to have been quite a sizable task, really.
It was, yeah. It was something that I wanted to do for a while. Now, the biggest question that we get asked whenever we mention the Droid wiki is, do you mean the astromech wiki? Or are you like trying to get rid of the astromech wiki? And the simplest answer is no. All the central Droid wiki it's just a single wiki with all of the other droid groups in one place. So it means that you don't have to go to the BB-8 Builders Facebook group to then be redirected to the BB-8 forum to then find the BB-8 wiki. The same with donk droids, T3s, T7s, astromechs, pilot droids, all sorts. You know, it's a single instance of all the groups. You know, the whole point of the wiki was everybody gets put on the same platform, everybody gets the same amount of exposure, and it equals the playing field for everything. Mm-hmm. And it was a risky move trying to make that happen, because obviously we didn't want to overshadow astromech. We didn't want it to seem as if we were taking things away from there or away from the forum. So everything we did, we asked permission for. You know, we asked, we want to do this. Is it okay? This is the reason we want to do it. We gave all this stuff off. And everybody was really cool about it. Yeah. You know, we didn't have anybody who didn't want to get involved. Yeah. We had a couple of people who unfortunately didn't respond back, which is why there might seem like there's a couple of groups missing, but we're constantly adding to the wiki. And like I say, it's just one place where you can just go find what you want.
Yeah. You know,
and so far it's been very well received. Everyone's been really happy with it. Obviously everyone's making suggestions on ways we can improve it, ways we can make information easier for people to access and whatnot. And as the suggestions come in, if they're good suggestions and they can help, then we'll add them in. You know, and that's one of the best things about it is the fact that we're constantly adding to it. It's not a case of it's done, it's there, it's never going to be touched again. Mm-hmm. It's something we're constantly adding on and always adding new groups to, always updating information.
So if somebody did want to suggest something or get in touch with members of the web team, what's the best method to do that?
So far we have got a Droid Builder Web Team Facebook page, and if you just search Droid Builder Web Team in Facebook, we come up. We've got a rather unique icon of a nice R2D2 in programming code that our dear Matthew came up with. They can email us at droidbuilderwebteam@gmail.com. We currently have a website in development. It's just we had so many projects that our own website kind of took a back burner, and we're going to have all sorts of stuff on there, you know, where people can report bugs and with any of the applications that we make. And currently those are the two ways they get in touch with us, although most people end up messaging me personally, which, you know, I don't mind.
One of the other things that I'd spotted was obviously there's the, I think, working with Michael Badley on the printed parts checklist.
Yes.
that's a significant bit of work, and very impressive to say the least. Where are
It
you
is,
up to with regards to that?
Well, I can announce that as of, I can find the exact time here. You know, this super professional. As of 8 hours ago,
right,
we have now completely finished, and there's actually a guy who I've accidentally completely forgot off the list. That's Patrick Ryan, who's part of the team now as well. It's something that he wanted to join in with, and he's actually done a lot of work on the checklist as well. So, yeah. Sorry, Patrick. And the launch date is set for the 1st of November, which is actually this coming Sunday.
Do you think there's any plans to expand it so that it covered the likes of the more styrene or aluminium build droids? Or
I can confirm that we do have a plan which will open it up for styrene droids, wooden droids, aluminium droids, basically everything else. So there's going to be 2 different versions. We then want to open that out again, just like we have with Michael's, where it's not just R2-D2. We're going to have that for every droid. You know, R2s, BB-8s, T3s, any droid that people are building, we'll stick it on.
What is the biggest issues that you have actually found collaborating with all the different builders or all the different styles of information that's actually out there?
Yeah, I mean, we've hit various types of issues with everything that we've done, and each project brings its own problems as such. And the best thing about them is the fact that it's a great opportunity for us to learn. You know, I mean, a lot of the things that we're doing within the team, I've either never done before, or it's stuff that I've got to go away and learn. And same with the other guys. You know, there's plenty of things that have been brought to the table that everyone else has never heard of, they've never experimented with. And there's Darren is a perfect example of that. You know, there's things that we've brought to the table that he's never thought of, and he's gone and he's reworked some of his original stuff to incorporate the new stuff that we've done. So even just things like programming languages, you know, trying it in another language has opened up to a whole world of possibilities.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of positives that will come out, but some of the challenging aspects has been when people on the team aren't fluent in certain languages.
Yeah.
So, for example, we might program in this language, but there might be 3 of us who have never programmed in this language before, which it's then a learning curve for them. But then we need to think, is there a more common ground that we can go in that'll still provide everything that we want?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of learning curves. I mean, in terms of actually getting information and whatnot, I mean, we can take the Central Droid Wiki as an example. It was challenging getting the other groups to actually get involved with it. Obviously, anyone who is an admin of a Droid Builders group, if they check the messages and haven't already responded, they had a huge essay of a paragraph from me trying to convince them to get involved with this, and everyone did. And the main thing with that is we as a web team weren't doing the work.
Yeah.
We gave them the platform as in the wiki, but it was down to the admins of the groups and whoever they chose to get involved with it to actually put that information out there.
Yeah.
So obviously you've got the issue of people have obviously very busy, and especially at the moment people have all over the place with lockdowns and whatnot and work and everything. So people are really busy. Getting that information there was a challenge, and obviously we were on hand to help and whatnot. So there's various issues with everything that we've done. But it's stuff that we've eventually overcome. I mean, Michael's, for example, was actually getting all of his files. You know, if in fact, if it hadn't actually been for Mr. Part, it probably wouldn't be done now, because we'd have to be manually typing through every single part, piece by piece, in every single folder. And there's a lot, especially for that R2 Mark II. There's, I believe there was maybe, I think, about 400 parts.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Doug had actually created something that did all that work for us,
right,
and create a nice little file with it all in. And once people are actually on there, there's a nice part that counts how many parts there is, and people will be amazed how many parts are in these builds.
Is there any plans to add the pit droids? Or
the biggest issue that we've got is the fact that they're all with different people. You would like to find a way to bring them all in. Anyone who creates files,
yeah,
has the opportunity to come in. And at the end of the day, that's what the community is.
I think that's quite a good little roundup of what the web team's actually up to. Unless you've got anything else you can share with us.
It's probably best that I don't say anything about this, but I could totally tease it. Is we are in discussions with a large part of the Droid building community, and there's something that we hope to be announcing very soon. That's going to be a huge thing for the web team, and guys are really excited to work on it. Obviously, I've already told the web team what it is, but we weren't able to actually agree on whether I could say it. So we'll just leave it with that little teaser there. But hopefully, there's going to be a large announcement coming shortly.
Excellent.
With what we're involved in.
Well, I say it's much appreciated the time that you guys are actually putting into it, because I know quite often a lot of these things are what is going on in the background, and we only really see the front end. Well, thanks for the interview and the insights into the web team.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thanks for that, Rob. Brilliant.
Well, there you go.
Good stuff. Busy man.
There you go. Speaking of big things, we've also got Let's All Beat Off Glyn. Now, beating off Glyn is very much about the Humber Bridge crossing that he took part in recently, and I believe you've been catching up with him. Is that right, Lee?
Yes, I have. Yeah, a few days ago, I had a little surprise for Glyn. So I recorded just a Zoom chat between me and Glyn. So let's show the viewers now what it's about, just to encourage more people to get involved, to beat off Glyn. So here we go. Not in my usual setting, my workshop, because unfortunately I've had a technical issue with my laptop, so that doesn't bode well for the live show, but obviously I'll have time to get that sorted. We're just going to have a quick catch up with Glyn Turner. Now, you may remember Glyn Turner did the crossing on the Humber Bridge and set a record, which I'm looking to encourage builders to get more involved and, worldwide, and just break records, whether it be a distance record, a speed record, or anything else they can come up with. And, just to thank Glyn and congratulate him further for doing it, I've got a little surprise for him. So let's get him in, let's get him on the Zoom chat, and let's have the reveal. He has no idea what this is about. Ah, yes, I can hear you. How you doing, Glyn?
Okay.
Just turn my volume up. Yeah, a bit of a technical problem there, which doesn't bode well for the show on Sunday. My microphone wasn't working, so...
my speakers don't work on here. I've got to use this.
Oh, okay. Right, well, at least you can hear me, and I can hear you, so all good. So you've received a parcel from
I have, yeah. Excited.
Royal Mail. It took about a week to get to you, first class post. That's Christmas post for you. And you've kindly held it back and not opened it yet.
Yeah, over it. I've been poking it and shaking it and all sorts.
You didn't hear it ticking, no?
No.
Okay, that's a good sign. So do you want to open it? Go for it. Why not?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, have a look, mate. So this Glyn, obviously last time I saw you, you were crossing the Humber Bridge with your R2.
Yeah.
I assume you haven't done anything since because of COVID and all that and the lockdown.
No.
Now, it's pretty well wrapped, so you'll probably take a little while to get into it. But this is something, you're the first recipient of one of these, and hopefully there'll be more to come. But it's something I've done just as a way of thank you and showing your achievement. And anybody else that wishes to join in the fun and games, I will happily send one of these to them as well.
Here we go.
Take it in, have a look yourself first.
Very nice. Thank
there
you.
Go. Do you want to show it? Just that's it.
Stand back a bit.
Back a bit. Good man.
Here's my cup of tea.
So yeah, so it's just a certificate to congratulate Glyn on his achievement, and just the details of what he's done, and yeah, and I framed it for him. Bit of plastic glass, thankfully. The way you've been banging it and shaking it. Good job it was plastic glass, Glyn.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's really nice.
That's all right, mate. I don't expect you to hang it up anywhere in your house or whatever, but
I will do.
Maybe if you've got a workshop or your shed, you can hang it up in there. But
I'll be up in the upstairs workshop. Well,
yeah.
The whole house is a workshop, so Paula says.
Good stuff. And you've been posting a lot lately on your ALT track droid. How's it
Yeah, I'm
coming
enjoying
on?
that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good
Down
man.
here, look. Do you?
Oh, excellent. Good stuff. And you're doing a plastic dome for it as well, aren't you? A clear dome?
Yeah, it came yesterday, so I think I need a collar for it. The collar goes around it, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Just to give you a bit of a flat surface,
Yeah.
the additional height, because that's obviously a hemisphere, a half globe.
Yeah.
So just to gain the height, I think I'm not sure. I think it's an inch or inch and a half, just a band around it in styrene, which is a bit difficult to glue and hold it together. But once you've done that, that just improves the profile of it, I think, a little bit.
Well, Michael might be able to do something.
That's true. Yeah, of course. Yes, yeah, of course. I forget that. I didn't have that option then, and I'm not allowed to do things like that in the film industry. But good shout. He's on it already, is he?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Good stuff. Well, I won't keep you any longer, Glenn. You know, this is just a little insert we're going to put during the show.
Yeah.
To encourage people to go for some world records, albeit unofficial, but official as far as us droid builders are concerned.
Yeah, that's great.
So, congratulations again, mate, and
Cheers, mate.
have a great Christmas.
You too.
And, when hopefully you're watching the show now, so hope you're enjoying the show.
I will. I am doing. Yes, it's great so far.
Very good. Very good. All right, take care, mate.
Ta-da. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Two-1B surgical droids, also known as Two-1B medical droids, were advanced medical droids popular across the galaxy to those that could afford them. At some point, a Two-1B droid typically cost 4,300 credits. The Two-1B series was humanoid, with many of its internal components visible through a translucent torso sheath. A Two-1B's model arms features exceptional joint articulation with precision-crafted servo-grip pincers at the end of each limb. Sometimes in certain operations, these pincers could be removed and replaced with multiple arm attachments containing various medical tools and software packages, including hypodermic injections and cutting saws. The droid model was highly advanced and intelligent, and its programming being further advanced by some of the top physicians in the galaxy. The most useful characteristic of the Two-1B droids was the ease at which the owners could update their programming and appendages. While advanced, Two-1B droids were generally paired with an FX series medical assistant droid for medical assistance and detailed patient analysis. The Two-1B surgical droid was a result of a joint development project between Industrial Automation and a small medical company known as GeneTech during the final years of the Galactic Republic. It was developed in response to most medical droids models being unable to deal with sudden complications and to foresee unpleasant side effects in patients. Also, many patients were distrustful of being operated on by a droid. GeneTech was able to address the first of these two problems by installing an advanced analytical and diagnostic computer in the Two-1B, making the extremely intelligent droid unit. When the prototype matrices were completed, they were sent to the Rhino State Medical Academy, where several of the top physicians in the galaxy enhanced the program even further. The Two-1B was instant success in the medical market and could be found in nearly every major clinic and emergency ward, and even on starships. It's notable for its familiarity with alien biology. Despite the Two-1B's surgical droid success, GeneTech went bankrupt after rival GeneTech Corporation sued it over copyright infringement in GeneTech's similar name. However, Industrial Automation acquired the rights to the Two-1B and continued production of the droid series. Despite its age, the Two-1B line continued to serve in a variety of medical and surgical capabilities until the New Republic era. The proud and wealthy also used these droids to perform facial surgery and to burn away pockets of body fat. Two Two-1B units were used by Emperor Palpatine in 19 BBY to resurrect Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, after his vicious scarring and dismemberment on the volcanic world of Mustafar at the hands of Obi-Wan Kenobi, replacing much of his body with bionic prosthetics. Another droid, known only as Two-1B, defected from the Galactic Empire to serve the alliance of the restored the Republic. This droid was responsible for treating the famed Luke Skywalker in 3 ABY following his encounter with a Wampa, and again later after his duel with Darth Vader, in which he lost his right hand.
Hey, good stuff. Congratulations again, Glyn, and thank you, Mystery Robot Voice. Very good. What we got next, Sam?
Absolutely. Well, there's a couple of things coming up. Don't forget, the droidbuilders.uk auction is still very much active at the moment. Let's have a quick look at this. The C3PO lead is at 360 and the BB-8 is at 132. Keep bidding those up, please.
Keep going.
And he's building a T3. Who's this? It's Rob Howell. He's shocked again, and he's back out of it. Let's head over to the wonderful Alan Carter in Sam & Lee and a cup of tea. Rugby tea.
Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. It's Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea. It's Sam and Lee, Sam and Lee, and a cup of tea.
So here we go in Alan's kitchen. Alan had seen the show before, Sam and Lee Cup of Tea, so he was well prepared, and hopefully he knows what sort of tea we like. He did nail it, actually. It was a good cup of tea. Choice of tea bag is Tesco's own. He had already added the milk and tea bag. I missed that on the camera, unfortunately. But this is followed by the hot water, obviously, which we see here. Sorry for the dodgy camera work, but this was by me on a GoPro. Don't buy GoPro. The customer service is atrocious. So here we are. He's mixing the tea bag in. Milk in the fridge. Nice orchid, by the way, Alan. Very difficult to make this interesting, but please stay tuned because the interview with Alan is far more interesting than this voiceover. And here we go. So he's mixing the tea bag in now. And no, back again. Come on, Alan, get on with it. Stop faffing about. Tea bag, squeezing out the tea bag, always a good thing to do. We like that. Tea bag on the sink. One tea bag. Here's a second tea bag. And the third tea bag. There we go. Nice squeeze on the third bag, Alan. Notice that's his cup of tea. Nice strong cup of tea. In the bin, good hygiene. And then we go to the mugs. Good backstory on one of the mugs, actually, which I'll leave for the actual video. But that's somebody's. And then we go to a cheers. And another cheers. No idea why.
Well, here we are again. Yes. Sam and Lee and a cup of tea, number 4 with Alan Carter. Alan, how are you?
Tired, thank you very much.
Thanks for getting up so early and
No,
meeting us, Alan.
absolutely not a problem
Good man.
whatsoever.
Good man. Much
Anything for you guys.
appreciated. And thanks for the tea.
Absolutely.
Looking good.
And what mug do you have?
I'm jolly.
Oh, we've got a Lucasfilm one. Very nice.
Very nice. And yeah. How did you get this mug?
Michael Master sent it to me.
Michael and Master. Ah.
Did he send you one?
No.
Oh.
What about you?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm the only one then. Michael, nice mugs.
Yeah, we want some mugs, Michael.
Yeah, nice mugs.
So, Alan, how are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Good cup of tea as well.
It's very nice.
Choice of bag? Tesco's, was it? Did I see? Tesco's tea bag?
Tesco's tea bag, yeah, Tesco's make the best cup of tea.
And it's the best cup of tea since the last one, that's what you said.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've got to admit, it's very, very nice.
Very good.
Very nice.
So, Alan, how did you get into droid building? Where did it all start for you?
That's the question I didn't think I was going to get asked. So, it must have been, in all seriousness, it was when the Yahoo groups were knocking around. And I literally set up an email account for BT, and it was suggesting to me groups that I should join. And there was 2 R2D2 groups, Yahoo groups. I joined one just out of pure curiosity. No intention of building an R2 ever. This was back in 2012-ish, 2012, maybe 2011.
Right.
Started looking at the blueprints and kind of thought that was something I could build. I built, not many people know this, but I built a full-size R2 first. And
didn't know that.
I didn't know that. What happened to that?
Right. So I made a minor mistake on the panels at the front, just below the vents. There were 2 low down, and it was made out of wood. It was good, and because I made this mistake, I just burnt it.
burnt it.
Wow. It
Was this in anger?
It was during November of 2015.
Did you film it?
Bonfire
night?
No, was it fireworks night?
I burnt it. If I can find photos of the original,
Please do.
It was pretty spot on actually.
Wow.
Yeah, it sat out there. It was, looking back at it, it was massive when I made the half scale one.
Exactly, because you went on to half scale. Why did you go on to half scale? How soon after your traumatic burning of R2D2?
Immediately afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Almost immediately. I regretted everything that I'd done because I now know that I could have, because the everything was spot on my original full scale. And looking back on it, what I did was I pyro etched the vents and the panels. I think looking back at it, I could have filled them in.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
But when I was doing it, it was like, this is permanent. This isn't going to work. It was only like 3 mil out, but it was at the bottom of the skirt, and it's just like, nah, I can't do it. Yeah, it was all. And anyway, going back to the half scale, it was just something that had never been done.
Indeed, yeah.
I'd done the full scale, obviously regretted doing what I did, and I thought, well, no one's done a half scale scratch build.
Yeah, and no one's done a half scale like you have done a half scale, because
no.
you know you're very well remarked about. You know how meticulous, as I say, you are about all these things to the letter.
I was looking at some pictures ironically last night, and I was looking at, it was from Celebration Europe, and I thought, I was looking at this picture and it looked full scale.
Yeah.
I thought, that's a bloody good droid, that one.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's mine. That's mine.
Yeah.
I was. That took 5 years. 5 years to fully complete. The hardest part was half scaling everything. You gotta. It's a bit like making a film. You got the ending. How did you get there?
Yeah.
And then you work your way to the ending. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, the ending is a half scale. Work backwards before I even start. So it was a good 6 months of researching again, because you realise that once you start half scaling like the unit and you're using club specs plans, you have to half scale the material.
Yeah.
Well, otherwise, nothing is ever going to fit.
Yeah.
So if I needed a favour, which would have been definitely the dome at the time, because I can't hand make that, it was never a flat pack design. If I needed a dome, I could say to somebody, could you do us a favour, could you print us a dome, and I can help you out in the future, or I could pay for your filament, knowing that when I get that dome, it was going to fit. So the hardest part was finding the skins, which would have been 0.5 mil.
Yeah.
I worked out the box. I think you know the story, but I worked well out the box to work that one out. And 1.5 mil ply for the wooden frame, because I was working off the Frank Purr's frames from Media Conversions, which at the time was the best flat pack plans that I could use. I know Dave Everett had plans, but I'd already used those plans for my previous build and found that you needed a lot of angled wedges to keep things upright, and his plans were in styrene, and I was working in ply. They would have worked, but it was fiddly. Frank Purr's designs was literally lock, jigsaw puzzle. They fitted together. Once you dry fitted, when it was stable. So the skins were, I'm going all over the place here. The skins were laminate, wood laminate. I think you'd find them, but turn inside out. I sanded down, laser cut them, sanded them down, and fit everything. And the hardest part for me was motorising everything.
Yeah.
Half scaling the motors in order to move this thing along, because it was weighing, I can't remember now, it was weighing a lot, and trying to find the motors for the feet and how to fit them into the feet with the right amount of torque, power, was a proper pain. And dome, everything, the dome mechanism was a version of what's been around forever, slip ring,
that
sort of thing. And I had to custom draw that, make sure that fitted. But everything was working exactly the same. That was the great thing. If I gave it to somebody, and as we know, as soon as you took the dome off, it was a club spec. Everything was club spec.
Yeah.
Because 3D printing wasn't so prolific when you first started your half-scale build, is that right? You know, obviously it took you 5 years, so by which time you probably had better access
3D
to 3D
printing
printing.
was in its major infancy.
Yeah.
It was just not even thought of, or it was too expensive.
Yeah, so there's no way that was a consideration. You were always going to scratch model make, basically.
Absolutely, yeah.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Were there any 3D printed components? You mentioned about the dome or something. What did you do in the end?
Everything from the neck up, anything to do with the dome that had a spherical surface.
Yeah.
The radar eye surround. The radar eye was a deodorant lid.
Yeah.
Round deodorant lid. Everything else had to be 3D printed. Hollow eyes, the hollow projectors.
Yeah.
Pie panels, everything from the neck up that I couldn't flat pack laser was 3D printed.
Alan, let me ask you this: what's your go-to biscuit?
My go-to biscuit happens to be
Oreo
Oreo thins.
As if by magic.
Wow. We better get those open then.
Absolutely.
So, half-scale R2, where is it now?
I have to talk about that.
If you'd rather not, that's fine.
No, but the story is obviously you went on a journey.
You are recording that with that?
Oh yeah.
Oh brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh that's cool.
Yeah.
That's good.
We'll leave that in there.
Yeah.
Maybe. No.
So as long as it doesn't attack it. She.
He.
What's that he?
That's it, just you know, don't you?
You're taking all the limelight, mate.
I know.
Brilliant.
That's hilarious.
Brilliant. One thing I was going to ask you, Alan, is the amazing half-scale that you built. Is that documented online? Can people go and look at that? Have you got a blog, a build blog, where people can go and look at all the detail you went to and how you went about some of the things we haven't been able to discuss today?
Yeah, there's a Facebook page, half-the-droid, half the droid.
Right.
And everything's documented there.
Cool, that's good. So I suggest people look at that because it's phenomenal detail that Alan went to, so that's good. So R2's gone now, sadly, that's gone.
So the story was, I upgraded everything. So I was constantly upgrading, trying to better myself. This could be better, this could spin faster. He can go faster. He can go slower. He can control better. And I was constantly looking online, trying to find the next better motor. And eventually it got to the stage where everything was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
It was the right speed, it could be controlled perfectly, the dome rotated exactly how I wanted it to, it wasn't too slow, it wasn't too fast, and I peaked. I got to the stage where I had finished.
Yeah.
There was no more. I can't do anything else. And decided that what's my next project? It stayed mostly under the stairs. I mean, I didn't do many conventions, but the ones I did do, which were, my first one was Celebration Europe, which was an absolute hoot. I mean, it's the best experience I've ever had.
Was this the second one?
No, that was the first. Oh no, the one in 2016.
Okay. Which is where Sam met us all and was inspired by.
Absolutely, yeah,
So,
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And then the last one was this time last year, which was Birmingham.
Yeah, that's what I remember. You came up to MCM, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Now, I accomplished everything I needed to do with the Half the Droid.
Yeah.
However, the disappointing thing was, I realised that it wasn't getting the attention as well that it actually really deserved. Now you appreciate how fantastic it was. The weathering, even Don B's commented on the weathering.
Cool.
Saying it was absolutely spot on, and he gave me some tips actually. He messaged me.
Hi Don.
He doesn't watch this. He gave me some tips on just to calm down some of the weathering, and then it will be absolutely perfect.
That's great.
That's why I have 2 cameras.
Brilliant.
You don't care.
That's great. Turn the camera on Sam's got him working for him now. Look.
There goes your footage.
Yeah. Sam's happy. It's
Yeah, so it wasn't getting the recognition. As far as I was concerned, it was always in the background. It was always too small. But I was happy with everything.
Yeah.
But not a lot of people, wherever I took it, it didn't get that. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
And I was disappointed.
Right, fair enough. I think, just to theorise that, I think the problem there is that to the unknown general public,
yes,
they just think it's a toy. You know, like our full scale ones. It's time to get up.
Yeah, mate.
I don't know what that was for. Anyway.
I just think that the general public, you know, they see our full scale ones as big toys. So equally, you know, you've got this half scale one. Oh, it's just a toy. And the D'Agostini probably spoiled
that was
well.
that was the
you know,
that was the tipping point back in Celebration Europe when I discovered it was actually 6 months before they started sending out the for free the first issue.
Yeah.
The testers.
Yeah.
And I discovered then, when I got my free issue, it was not to scale. It wasn't right.
No,
I was so excited because I was going to use the lighting from it.
Ah, okay.
And I was like, hold on, something's wrong here. This isn't half scale. This is less than half scale. Then Celebration Europe came up and found out that D'Agostini was going to be there. And I went over. There were about 50 yards in front of us, and they were showcasing their models that they were going to give away free, which they never did because they were too expensive. And I said to them, your R2 isn't half scale, it's the wrong scale. And they came over to my one.
Right.
And they looked at it and said, yeah, well because the magazines we sent out were pre-production, we'll change the scale to the right scale. And I said, you know what, brilliant, you got me, I'm sold.
Yeah.
I'll be getting a subscription, mainly for the lighting. But then they rolled it out. And it was like,
yeah.
it's not even close. No. It was too squat, then too thin.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't.
It's a shame. It's a shame. And it was heavily over-engineered.
Oh,
it was just
absolutely. If they didn't, I'm looking at 5 squirrels running around. If they had come to us,
yeah,
and said,
absolutely,
and said, how would you approach it?
Yeah,
you would have said, well, this is the way you could have done it, and they could have done it aluminium.
Yeah,
exactly the same components, but scaled down. I mean, they could have found a way of not having it welded.
Yeah.
But there was so much they could have asked the US builders or the UK builders, and how would you approach doing this?
Yeah.
It's just a shame that none of us were involved. Because as a community, we could have come up with something fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Over-engineered. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame. What's have you ever had a bad cup of tea?
No.
Never.
No, because I make my tea.
Okay. You've not been somewhere and someone's offered you a cup of tea
No, I don't like tea when I'm out.
Okay.
Because they make it as. This is going.
It's just a question, Alan. Don't read.
He's obsessed with his tea.
Don't yeah.
Sam Lee.
No, even, I mean, I've been to one football match in my entire life, which was Barnet. And even that tea was nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Especially when it's pissing down the rain.
Interesting.
If you could put yourself in a scene, a Star Wars scene, to say I was there, and I say, for instance, maybe you were on Planet Hoth, you know, you were just in the background watching Luke getting his X-wing, or you know, where would that be, and what set would that be in any of the films?
I think it would be the scene where Han is about to be encased in carbonite.
Right.
Mainly because we all know that that was ad-libbed.
Right.
And it was never scripted. And I just would love to have been there.
Okay.
Interesting.
Just to be.
Yeah, it's good.
I was there when
it's good that we're getting different answers for this. So
Alan the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. So Alan, just to go back to where your droids, your half-scale R2's gone now. So
it's gone to a great home.
Yeah. Good. Good to hear.
I haven't seen it since, but
right.
It's gone to a great home.
We've been on lockdown pretty much since it went, really, haven't we? Unfortunately, so there's that as well. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with it.
Yeah.
But on the way here, Sam hasn't stopped talking about your tiny chopper. Now, how is your tiny chopper?
My tiny chopper has been furloughed. I don't. It's in a cupboard, but I don't. So I
thought you'd like that. I like that one.
I designed that from the ground up. There were no plans, and I still don't think there are public plans for that. Public released plans.
They're
not accurate. So I started. It was more of like a fun thing. It hadn't been done. Another hasn't been done.
Yeah.
At the time, no one had built a chopper apart from Michael McMaster. No one had certainly done the half-scale chopper. So I literally took screen grabs of Star Wars Rebels.
Yeah.
And started drawing them up. I think it's still probably. I mean, I know Michael Badley's drew up his 3D printing plans. I think my one is definitely the most accurate at the moment.
Right. Can we see it? Can you
get your chopper out? Is what you're asking. Isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alan. I do admire your tiny chopper.
It's impressive.
I'm impressed with it. Yeah.
It's the best I've seen.
It's the best impressive tiny chopper.
Sam's seen a lot of tiny choppers in his time.
I've got one. Yeah. So if you want, can you pick him up? Can you get to the chopper?
So you sort of casually mentioned, he's under the stairs, but that is stunning, Alan. Have you he's been furloughed, have you just lost interest for now? Have you just sort of lost your mojo on it, or?
Yeah, he's kind of like, he's there as a gentle reminder that one day I might sort of get it finished.
Because obviously that's the next question. What's next? Are you kind of done with building for now? Obviously we're living in strange times at the moment, and projects and things like this, are not a necessity. Is there something that you're looking to revisit perhaps in the future?
Definitely at some point in the future it'll be Chopper. He was designed with. This one was designed without the mistakes that I made with my half scale. I made mistakes where I couldn't fit the wiring into the legs, so this was built from the ground up, making sure that eventually when I did finish it, it was so easy to motorise, disassemble, reassemble, whereas the half scale R2, there's not a lot you can change anymore. No.
It looks great.
It does really.
It's really nice.
I'm so impressed actually.
Well, I designed the frame kind of like with Frank Purse gave me the idea of snapping and locking stuff in.
Yeah.
I don't have any 3D software.
Right.
So I've literally got to visualise what it looks like, how it will work, how it will fit, and then laser cut it out and hope that I just haven't wasted my time.
Yeah, of course.
So everything bolts on as opposed to glued, cemented.
Yeah. So have you got your own laser cutter?
I use the school's one.
Right.
The school's.
Right. Yeah.
So when I've got some time spare, I will.
That's cool.
I will just nip over.
That's really nice.
That's amazing.
That's really good, and I'm pleased to finish it because it's just.
Yeah, I think
knowing how well you did with the
he'll
R2
get finished.
now, and stunning. It's really good. If you could build any droid, doesn't have to be
any droid within the Star Wars universe.
Full scale, half scale, whatever it may be. If you could build any droid, what would your dream build be? What would you do if you had the time and the money?
I don't actually know.
Tell you what, it's tense when you were really tense then.
No. Maybe just what you're doing now. You're happy, obviously, with what you're doing now. So
something that hasn't been built before.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why I'm stuck, because you know, Mouse Droid, ALT, R2D2, they've been done to death.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something that hasn't been
thinking out the box. Yeah.
That hasn't been built.
So maybe if you do come up with the answer, keep it to yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
ideas.
there
is that as well.
I had an idea when I was making him to do a Rex.
Right.
But someone's done that already now.
Right.
So something that hasn't been built yet.
Yeah, cool.
But it's doable.
Yeah.
There's no point going for assassin droid because it's not within my realms of possibility, and it's not something that can be remotely controlled elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spoken to someone similar to you, and they want to build something unique, and they're working on a animatronic K2SO at the moment that can actually walk.
Wow.
Exactly. And you think, nah, but they're working on it. We'll see what happens. They've been talking to me about it since Rogue One, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Impressive.
Yeah.
What's your next question?
Next question. What is your most treasured collectible? Doesn't have to be Star Wars. This usually reveal some interesting items. We had a table with Jim, didn't we? It's dining room table. Stunning.
Is this my treasured collectible?
What have you got? What's your most treasured item at the moment? What is your thing? Sometimes it's a new thing. That you've recently brought into the house and you've bought, and like this is a cool gadget. So but what is your most treasured item? Should we say rather than collectible? You might know collectibles, but what's your treasured item? Apart from the wife and kids, what would you grab first if there was a fire?
My GPD player, which is
Is that hair tongs?
No, it's
GPD? GHD,
which is
your cat's very vocal.
It looks like a DS, but it only has a single screen.
Right.
But it plays virtually almost every console available.
Oh, okay, right. It's game console.
So it's
wow.
So N64, PSP, PS1. So, but that would just be the first thing I'd grab because I could put it in my pocket.
Right. Is that have you built that or is that?
No. I've bought this from. I bought this online. I can't remember where.
Right. I think you shared that online recently, haven't you?
That's cool.
Yeah. That'd be the first. I mean, regards the first thing to pick up. But regards to collectible, I've got Master Replica lightsabers.
Yeah.
And obviously we know that they tried to come back. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
They're quite collectible, aren't they? They're quite sought after, which is cool.
Yeah. I've got a Darth Maul and a Luke Skywalker saber. That was purchased from Play.com when it was Play.
Oh yeah,
I
remember Play.com, yeah.
And they had a sale.
Yeah.
And they were £39 each.
Wow.
Grabbed them.
Yeah.
I've got lots of bits and pieces. I've Droid pack that you sent me. Obviously I paid for with your droid in it.
Oh right, okay.
It was a 3-pack, I think.
Oh, from
yeah.
Okay,
I
from
played
the-
all sorts of bits
from the
and bits.
Disney park.
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
astromechs in. So that's
the one.
probably
Yeah.
4-pack. Then that would be. But
Is it
yeah,
Dio
they're,
one?
they're really nice.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really nice. They are.
Oh,
They're cool. They're
I've got
good.
loads of little bits and pieces upstairs that I've collected over the years.
Cool. And you make other stuff as well, don't you, Aaron? You your arcade machine that you made.
Yeah, which
in
is
the
smashed
last
to
year.
pieces.
Is it?
Yeah. So I built that.
You've got history here.
Yeah, it's not good enough to smash it out. But
Right, so another thing of it's been done already, what hasn't been done. So I built the arcade machine and it was like, well, what hasn't been done so far? And it was, I designed a control unit as opposed to the actual arcade. A control unit where you would actually put the Raspberry Pi into, and all you needed to do was just hook it up to the TV and you were good to go with the actual joystick and everything else. But yeah, I sort of tinker around with games, really, vintage games,
right,
that sort of thing.
Let me just ask you one quick question. What do you want for Christmas?
Nothing.
Good.
I don't need anything.
But what you alluded to earlier is that this year for Christmas you're not doing gifts.
No, we're going to be donating. We basically suffered greatly during the COVID era. Some have lost their jobs, some have lost loved ones, and we just, as a family, would rather just give as opposed to receive this year. We just see as we can, and if we can, why not?
Yeah,
definitely.
No, very
idea.
noble of you.
Yeah.
Very noble of you. Definitely. That's good. That's good. So Lee.
Well, unfortunately, I've left my hidden talent at home.
Oh.
Sorry about that, but that'll be for another time. But I believe you, being Elstree that we're in, home of many movies and EastEnders.
Yeah. So my hidden talent is kind of a hidden talent. I've got this. So I've always aspired to be an actor in EastEnders, and I've got my lines down and I've got my part. So I'll be working in the CAF.
You're ready. You're ready.
I'm ready to go.
Right.
If I got the call, Sam Prentice, we need you here at Elstree.
You're there already.
We need you in the CAF. Here's how it's going to go. I'll be there and I'll be like, don't worry about the script, guys. Sam Prentice is here. It's all right. So this is the scene, right? It's all kicking off. Phil Mitchell bursts into the CAF.
Just drink me a cup of tea in peace, please. Please.
Of course.
And what does Phil say? Sam! Cup of tea! There I am behind the counter. I'm already making a cup of tea. And then I'll go, do you want sugar with that, Phil?
Cup of tea, 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 cup of tea.
Ding ding. 30p.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
No, do or anything like that. No, at the end, it's not like.
No, I don't. Look, listen. I don't need that kind of kudos. I don't need the do at the end of it. I'm just giving Phil Mitchell a cup of tea. He's having a bad day.
Right. Aim high. That's what I say.
Well, that's it. So, Alan, do you have a?
This is about as surreal as it gets.
do you have a hidden talent, or what scene in EastEnders, for example, would you like to be in?
Jesus Christ. Have you got a hidden talent?
No.
No, right, so what was the EastEnders question?
What scene would I want to be in?
Yeah.
In EastEnders?
Yeah, I think.
Do you watch EastEnders?
No.
No.
I watch it occasionally, but I would probably be in a scene in The Queen of Vic.
All right, okay.
At the end of the bar, just drinking.
You know what? That's exactly what I would have said.
Yeah.
You would be playing darts.
No, I can't play darts. Why would I be playing darts? No, I like a drink.
Yeah,
so
I think
I'd like to be
I'll be at the end of the bar.
just in the background, just
drowning my sorrows.
Hoping for many takes.
Yeah.
And drinking beer.
Absolutely, yeah. Making sure the beer's real.
Yeah. Well, that was thanks for that, Sam.
Well, we've got one final thing to give you, Alan.
Oh.
And this is going to be your most treasured item, we hope.
Oh.
And it's the reason that we do this.
Thank you very much.
Other than the entertainment value, you get yourself your very own.
Well, I'm shaking.
I know, excitement.
Because I know you can't buy these.
No, you can't buy them.
Look at that. There you go. So, thank you for having us, Alan.
Oh, it's been
Anybody
an
else
absolute
that wants us
bizarre
around,
pleasure.
any Droid builders, please have us around and we'll happily give you a mug just for the time and the tea. And Alan, thanks for what you do with the club still now. You know, even though you're not that active building, I appreciate it.
You're a good man, Alan.
You lose it, but you're interested now and again with the building, like you say about Chopper, but you're always active on the boards. You're a fountain of knowledge with all your, history on Elstree.
Thank you.
And to the, details on the R2s through the years and so on. And you're always posting on the club, and you help people out. So thank you for all you do, and keep up the good work, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very
So,
much.
man, thank you. Thank you. There you go.
I'm just reading some of these comments. 30p. What's this? The 1970s. Sam and Lee with 30p. Yeah, maybe it was a bit cheap, but I don't set the prices. It's let's be fair. How much was was a cup of tea at Droid Builders UK?
Oh, don't know. Yeah, probably 50p maybe. Maybe it was 30p. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be 30p in the future, Sam.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Well, anyway, thank you very much to Alan and his cat. That was tremendous.
Yeah.
And you did very well there, Lee.
What did I do?
Well, exactly. What did you do? No, it's all good. But obviously, we are pushing for Sam and Lee and a cup of tea. We come to your house. We will drive there. We will deliver you a cup, which is this one right here. Sam and Lee and a cup of tea. And we can only get this if we come to your house and have a cup of tea with you. Indeed. And obviously we film it and edit it, and we get to do a talent, and we get to do all these kind of other crazy things. We've got some brilliant ones coming up in the summer that can only really be done in the summer, so we're very, very happy about that. But please get in touch, and let's talk about it. So let's have a look at who we've got here. It's like my favourite thing now. This is my favourite thing. Here he is. He is the Taskmaster. He's back again. What's going on?
Okay, so we're going to do the draw. The raffle is on now. So if you could just share.
Hold on.
It's not a Taskmaster. Anyway,
that happens every time you come on now.
Oh dear, the images are scary. They're just so scary. Right, okay, we're going to do the raffle now. This is going to take 2 or 3 minutes. I want to thank the wonderful Droid Builders web team for bringing up and creating this. It's away from the spinny things we had last time. I know I used it earlier on for it, but let's go for the draw. We've had 952 entrants for it. Thank you so much to Doug Inman and Dominic Hodgson for the amazing donations you gave in there, and you are all in here. Your names are in there. And also like to sort of mention Michael Badley and Paul Smith for their donations as well. So let's go. This is going to be quite quick, actually. Let's go. First draw. 3, 2, 1. James Alexander, you won the DB 2020 calendar and stickers. Yay! 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Alan Hart, Star Wars, The Art of Sideshow book. Fantastic. That's what coming from Lee.
Good book.
Brilliant book. Brilliant book. Martin here, you've got a BD1 PC board, rear light and unpopulated. That was donated by Paul Smith. You're just getting the board for that one. Fantastic. Next one. Lynn Turner. And BB-8 art. Fantastic. Oh, well done.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, going over the effort for the Humber Bridge there. That's brilliant. Okay, next prize then. 13 prizes left. Dominic Hodgson. Droid Builders UK mug. Yay.
Very nice.
There. As I break it. No. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Here we go for the next prize. We have Alan Carter. You've got the Lego Star Wars the Character Encyclopedia. Whee! I'm sure he's jumping up in the world. Okay, Doug Inman, an R2 and a C3PO spine print. Oh, that fantastic print.
Nice one, yeah, with a Sam and myself.
And next one is Matt Cook. You've got the BD1 PCB rear light panel populated. Yes, it's all lit up and everything all ready for you to go. Thank you very much, Paul Smith, again for that one. Okay, here we go. 9 gifts left. Let's go. Dug him in again because he bought quite a few tickets. Bluetooth Mini Mouse from Mr. Michael Bedell. That's fantastic. Surprise there for you. Let's have a look. Next one. Again, Doug Inman, you've got a Rogue One unsigned poster. Well, he did put a lot of the choices in there. Let's go on. Okay. Jason Shipper, you got a £50 3D filer print voucher.
Yeah, it's definitely filler print.
Filler print. Stephen Bartlett, Black Series Shopper Rebels. Here you go. This is one of the
well done, Stephen.
Pieces. Again donated by Michael Badley.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Next one, 5 left. James Alexander got a laser cut XDF produced.
Nice one.
That's those 3
Excellent.
items. Really unique.
Nice one.
You cannot get them anywhere. Can't get them anywhere. Okay, we left. James Alexander again. Gosh, you bought a lot of tickets. Laser cut CFX produced SW collector. That's the right one. Anyway, carrying on. 4 prices left. Doug Inman, you've got a £50 3D filer print voucher. Well done for that one.
It's definitely filler print.
Filler print, filer print. Filler print. There you go. Paul Smith, you got the Force Awakens promotional posters, and I think this is the last one. Kenny Zaborni, £50 3D filer. No, I can't even say it now. What's it?
It's
Go on,
definitely filler
Giles.
print.
You can do it.
So, filer print. No, philo print.
Filler print.
Anyway,
As in filler.
Filler print. Those who won, I'll put the list up on the Droid Bills UK website. Please, can you let us know your addresses at admin@droidbills.uk if you are a winner. Thank you so much for all those people that have donated fantastic amount of money and a fantastic amount of people that have done there. Prizes will be posted probably not until the new year because we've got Christmas and New Year coming up and we're probably too tired after all this event.
Well done,
Thank
well
you
done,
so much
Giles.
for your efforts.
Well done, mate. I know you've been beavering away, putting all those names in and sorting that drawer out in the background, while the show's been going on. And just to clarify, the duplication of the laser etched BB-8 and so on, I do have spares for future auctions and prizes, so we can resolve that and make sure people get what they've won. So we've got that covered, Giles, if there's any error in the drawer with duplication of prizes. Okay, but we'll clarify that after the event anyway. So no, it's cool. That's cool. That's great.
Ding! Right, just one more thing just before we get cracking with the next thing. Thank you again to 3D Filler Print. That's 3D Filler Print for obviously putting these vouchers in. But do go to shop.3dfillerprint.com and pick up your PLA today. It's easier said than done, I guess. But
and not just PLA, they do other filaments as well. So
they do. Yeah. They do. In fact, I've got some on my printer at the moment, and it is amazing. So great stuff.
Cool.
And again, they've been hamming this up. They've been tweeting. They've been doing all sorts of stuff for us. So
thank you,
we
guys.
do appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Absolutely.
What's next then, Lee?
Right, so next up we've got the final interview of the day, and then we come back to us for the big... Hi, Rob! We come back for the big closing finale. But the big interview we've got now, it's with Brian Herring. It's a great chat. He's a good friend. And stay tuned for some interesting insights from Brian Herring.
And here he is.
Hi, Brian.
Hello. Hello, boys. How are you?
Very well.
Brian. Thank you. And thanks for keeping to your word and coming back. I appreciate that. We spoke to you a few weeks ago and you said you'll do this interview and here you are.
No, I wanted a cup of tea with Sam and Lee.
Good, man. I like it. It's catching, Sam.
How have we been? We all right?
Yeah, good. Busy, yeah, but good. So, yeah.
Brian, I've got a question for you, incidentally. Obviously, you did an interview with us a little while ago, which was great. But we obviously, ideally, we wanted you at Harper Adams University, where we did our kind of Droid Builders UK, in person. And I'm sure we will get back to that at some point. When
then you bumped me for Daniels, didn't you?
Well, that was Lee's decision, actually. That's a Lee special. But I think I think getting you in person is certainly the route forward, Brian. So it's good. But how did you get into puppeteering? Is my first question.
Well, the short answer is I lied at a Spitting Image audition in 1992, and then 6 weeks later I was on television. I'd never picked up a puppet in my life, to be honest. I've been around them a few. I grew up in the theatre. My mum was a wardrobe mistress at a local theatre, and I'd been around puppets, and I liked the Muppets and stuff as a kid, as we all did. But I was working as an actor and just stand up, and I was doing bits of stage management, just jobbing around. And then my parents ran a pub in Hertfordshire, and there was a guy who drank in there whose son worked on Spitting Image, and I got talking to him one day, and then he said, I'll put you on the list for workshops. It turned out those workshops were auditions. I rolled up. They said, have you done any puppets before? And I said, I'd done a tour of Little Shop of Horrors. And I said I'd worked on a tour of Little Shop of Horrors, which was true because it had come through our local theatre and I'd moved the scenery. And they said, it's very different from that. You have to hold the puppet up. You have to move the mouth in the same time as the track. And you've got to watch the monitor, and the monitor is like a mirror, so you use it like that, and then you have to, hit your marks and do all that sort of thing. So they gave me a go at that, and then it turned out they were taking on assistant puppeteers. So I was asked, they didn't give me a job immediately. They said, can you come down and do some training? So I went down one day a week, which is actually where I met Patrick Comerford, because he came on, Patrick, who works with us on Star Wars quite a lot. And Patrick and I started at Spitting Image at the same time, both in the same job. And I went for a couple of weeks, just one day a week, and trained up on a Tuesday with people like Simon Buckley and Nigel Plaskett, who are great puppeteers. And then they came down and said, would you like 2 days a week on the show? So that they took me on, myself, Patrick, and two other guys were there for the first series I was doing there as a trainee. And then they just kept two of us on, and we kept going. And that's how I carried on from there. And from Spitting Image, I went and assisted, because really what I was doing on that was I was learning arms and eyes and just kind of holding up stuff at the back. I wasn't getting anything sort of really difficult to do. They were just training on how to do it. And then from there, I assisted people on their own shows, because Spitting Image at that time had the best puppeteers in the country, as it still does. So I was assisting those guys. And then from there, I started getting work in my own right, and I went up to work for the Jim Henson Company for about 10 years, and that took me into films, and then we wound up talking to you.
It's a low point, right? It's a low point.
Not at all. Not at all. I can hardly contain my indifference.
Brilliant. Well, I love always finding out how people got into their industry, because you take your chances, don't you, Brian? Let's face it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you never quite know. You never know where the next thing's going to take you, really. And I've probably got more work through having worked with people before, or chance meetings and that kind of thing, than you do from auditioning. And I always sort of maintain you get more work in the pub than you do in an audition room. Just through people you've met, or they like you, or you make a bond with them. Because a lot of the time people are hiring people they like. It's that thing, they hire people that they think, oh, he was fun to have around. And he can do it.
Yeah.
So hopefully you go on to jobs and try and be fun to have around.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I've not been back on Star Wars, I think.
Yeah, and I was saying, Brian, it's taking the opportunities. It's taking the opportunities, isn't it? When rather than walk away and wonder what if, take the opportunity and find out what if. Yeah,
completely. That's so true. And also it's that thing that I've sort of developed as I've got older, is knowing when an opportunity is there, knowing what one looks like.
Yeah.
But it is, again, that very fine line you walk between being pushy and just trying to just be slightly forceful to find out if there is something there or if there isn't. But
right. Yeah.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, one of the reasons you're here is this led to you working on Star Wars.
Yes.
Your first Star Wars job being The Force Awakens.
Mm.
I remember you started just before me, and you knew that you know, the fans were coming in, and you really kindly sort of took us under your wing, I felt, and you made us feel so welcome. Everybody made us feel welcome, but regularly checking up on us. And
well, I kind of, because I think you and I are both massive Star Wars fans, and Oliver as well, you know. And I think the difference between us, though, is that I'd worked on a film before, you know, at least. I mean, by that time, I suppose I started in television in 1992, but I'd been working before that, and I'd done some movies. But this isn't just some movie; it was Star Wars, and it was terrifying to come into that. And so I can only imagine what it was like for two people who had never done. I know you've done a couple of commercials, but never done anything like that. And it was, I mean, for what I always said to you guys, that you were the poster boys for fandom, in the fact that you've taken something that you were doing in your garage, and now suddenly you were working on a movie. But you weren't just doing that. I mean, for someone in the R2D2 Builders Club to be asked to build R2D2 for the movie, it's got to be the brass ring, right?
Yeah.
So the weight of that must have been massive.
Yeah.
And so I kind of understood that, and so it was it wasn't lost on me. But you're also nice people, so it was very easy.
But very sweet of you, and you, I remember you and Dave taking us on set for the first time as well, when we were puppeteering and performing the mouse droids and the sentry droids.
Yes.
Them, so we sort of shared the work.
Yep.
And that was one of my most memorable sets that we worked on anyway, because of stunts and, you know, everything that was going on.
Big.
You know, it was such fun, and you and Dave kindly taking us under your wing was quite an experience. And just, well, look at you laughing. It was great,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
It was a good fun day. It was a good fun day because as I seem to remember, we had a visit that day. That was the first day. We were all dotted around the set in various places. I was standing on the ramp of the landing craft operating. I was doing a mouse droid. And was it you and I were doing the mouse droids, and Oliver and Dave were doing the Omni droids? Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
And so you only had line of sight on these things, so you had to hide in the set, and you were hiding behind a bunch of packing crates, as I recall. And we were on radio, and I just said at one point to Lee, I said, Lee, just stick your head up and look over towards the main dock doors, because I'd seen that Harrison Ford had walked onto set for the first time. And so I've just said to Lee, stick your head up, and I'm on my little radio. And Lee sort of looked up, and his face beamed, and he went back down again. And they just started to get ready, and Lee just thought he'd pick another quick look, and he then popped up and go, "Get your head down, Lee." He's like this. But, that was a good fun day. That I hit Oscar Isaac with a mouse droid twice, as I recall.
Made the cut.
Yes, one of which actually made the cut. You can see just before they break left to jump to steal the TIE fighter, you see him leap over something, and he's actually going over a mouse droid that was queued too late because there were a couple of stormtroopers. And I'm sure the droid builders know this, and the 501st guys will definitely know this, is that you can't see anything under here if you're wearing a stormtrooper lid. So a mouse droid is just a football. You don't know it's there, you can't hear it. And so if those guys weren't getting queued, or if they changed the queuing, we'd have to keep our wits about us as to when we put those droids through the shots. And no one had told me that those guys had gone early, so I was then stacked up behind them. So by the time Oscar and John had reached the point where I was supposed to have been gone, I'd hit them, and you see him jump over in the cut. So he's jumping over the mouse droid, it was too late.
But you went and apologised to John, didn't you? I think that was your first communication with John.
No, that was Oscar. It was Oscar, because the other shot we were doing is the first time you see him coming off the lander. I had positioned myself where I knew the angles and everything I needed to go, and then I moved to get better line of sight. And of course, as you guys know, when you move around, it changes all the directions, and it all kind of freaks me out. And I'm driving this mouse droid across, and I can see this stormtrooper. He's got Oscar. He's got his gun here. He's got his Oscar, and he's pushing him towards wherever they're going. And I'm looking at this droid and thinking, he's going to hit this. He's going to hit this. He's going to hit this. And if I turn, it'll draw your eye. And he just went straight over it. And so then I introduced myself to Oscar and said, "Yeah, hello, I'm going to be doing BB-8 through this." And he just laughed. It's like, I'm not a terrible driver. It's fine. Just, that was my first meeting with Oscar Isaac. It was not what I'd hoped. Okay.
So we were talking with Jake just the other day.
The mighty Lunt.
And he said, you had some input into how BB-8 was going to be designed and how, because obviously puppeteering is an art, and I think it's something that, as a builder, and obviously seeing you guys on site and on set and things is, what I noticed is sometimes it's just those little movements, and we get it as droid builders, but obviously you're a pro, so it was interesting. Certainly when I had an earpiece in and I could hear you, the critique, you were looking at different things, and we just need a tiny bit of movement here, and that really, certainly when it gets down to film, that is certainly massively empowering. And Jake was saying, we were talking to Brian, we were talking to Matt, we were talking to Josh. We're trying to get this this droid kind of looking the way we want it, and the way JJ wanted it. And it was just quite interesting on how that went. What's your sort of take on the BB-8 development?
Well, as far as the design is concerned, I only really had one tangible thing that I put into BB-8 that I did that, and that was because we spent a lot of time with it on the desk up on the bench. It didn't really show up until I did a camera test, and so I was on The Force Awakens as a puppeteer consultant from I think July 2013. So I did 16 months on that show. And we did a bunch of camera tests, and they needed to see the camera tests. This is before it even been turned into a puppet properly. And so we took the maquette version of it, and we put it on a little wheeled trolley. And this is actually, you see this in the in one of the documentaries. And so they were trying to work out camera sizes and lens sizes that you would need to have somebody standing next to something as big as BB-8, because as you now know, he's not anywhere near as big as people think he is. And how wide your frame has to be to see as a person of average height standing next to BB-8. Never mind Chewbacca, because that's just got to be a massive wide shot to see them both in the same shot. So Josh is pulling it along on a piece of string, and I've got my hands in my pockets and I'm walking along next to it, and the camera's just dollying along just to see what that would look like. And I looked down at it, and it was probably the first time I'd seen it moving as a thing. And I thought, it's about the size of something like a dog or a toddler. And that actually, once I sort of went, it looks like it could be the size of a dog, that actually affected the personality of it from then on in my head. And again, it's not necessarily, because obviously it's all in the script and it's all written there, but if you actually look, if you break that down, it's Poe Dameron has a dog, he puts something around the dog's collar and sends the dog away. Rey finds the stray dog, which she rescues, and then she takes that dog back to its owner. And that dog is then loyal to her and to Poe for the rest of those movies.
That's really interesting.
But when I was looking at it on the deck, its eye, if you obviously you've all seen BB-8, so he's got that orange strip that runs around his head. Now originally, and that is broken by his eye. Now originally that went right the way around, and the eye was lower. But the problem with that is when you've got something that short, it's always going to be looking straight out. And so it'll always be looking at between your knees and your groin, because everything else is that much taller than it is. So why would you build something that constantly has to have its head back to look at what it's interacting with on a regular basis? So I said, if they pull the eye up slightly, it will then have a kind of a fisheye lens, which means it's always looking up. Because from a puppetry point of view, if you then have to look up at something and make a point of it looking up, and you're already always looking up because the eye was too low in the first place, you've got nowhere to go.
Sure.
So we made sure the eye was up a little bit. So when it's at rest and the head is flat, it's always looking slightly up at all the creatures that it would generally be interacting with. And so we don't know in the real world how wide the aperture of that lens would be. So that way, if it does need to look up, I could just pull back on the little stick and it would go up, and it would then look up as we do, because with all of these things, you're trying to put human characteristics into things without a face. So just by having it look up or look down, left or right, a cock of the head, which again, I always say that R2, as fantastic and wonderful and lovely as he is, he did a lot of his acting in the sound edit. Because with the performance that Kenny Baker would put in there, and then subsequently Jimmy and Hassan, they can rock it backwards and forwards and turn their head. And if you put a happy set of beeps across that, it's a happy performance. But you could take exactly the same physical performance, take the sound off, and then put angry beeps on it, and then you've got a completely different performance. But you've actually still got the same physical movements going on. But with BB-8, because we had pitch and roll and yaw on the head, you can make him look shocked, you can make him look quizzical, you can make him look sad, you can make him look up, you can do all those kind of things, which you can't necessarily do with R2. Although I do think it's interesting that over the movies, with something as basic as R2-D2, the people performing it have found new ways to make it emote, and I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, Brian, I did become quite envious of you with BB-8 over time, because JJ used to come up to me and like, how would R2 be happy?
Yeah.
And, you know, feeling quite intimidated as the new boy, I didn't even think to mention about the sounds.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is really tricky, because I'm just limited to roll of the droid backwards and forward, turning, and the head.
Yeah.
Whereas you had so much more in the bag with BB-8, which was great. And that's, you know, that's moving forward.
Well, the other thing as well that I wasn't afraid to do was that I was doing the beeps on set. So that was never really an issue for me, because I'd just make happy beeps at people. And they go, okay, right. And if it was annoyed, I'd make angry short beeps and all that kind of stuff. So that would be going backwards and forwards. So it was easier, it was much more of a performance thing, I think, because it was a puppet. I mean, not obviously, I'm sure most people will know that there were many, many different versions of BB-8 on those movies. And between myself and Dave and Matt Denton, we had different duties with different versions of it. So I would always be doing the dialogue whenever I was on set with it. So it would give the actors something to work to. Because I know that our friend Mr. Daniels was very happy with the beats that we was getting from BB-8. He used to have quite a laugh with that. Did you play anything in on set? I can't remember, Lee.
I did for Rise of Skywalker, which Sam was lucky enough to witness.
Oh, right.
And I'm just not comfortable doing that. I'm not the performer like you, Brian. So, you know, to make the whistles and bleeps, yes, I did do it, but very rarely. And whether it helped or not, I'm not so sure.
It probably gave the camera crew a laugh, regardless.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, and the rest of the creatures department as well.
That day, that was actually in a cave, wasn't it, Lee? And we were there together. There was a thing that Anthony Daniels, he had to have something above his head so it didn't reflect on his head. And then the cameraman physically fell off his camera rig, if you remember that. Maybe you don't. Well, I have vivid memories of that, of course, because the short amount of time that I was there. But I do remember Brian beeping, and then JJ sort of going, "Come on, Lee, are we going to do this?" And you're like, "Woo!" It was a bit awkward.
Well, as an interesting exercise towards the very end, when we did a few pickups, JJ actually had me speak in English.
Oh, right.
And it went really well. And we just sort of thought, we probably should have done this from the beginning, because I would deliver dialogue and ask questions and actually have a backwards and forwards with the actors. But the beeping worked absolutely fine. But we suddenly found it jumped to a whole new level when we started doing it with actual dialogue.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, Brian, of course, BB-8 kept you busy, but it wasn't just BB-8 in The Force Awakens, was it? You were doing various other things as well as puppeteer. Yeah. And various other characters you were involved in because of your consultancy you were doing.
Yeah, we were across quite a lot of stuff, really. Very early doors, I was in the back of the Lugger Beast, which is the thing that Derek Arnold and Tom Wilton wound up being, that Kieran Shah is riding in the desert when Ray first find BB-8. But that was the point where I was starting to sort of get the job of BB-8, and I was taken out of that. And also it was getting heavier and heavier and heavier, and I'm just not butch enough. So we brought in Tom and Derek. But so I was there to develop and help with Paul Casey, who was doing the movement, and I was in there from the puppetry sort of point of view. And with people like Jake Lunt and Ivan Manzella and Martin Lazard and Luke Fisher, we were just working out how we could put people into different odd positions in creatures. And also I was sort of liaising with set department and creatures and costume, and just how we could, where we would cut holes for puppeteers' arms to go through, how we could hide people, would we need to hide people, that kind of thing. So I think the first thing, BB-8 was the first thing we did in the movie, but then we also did the steel pecking bird that's on the metal tube when Ray rides into Nema Outpost, first of all. And that was, again, myself and Dave Chapman, who is my partner in crime on BB-8, and we just tend to get paired up all the time to work together because we sort of share a sense of humour. And So we did that. That was just a rod puppet with some rod removal, but that was practical because that's practical. The desert's practical. The speeder was practical, and Nima Outpost was practical as well. And it was just such an amazing thing to see, to do that because we're out on location. What else did we do on that? I was in Maz's castle. We came up with this crazy idea for there's a fighting table, like a gaming table in Maz's castle, with these balls that are flying around in like they're like little kind of caterpillar things, and they're smashing each other, and just there's a few rolling about. And we did it with we came up with this idea that if we did them as rod puppets, we could have our arms going through people that would be at the table. We could hide, and then we could be wearing black or be wearing green, and then we could do it. And then we thought that was going to be a bit difficult, and then I suggested that we should probably be wearing costume because it was the easiest way I could think of to actually be in the film. So myself and Dave and Phil Woodbine wound up dressed in these crazy outfits, and you can see us, we're banging our fists on the table and doing various things, and it looks like we're really getting into the game, but actually we've got handles and rods coming out of our fists, which they just removed later. And so we're making the things fight. So that was one of the things we did. And there was, I'm just trying to think with The Force Awakens, what else was there? We did a lot of mouse droids with you and Omni droids.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of stuff, all of which have now completely gone from my head. I think over the 5 movies, I've had something to do at any given point with 56 different creatures or droids over those movies.
Wow.
Even if that's just a couple of days on a face, or just some R&D stuff, working out how to do it, setting stuff up, you know. But it's that was the last count.
Yeah. So you mentioned, Brian, you know, with Oliver and I being the Star Wars fans, but of course you're a Star Wars fan as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, so it must have been just as amazing for you. I said in a recent interview, you know, it's not just me and Oliver, the Star Wars fans. You walk around the set,
yeah.
Most people love Star Wars, so you know, there's a lot of Star Wars fans there, and you collect yourself as well, don't you? You do have some Star Wars collectibles.
Yeah, I don't mind a Star Wars figure. I was that kid in '77. You know, I had the pajamas and the curtains and all the Star Wars toys. I've still got all the figures. I kept all the boxes for my toys as well, so I've still got all of that stuff boxed. I mean, I play with them. I mean, all the cardboard's gone out the middle. I haven't got all that stuff, but I've got the outer box for the Death Star and all that sort of malarkey. I had a report. I mean, I've said this quite a bit. I had a report come home when I was about 10 that said Brian's obsession with Star Wars will lead him nowhere, and he should concentrate on his academic studies.
Wow.
I didn't, and it did. So, but you know, stay in school, kids. But yeah, I've been a massive fan, and to have been, I mean, living the dream is a really overused term. But I do remember saying to Dave when we were, I think we were about 2 weeks in Abu Dhabi. We've been in Abu Dhabi for about 2 weeks, and I said to him, if this is a dream, and I wake up, I'm going to be very upset for ages. Because it, you know, to have been a part of it for a few weeks. I mean, we have people come in guesting on it, like yourself, Sam, who came in for a few days or a few weeks and just had the time of their lives and said, I've been working on Star Wars. That would have been fine for me. Mm-hmm. But to be there for as long as I was, and for Neil to put the trust in me to have me as his puppetry consultant was fantastic. And then to be given BB-8 to play with for the whole of that trilogy was definitely a dream come true, and for as a character, for it to be been so embraced was more than we could ever hope for. Because my thing for it was, I hoped that BB-8 would be able to sit next to R2 and Yoda and 3PO and Chewie as part of that story, and you pick them up in a lineup and you just go, yeah, they're all from the same thing. Whereas some of the characters that we saw possibly in the prequels weren't so embraced. And they don't necessarily look like what I think Star Wars looks like. Whereas BB-8 was fantastic. And again, that's such a testament to Jake and to Neil's guys and you know, all the people who designed and built BB-8 and Christian Orksman and all those people. The fact that BB-8 was a brand new droid, but it looked like you'd seen him before. And he looked like he'd stepped straight out of that same world. But actually, when you're standing next to R2, he's very different.
Yeah, I suppose he is. Yeah, well, he is. Yes. Yeah. So, of the collectibles you've got, Brian, do you have a BB-8? Have you Have you got a BB-8 in your collection?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say there's some BB-8 stuff.
But what about a full scale one? Have you got a full scale BB-8?
I haven't got. I would love a full scale BB-8. I would really love one. I must have chat one of you chaps up, see if I can get someone to make me one.
Yeah.
Because that's way beyond my capacity, and it's. But I would absolutely. It didn't even have to work. I just like a posable one, one that just sit where the head would move. But
yeah, they're a bit tricky to smuggle off a set as well, aren't they, Brian?
They're what? Sorry.
They're a bit tricky to smuggle off of set as well.
They don't like it. They don't like it when you back your car up and try and sort of load one in. They don't like that at all. But no, I haven't got one. And hopefully, if my move goes through, I'll have room for one as well. But it wouldn't. I don't think it would be good in the plan. But
what's your favourite collectible, Brian?
I had 2 Christmases where everything I got was orange and white, and it was just getting silly. So a lot of it has been put into storage. The one thing we've still got that's out is there's a whole line of pewter replicas. There's a lovely R2D2 and a C3PO, and the BB-8 one is really sweet. We've got that, and that's sitting on the mantelpiece, and it's quite subtle in what it is.
Nice.
And so I like that one. What else have we got? The one something I'm particularly pleased with is the 3.5-inch scale BB-8. I mean, smaller than that on the cards that they sold at the Disney parks, because having over the years owned literally hundreds of those, it was just fun to get one that you just go, oh, look at that,
Absolutely.
That was quite a big deal. Yeah, I think I've got the Lego one. The Lego one's fun too. I built that myself.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah,
got that one. So
that was last Christmas you built that, wasn't it? I think.
Sorry?
I remember you building that last Christmas, wasn't it?
That was last Christmas. That came out of my Lego Advent calendar, if I recall correctly.
That's right. Yeah.
It poured out the front of it on about day 23. It's all there on. It's all there on Twitter, kids. You can go back and look.
And your Twitter handle, Brian?
My head is at Brian Hezzer, which is down.
As per the screen. Good stuff.
So yes,
Brian, you're, as you already alluded to, you are a big original 77-85 fan, with the original 3 movies. And obviously we woke up, today is the 29th of November. We woke up this morning to the sad news that Dave Prowse passed away today. And, did you meet him at any of the conventions? Do you know him?
Yeah, I didn't know him well. I've met him a few times. I sat next to him a couple of times. I was actually at the last show he did in Canada, and I think that might have been the last show he did publicly anywhere, actually. But very nice, he always had time for the fans. Signed a lot of stuff for people over the years, and he was a big presence and a good egg. And of course, the Green Cross Code Man, which did an awful lot of good. So while he was marauding around the galaxy being bad, he was also all over our tellies being good. So he'll be missed, and he was a great guy, and very sad.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, sad news. Moving on, we're going back to filming, Brian, and obviously we were fortunate enough to go back, and we carried on and did Rogue One, and
yes.
And I just wondered if you could share some of your stories and characters you were involved in. Not all 54, was it?
56, yeah.
But you
Rogue
were lucky enough to get in front of camera as well, weren't you?
Oh, I was. Yeah, that was on The Last Jedi. We noticed one day that the script supervisor, lovely Lorna, she walked through one day wearing a First Order officer's outfit. And we're like, hang on a minute, we didn't know this was a thing. So I approached Jamie Christopher, who was the first assistant, and because Dave and I had done our thing in Maz's castle, and we'd also, when we were doing Rogue One at various points, because the way that Gareth shot that, there were cameras everywhere, so you couldn't hide. So we would be dressed in different Rebel tech outfits or pilots outfits and stuff like that. So people were walking about with remote controls under bits of kit, or hiding them behind consoles and just controlling faces and stuff like that. So we that's 2 lots. We've been in 2 now, even though we didn't make the cut for Rogue One. And so I approached Jamie Christopher, the first assistant, and said, "There's a Star Wars tradition that I'm trying to start. That me and Dave wind up in all these films." And he went, yeah, you can be it. So the upshot of it was that myself and Dave and Matt and Josh all wound up dressed as rebel soldiers in the Battle of Crate. And so I got called up to the front of the queue, and me and Dave and Matt as well, Matt's up there in the shot. And they just said, "Do you act, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, I have been known." I said, "Right, we'll just start screaming orders at these guys." So if you jump to the scene where they first push into the trench, and it is literally on the DVD cut point or the Blu-ray cut point when you jump into the scene, the camera comes out the foxhole and turns immediately right, and it's just me screaming orders into the camera. There's myself, then there's Kevin Jenkins, who was the ILM art director, and then there's Dave right next to him, and he's passing Matt up a set of binoculars. You see the back of Matt's legs and stuff. So there's all four of us are in there. I'm not sure where Josh was at that point. He was probably up the back of the trench with Gary Barlow. But it was yeah. So
That's another story for another time.
That is another story for another time. Yeah, Josh was practicing his dance move. So we did that. We did the Fathiers for the Force Awakens. Sorry, not Force Awakens, for the Last Jedi. Which again, the Fathier was a full-size puppet. We only had the one, so when you saw the 6 of them come out over the stalls, that was a locked-off shot. We would do a bit, and then we push it to the next stall, and then we do it again, and then we do it again, and do it again. Then an ILM came in and just touched up the different puppets just to make them look like they were different animals. The Porgs, of course, that was another thing we got tasked with, myself and Dave, and Damien and Colin, Damien Farrell and Colin Purvis. We were tasked with making the Porgs live. So we got these little rod puppets, and we sort of thought, okay, another design by Jake Lunt, and we just thought, well, what can we do with these? I mean, these could very well wind up being Ewoks, depending on how you feel about Ewoks. And so we spent a couple of weeks and shot a bunch of test footage with these things, and they were rod puppets, so they were about this big, and they had a rod into the back of the head and a rod into the body, and the feet were sprung, so you could make them hop around. And so one person would do the head and the body, and someone else would go sort of around them and do the wings on little rods. And they were backbreakers because you were literally hunched over in green behind them. And we'd work that out how to do it. And as often happens with these kind of things, we suddenly get a message come down from Neil to say, we don't want you behind them, we want you off to the left and the right. So then they had to put right angle bends in all of these rods a couple of days before we went to set with them. So having learnt them one way, we then had to learn them another way. And then they took us to the top of a 300-foot cliff. I'm not kidding. Clipped us all on and just said, well, get on with that. And that's shot with a lightsaber. There's footage of it on the making of, but we're all pegged to the pegged to the cliffside operating these things. And it was a straight death. It was next stop is the sea. And it was fairly hairy. So that was, and we did the caretakers as well for that one. And then everything that was in the Canto Bight Casino, we were all over that. So every time you look round, there was something going on, and we would jump between characters because we kind of always work on the apprehension that not everything's going to be up at the same time. That always is not the case. So they do a big wide, and everything has to work at once. But you tend to move from characters around as the camera goes. Each new setup, you jump in this, you jump in that. Sometimes specific people are assigned to specific characters, but equally, if it's an arm or the eyes or something like that, someone will just jump on and off. And occasionally, like with the Mon Calamari characters in Rogue One, and then subsequently, in the Last Jedi, several of us did the faces for those over a period of time. So you jump around. Solo, what was I doing in Solo? I was actually in a suit creature for that. So I was in this kind of parrot-faced lizard thing that was in the Sabat game, and then he showed up again on Drive and Yacht in a different outfit. And so I was inside that. And then Pablo Hidalgo named that thing Hearing Beering. I don't know where he got that from.
Nice touch.
Yeah, nice touch. That's one of the lovely things, actually, is because isn't there a part of BB-8's head that's named after you, Lee?
Yes, yeah, the Towsley something motivator, I think it is.
Yeah, and of course aren't you just like all over Galaxy's Edge?
That's right. Yeah, there's mugs and pins and stuff. Yeah, which is it's amazing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So
you're right, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very strange when you think that a couple of idiots from in the London area have wound up A, getting the job in the first place, B, not getting fired, and then C, getting branded all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. I've got to ask you, Brian, which is your favourite of the ones that you've worked on?
BB-8, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, it was so much fun to do. It was a different experience every time doing it as well. The first one was just pure terror and disbelief. It was because of it, it was Star Wars was coming back, and it was. I almost worked on the Phantom Menace years ago.
Oh wow! Right.
Phil Eason, who played Yaddle, which was the other Yoda character before the child arrived. He, a very good friend of mine, and I assisted him quite a lot over the years and was very good to me. And he got this job, and he was desperately trying to get me on as his right arm, and it never quite happened. And I was absolutely gutted. So when they did those movies and I didn't get to work, and I thought, well, Star Wars, I won't get to do that. But not only to get to do it, I got to do the Star Wars I know. I got to do Han Solo, Chewbacca, Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker Star Wars, So that was an amazing thing. So, but there was a very, very scary. It was a very scary experience, particularly the day that we shot the scene with R2D2, C3PO, and BB-8 when he finds him in the base, because that was like being asked to join Laurel and Hardy. Something that you're so, you both know this, that when you actually get on set and see them there, when you actually see C3PO in his full gear and it's Anthony doing it, you become immediately starstruck. And so to have to go in and then play a scene and take into not only take into consideration the meat of the scene itself, but also don't get too close to Anthony because you're wearing green and it will reflect and I have to paint it out. And also he can't really see you, so don't get too near him with the rods. And, you're just generally having to work with someone who has got limited vision and limited hearing. And he really doesn't get enough credit for what he does in that suit. What he does is an amazing thing, because if you ever watch C-3PO, he goes through all the emotions that you would go through in those situations. And he does it without a face. He does it without blinking. He can't look left. He can't look right. He doesn't raise an eyebrow. He doesn't open his mouth. All those things that an actor would use to emote like that, he doesn't have it. He has to do it all with a turn of his head, which he can't turn completely anyway, and a cock of his head, and do it with his voice. The man's amazing. Anyway, so the first one was a scary thing, but we got to the end of that and it worked okay, and then everybody liked it. So then we came back for the next one, and that was different again, because then we had Ryan Johnson, who was a completely different speed to JJ. Lovely, another rock star director, but different. And so every time you get a new person who comes in and directs one of these movies, they have to learn about what these things do and what they don't do, and the process of working with creatures and droids and things that you can't get an instant reaction out of from their eyes, So that was the second one. And then the last one was probably the one I had the most fun on, because JJ just wanted us to do what we did with just push that up that hill, go do it. And he knew we could do it. And so he pushed us to do more with it every time. And so we had an absolute blast on that last one. Yeah, it was. So BB-8 is my favourite, and we had so much fun doing the whole thing. Yeah, it was great.
Cool, that's brilliant. That's really good, Brian. And leading on from that, you've got on to embrace the signing circuit.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, yes, I have sat down. I've written my name on a lot of toys in the last few years.
But you've been fortunate enough to travel a lot, as have I, and meet a lot of wonderful people. A lot of and stuff. And we've missed that this year, unfortunately, lockdown. But there's worse things going on. It's not the end of the world.
Completely. It's a first world problem.
But you must thoroughly enjoy it, Brian. I've worked with you on the signing circuit. You engage with the fans so well, and share stories like you are now. And
well, the thing is, I used to go to them before I started attending them, so I kind of know if you've lined up for people for a long time. And you don't have to line up long for me; the lines aren't that long. But if you've waited to see someone, I kind of know what I would expect from them. And having seen other people, not necessarily Star Wars people, other performers that have gone along to those things, maybe not treat people so well, and see the expression on their face as they leave that line, you just think, come on, this isn't difficult, and if it is difficult, you shouldn't do it. But I will happily talk about Star Wars every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So if you want to come and just say hello, I'll happily rattle away and talk about why Last Jedi is great and you're wrong. And you know, and I'll happily go backwards and forwards on that all day long, and you know, I love it. So yeah, I've enjoyed going all over the world as well, meeting Star Wars fans in different places. And while we were still making the sort of the bigger movies, I just started going out onto these things, and it was interesting to go back because while we were making them, I think we were making the last. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, Lee. We were making the Last Jedi when the first Star Wars Celebration in London happened. It wasn't the first one, but it was the first one that happened since The Force Awakens came out. And I think Rogue One had been done.
We were doing reshoots for Rogue One, and we were doing The Last Jedi as well. We just started Jedi, yeah.
So we'd done 3 of those movies before one of them had come out, really.
Yeah.
And you can, even though, and this sounds like a really weird thing, so you can get a bit jaded with the whole thing. And so, you know, because it is a job and you go in early in the morning and you work long hours, but you're making this thing. But I was lucky that I got to go out and meet some people and you realise how much it meant to them. I mean, even when they're not necessarily 100% behind what they've seen, the reason people get so upset about it is because it means so much to them.
Yeah.
And I was able to take that back to work and say, look, there's people out there meeting each other at cinemas, you know, falling in love, getting married, having the Star Wars music played at their funerals. And, you know, what we're doing, it isn't necessarily on a global scale important, but it is important to the people who find it important. And so I know why people get so passionate about it. And so I'm always happy to hear when people have, you know, loved something or they've really connected with something or they've not connected with something, you know, because there's not every aspect of it that I'm head over heels with. But I just find it fascinating. And when you see little kids dressed up as Ray and Finn and Poe, you know, or Kelly, you know, or Rose.
Or BB-8.
Or BB-8, yes. We've had a lot of that go on, which has been a lot of fun. There was a young lady, the girl was, I think, Sammy Mini Cosplay, she is on Twitter, and she's been skating around as BB-8 for some time. And she showed up at a show one day and her mother was dressed in a green onesie and had handles on the back and was pushing her around. It was hysterical. So it's been great to go, and wherever I go, I always try and find the droid builders, and then try and find the 501st or the Legion or the Mandos or whoever's there, and always sort of say hello to, you know, from us as people who've made the films to them, because without, you know, I don't know, it's a real cliche, and everybody says it, but if people didn't like it, they wouldn't be able to make it.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the sort of the important thing, and I always try and blag you a patch whenever I go anywhere, Lee. It's,
I was going to get onto that. Yeah, you like a patch, don't you, Brian? You know, and you kind of get me involved in that as well. I try.
Yeah,
2 patches, but
I don't mind that. It's got silly now. I've got 2 giant sort of Tupperware rough box, you know, those what they called really useful boxes, which is just full of patches from various sort of garrisons and legions and everything. And so we're going to try and find something. We'll try and stitch them on a great big tablecloth or something for conventions and stuff. But yeah, so I always try and go out patch trading. Excuse me, so I lent in the. I'll just move my chair. Always try and. I always try and have some patches that we sort of had on crew or whatever, just so we can trade up and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's always good fun.
Brian, what's the coolest gift that you've got from a fan?
Coolest gift I got from a fan. I got given a crab shell. There you go. There's a lovely couple whose name has now completely escaped me. Turned up with a framed crab shell down in Maine or somewhere like that. They might have been down in. They may have been in Florida, and they paint crab shells, and they painted this shell like BB-8.
Oh wow!
And then they cleaned it, and they it was clean. Obviously, they cleaned it out first. Here's a stinky shell, and they turned it into a BB-8, and it's beautifully painted, and it's framed, and it was in my bathroom, and will continue to be in my bathroom when I move. So yeah, that was a really nice. That was a nice thing. I think what else have I been given? I get given lots. I really like it when little kids turn up having drawn me pictures, just because they bought your picture. Oh, thank you very much. And I always put them in the case, and they always go on the fridge for a bit. You know, I try and always put them on Twitter with little parents' permission and stuff. But that's always sweet, because for me, again, they're you know, contrary to what we'll believe as a 50-year-old man, you know, they are kids' films.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they've got to if kids are connecting with them, then they're doing the job, you know. So yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's any other, you know, I've had some nice stuff, but the crab show was the thing that because it was so unusual as well. That was good.
Yeah, I've not seen that myself, Brian. We'll have to
you have to come over.
It's away now, but we'll have to try and get a photo of that at some point.
Yeah,
I'd love to see.
yeah, sure.
Cool. So what now, Brian? What's in store for Brian Herring? You know, you've got through the year with a few jobs, you know, and you mentioned Spitting Image earlier, and in the last chat we had, which is that's still going.
That finished this week. That finished.
Oh,
this
okay.
week. Right. I am on to something else, which I cannot talk about. It isn't Star Wars, but it's a belter.
Right.
It's an absolute belter, and it will see me through for a few months, and I'm very, very, very excited. So it's I think all I'll say is it's something that I've been enjoying for some time at the cinema, and I'm very, very chuffed to have been involved in this. You know, in this particular thing, and I'm looking forward to it. So we've just started that, and I'm very excited. The other thing that's going on, I've got a couple of video games coming out next year on the PS5, and I think I can say that one of them is called Lost in Random, and that will be out on the PS5. I think it's coming out through EA, and that is out. I don't know when next year, and I do a couple of voices in that, which is fun. And I'm a playable character in something else, but I can't talk about that either.
Oh wow! I genuinely don't know what that is, so I look forward to that as well.
I think it looks like it's going to be really good as well. And I've done voices for video games and animation stuff before, but I've never actually done a game where if you punch it in the face, it's me that says "ow." So, so you know,
how many people are going to be buying that game for that?
I'd imagine an awful lot of people would like to punch me in the face and make me say "ow." So yeah, you can. I think you can commit quite considerable acts of violence on me on this one. So it will be a lot of fun. So yeah, so that's coming, and then we just, you know, I'm gainfully employed into next year, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens after that.
Excellent. Well, that's brilliant, Brian. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, my pleasure. Always a
Much
pleasure, boys.
appreciated. And this will be airing during our live show, and you know, hopefully we'll see you physically next year. We'll get you to a physical event if we
lovely.
Which would be great. But for now, thank you, Brian.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Stay safe.
Merry Christmas.
Cheers, man.
Take care, mate. Cheers.
Great, thanks for that, Brian. That was so good. He's so passionate about Star Wars, and he's always good to talk to. He's always good fun, is Brian. So thank you so much for that, mate.
Bit of a legend.
Yeah.
Bit of a legend there, isn't he? That's
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right then, we're nearing the end of the show. Of
This
course
is it.
we are.
Yes.
So, this is the way. I have to say. So let's just bring back somebody very, very special. Hilarious. No, not him. Charles, welcome back to the studio. I know you are in almost disbelief, but the time is now, my friend. You know, we are heading towards the end of the day now, and we need you to tell us exactly what's been going on with the online quiz or online
task.
That's the one. I'm desperately trying to find the Dress Your Droid. That's right, the DB Dress Your Droid. There it is.
Well done. Okay. Oh dear. Well, thank you so much for the entries over the period. We've seen them on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, which I had to join last night because I didn't have an Instagram account. So, here's some of them, as you can see here. We were just about a quick
got a couple there. I've got a few of those here. And let's have a look. Let's press this button. We got, there's my one. That's my submission there. Look at that. Fantastic.
Wow.
What an effort.
What an effort.
There's a pizza oven. There's a pizza oven there. That's a strange one.
Amazing.
Let's go. Let's go over here. We've got. Oh, this is Jeff. Then we've got Chris Jones.
Ah, that's good. That's fun. Oh,
that's Alan.
Oh, no,
Chris. Oh yeah, there's the pizza oven again. Oh, that's a cheat.
That's
a
cheating.
cheat.
That's
Yeah.
last year. You can't use that one again. No,
That's
you can't
good.
use that
Look
one
at
again.
that. That's the best. That's
amazing.
brilliant.
That
So good.
It's got a ruddy
That red
great
goes-
dent in the front of it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder who gave you that. No
It was
trick.
his own. So I'll tell you what we do very quickly then, Giles. We're bringing somebody who looks like he's just had his day in court. It's Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Hello. Funny you should bring. I just decided to throw this on, just on the off chance. And
What that you needed? You had a court appearance.
no.
You obviously can't talk about that, Sam.
Anyway,
I'm under an NDA.
What we
You
decided-
guys.
yeah, don't say. Yeah, well, what we decided then, I'm not going to choose the winner this year. It's going to be Rob, my assistant, on that side. I can't
Well, there
pass
are
anything
lots
through.
of-
We have a portal.
There are a lot of wonderful entries, as you saw. A very nice T3, I must admit. I wonder whose that was.
Can't use that one.
My decision for who would win has got to be the Chris Carpenter.
Oh,
because that one was just wonderful. I love
There it
I've been following Chris's build, and I love it. I love it. I love the Kylo Ren Christmas tree. I love the mouse droid, and looks like a very evil Christmas.
Great.
He's put a lot into that.
Good
Brilliant.
choice, I think, Rob. Well done. What's he won, Giles?
£50.
Yeah.
Printing voucher.
For what company's that?
From.
Well, we should always mention our sponsors at this time, Giles.
Philippine.
Yes. 3D.
Yes, he got it in the
3D
end.
Philippine.
Got it in
3D
the
Philippine.
end.
£50 voucher. Well done, Chris Carpenter, on that one. That'll be one your way. Just send us your email address to admin@droidbuilders.uk and we'll get it over to you. Probably not until the new year because obviously we're all busy with Christmas and that. But thank you so much. That's amazing.
Good stuff. I have 3D Philippine discount codes to share, so I will email them to the winners as well. So we'll get that covered quite quickly. And the grand total. Now's a good time to have the grand total, I think. Has anybody got that up their sleeve? I certainly haven't.
Yes. Yes,
Let's
I have.
do drum roll.
Drum roll, please.
Here we go. Grand total for the year for Droid Builders UK, £11,174.
Wow. That's pretty damn good.
Smashed it.
Pretty damn good.
Well done, everybody. Everybody watching, everybody that's donated, everybody involved. So good. I think now's a good time to thank our special guests throughout the year. Sam?
Gosh, who haven't we had? Anthony Daniels, of course. Or
Anthony
Daniels.
Daniels, yes. And Anthony Daniels. His brother Anthony Daniels
know
as
him.
well. Yeah. Yeah.
Anthony Daniels. We've had Jake. We've had Brian. We've had Sam.
Yes.
We've had
Hassan.
lots of people.
Hassan, of
course.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's been great. And anybody else that we've forgotten, anybody else that's done all the tutorials for us throughout the year, definitely thank you very much to them. Everybody that's donated prizes, Michael Badley, special mention to you because, he's always keeping these groups busy and with his drinks and droids and various other things that he gets involved in. Rob, for all that you've done, not just because you're here, mate, but, you did that video kindly and I can't keep track of all the groups you're doing, to be perfectly honest with you, but I know there's something there for everybody, which is brilliant because it just makes life for droid building so much easier. Thank you, Giles. Always got something up your sleeve, whether it be a quiz or sorting out the raffles and what have you. And the Taskmaster, I think that was a winner. I think that was good. Well, I was the winner, let's face it, but maybe Sam can challenge me. Yeah, better challenge next time, and maybe he can have a go at that. And to the builders who have worked behind the scenes, everybody, the committee and non-committee members, just thank you so much. Darren, for doing the track, that's good. And don't forget,
Big Daddy P.
Big Daddy P. You can still do racing.droidbuilders.uk. Just get your 10 laps in, and then you get a chance to win the trophy, which is just over there. I tried to make it a bit Christmassy. That will be in the post to a random draw to anyone that's done the racing this time. Doesn't have to be the fastest lap, doesn't have to be the most lap, just needs to be 10 laps. And most importantly, thank you to you, the viewer. It might only be one of you. I think we got up to 60 viewers today, actually. Thank you all, because we wouldn't do this show if there was no viewers, and there'd be no donations if there wasn't any viewers. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. One last thing. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and we will see you again very soon.
Over and out. Oh.